Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. I present the annual report of the 2020-2021, the annual report of 2020-2021 of the Standing Committee on Appropriations and Administration. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. National Health Amendment enhancing the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme Bill 2021.
And I call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I present the Health Amendment enhancing the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for other purposes.
The Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. The National Health Amendment enhancing the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme Bill of 2021 amends the National Health Act of 1953 to implement reforms negotiated with the medicines industry to improve and guarantee access to medicines for Australian patients. The amendments reflect new 5-year agreements with Medicines Australia, the representative body for the innovative medicine sector in Australia, and the Generic and Biosimilar Medicines Association, which represents generic and biosimilar medicines suppliers in Australia. These agreements build upon the long-standing partnership this government has fostered with Australia's medicines industry with the goal of supporting Australian patients. Australia has world-class access to medicines. In the 2021 financial year, over 300 million prescriptions for around 16 million Australians were supplied through the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, or the PBS. Without the PBS, many of these treatments would be beyond the reach of ordinary Australians. An Australian who, for example, is diagnosed with multiple myeloma, a type of bone marrow cancer, would face costs of around $160,000 per year to access the medicine needed to treat that condition. However, through the PBS, that Australian would only need to pay $6.60 per prescription to access treatment if they hold a concession card, or $41.30 otherwise, a mere fraction of the actual cost of the medicine. Every year, and in fact nearly every month, new medicines are added to the PBS and access to existing medicines is expanded to new patient groups in line with emerging evidence about the safety and effectiveness of those conditions for treating health conditions. Treatment options for patients are ever expanding, and the PBS has continued to expand with them. Since 2013, the government has approved close to 2,800 new or amended medicines listings on the PBS, an overall cost of approximately $13.9 billion. The Australian government recognises that this is fundamentally important to Australians, that Australians continue to gain access to the best available medicines. And to that end, in 2020, the government committed to the PBS New Medicines Funding Guarantee. This guarantee safeguards the government's policy to list all medicines on the PBS as recommended by the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee, or PBAC. It will deliver new funding each year for the listing of new medicines on the PBS to be replenished each year to meet the expected cost of new and expanded PBS listings. In entering new agreements with the medicines industry, the government recognises the delivery of this world-class access in a way that is sustainable over the long term requires partnership with the Australian businesses and industries that supply, distribute and dispense the millions of medicines that Australians need and use every day. Through these new agreements, the government and the medicines industry have co-developed a comprehensive package of reforms to the PBS. One, to ensure that Australians continue to gain access to new breakthrough medicines as early as possible. Two, to deliver robust and uninterrupted supply of the medicines that Australians need and use every day. And three, to keep the PBS on a long-term sustainable footing. The industry agreements do this, one, by securing commitments from the medicines industry to new savings for Australian taxpayers through improved statutory price reductions which will be reinvested in the PBS, helping to make headroom in the PBS for listing new medicines, and two, by securing commitment from the medicines industry to holding a greater level of stock in Australia of a number of commonly prescribed and older medicines that in recent years have been susceptible to global medicine shortages. These reforms will generate savings of around $1.9 billion over the terms of the agreements. These reforms also target Commonwealth investment towards securing supply of commonly prescribed medicines that have lower margins and are often in short supply globally. Increasingly, global shortages are interrupting supply of medicines that are the mainstay of treatment for some of the most prevalent health conditions in the Australian community. Recently, global shortages have interrupted the supply of medicines for high blood pressure and diabetes, and medicines for mental health conditions such as depression, bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. These reforms, agreed with the medicines industry, will ensure that manufacturers are better placed to compete for supply of these medicines in the global medicines market and hold greater reserve supplies to buffer the Australian market when interruptions occur. The reforms are critical to ensuring the continuity of access that is so important to the proper treatment and management of common medical conditions. The agreements with the medicines industry strike a balance between affordable access for Australians, a PBS that is sustainable over the long term, and providing the Australian medicines industry the right conditions for it to thrive, launch new and innovative medical treatments in Australia and provide reliable supply. The agreements support the medicines industry in a number of ways. They do this, one, by recognising the importance to business that they have certainty about government pricing policy settings. Two, by committing to reinvest savings from the agreements in the PBS. And three, by supporting industry investment in supply chain redundancies with stable and once-off higher subsidised prices for medicines most at risk of global medicines shortages. These enhancements to the PBS, agreed between the government and the medicines industry, are to be delivered through amendments to the National Health Act of 1953, made by the National Health Amendment enhancing the PBS bill. The legislative amendments of these landmark agreements are in addition to the significant policy and process reforms committed to in the strategic agreements with Medicines Australia and the GBMA, which include at least $5 billion of uncapped new investment in PBS medicines listing over the life of the agreement, which consists of the PBS New Medicines Funding Guarantee, a landmark initiative of and in itself, and the reinvestment of efficiencies agreed with the sector. This is designed to make sure that that which occurred in 2011 when the previous government stopped the listing of new medicines recommended by the PBAC never occurs again. The co-design and implementation of an enhanced consumer engagement process to better capture the patient voice early in the medicines assessment process. Ongoing timely access to medicines through a review of Australia's already world-leading health technology assessment, or HTA, policy and methods to support its continuous improvement. A horizon scanning forum to ensure Australians have early access to breakthrough treatments, commitments to policy stability and predictability for the industry and government. These landmark agreements also build on the government's strong record on the PBS, which is demonstrated through the 7th Community Pharmacy Agreement, the 7th CPA, between the Australian Government, the Pharmacy Guild of Australia and the Pharmaceutical Society of Australia, signed in June of 2020. The related improvements to the pharmaceutical wholesaler arrangements designed with the National Pharmaceutical Services Association, or NPSA, and enacted through the 7th CPA. The savings under the new agreement are to be delivered through improved statutory price reductions that will apply to brands upon the 5th, 10th and 15th anniversary of a drug listing on the PBS and when the first new brand of a medicine lists on the PBS. The new anniversary price reductions in the bill will apply. 1. A 5% reduction to brands of a drug on the 5th anniversary of the drug being listed on the PBS. 2. A further 5% reduction to brands of a drug on the 10th anniversary of the drug being listed on the PBS. And 3. A 26.1% price reduction to brands of a drug on the 15th anniversary of the drug being listed on the PBS. This will increase to 30% on 1 April 2027 for drugs that meet their 15th anniversary in the year to that day. 4. Catch-up price reductions for medicines that have already been listed for 15 years and have not had these new price reductions apply. Under current legislation, a company seeking to list the first new brand of a drug on the PBS that is bioequivalent or biosimilar to an existing PBS-listed brand of the drug must agree to list at an ex-manufacturer price that is 25% lower than the ex-manufacturer price of the existing brand. These arrangements will continue but will not apply if the existing brand has taken a new 15-year anniversary or catch-up price reduction. The new statutory price reductions will be capped at 60% off the original listed price of the medicine. Under current legislation, the Minister can determine that anniversary and first new brand price reductions should be a lesser amount or not apply at all. These are important powers to ensure that the Minister can intervene if a legislated price reduction were to have an unintended adverse consequence, such as the withdrawal of an important medicine from the Australian market. These powers, which are currently legislated to cease after 1st of June 2022, will now continue. In 2019 and 2020, Mr Speaker, brands of over 500 PBS items were affected by medium to critical impact shortages, with medicines supplied by manufacturers for $4 or less per pack being the most susceptible. The amendments in the bill will give effect to commitments from the medicines industry made in the agreement to invest in holding greater stocks of medicines most at risk of global shortage and invest in greater supply chain resilience. In return, the PBS subsidised prices of those brands will be maintained at a sufficient level to support industry investment in greater stock holdings and ensure that manufacturers are better placed to secure supply in the competitive global medicines market. The amendments will require manufacturers from 1 July 2023 to keep in stock in Australia at least 4 months of their usual demand for any brand that is protected from further price reductions and 6 months of usual demand for any brand where the ex-manufacturer portion of PBS subsidy is increased. This will cover over 600 PBS items when it commences, including nearly all PBS brands that have an ex-manufacturer price of $4 or less, which are most susceptible to medicine shortages. In other words, guaranteeing medicines for those most at risk and most in need. The government and the medicines industry have agreed that the PBS should, in future, only subsidise brands supplied by manufacturers that maintain the required stock holdings and employ business models that support long-term reliable supply. To that end, the amendments in the bill will provide the Minister with express powers to make up PBS listing decisions to ensure that this occurs. One sec. Continuing on, Mr Speaker, the amendments will provide the Minister with powers to remove any brand or refuse to list any brand supplied by a manufacturer if that manufacturer is not maintaining the required stocks of their PBS-listed brands in Australia. And for PBS-listed brands that have an approved ex-manufacturer price that is less than $4 and are protected from further price reduction, the amendments will provide the Minister with power to remove any brand or to refuse to list any brand supplied by a manufacturer if the additional Commonwealth investment for those brands that is intended to support supply is instead used by the manufacturer to provide discounts to supply chain customers. In making such a decision, the amendments also provide for the Minister to take into account the extent to which supply could be compromised in these circumstances and any other relevant matter which would include any potential impact of a decision to remove a brand from the PBS. Mr Speaker, the investments by the medicines industry in additional stock holdings and improved supply chain risk management and will be supported by the introduction of a new price reduction floor. The amendments in the bill therefore will prevent PBS-listed brands that have an approved ex-manufacturer price less than $4 from taking any further price reductions. The amendments in the bill will also prevent further price reductions to brands that have an approved ex-manufacturer price that is more than $4 when it is likely that further price disclosure reductions will be detrimental to reliable supply and where it is clear through market behaviour that significant discounting is no longer occurring. In recognition of the already low margins of brands that have an ex-manufacturer price less than $3.50, the increased frequency of shortages for medicines in this category and the additional cost to manufacturers in holding greater stocks of these brands, the subsidised prices of these brands will be increased. The amendments in the bill provide for one-off increases to PBS subsidy for brands that have an approved ex-manufacturer price that is less than $3.50. Brands with an approved ex-manufacturer price that is less than $2 will be adjusted to $2.50. Brands with an approved ex-manufacturer price that is more than $2 will be adjusted by 50 cents to a maximum of $3.50. In conclusion, the amendments in the bill will deliver a number of enhancements and improvements to the operation of the PBS for the benefit of patients, taxpayers and the medicines industry. Delivery of a program such as the PBS relies on close partnerships with the medicines business that support it. The amendments in the bill reflect the outcome of extensive negotiations and could not have been possible without the strong collaborative partnership between the Australian government and the medicines industry. I particularly want to thank the negotiation teams from Medicines Australia, the Generic and Biosimilar Medicines Association and my department, who have demonstrated incredible commitment to achieving this fantastic outcome. That will benefit all parties and put the PBS on the best possible footing to meet future challenges. In particular, Mr Speaker, I would like to thank Liz de Soma and Anna Lavelle from Medicines Australia, and Jane Holton, Marnie Peterson and Dennis Bastis from the Generic and Biosimilar Medicines Association for their hard work, creativity and ingenuity that they've contributed to the new strategic agreements and the innovative reforms in this bill. From the Department of Health, I want to thank Penny Shakespeare, Adriana Platona, Nikolai Saigonov and Daniel Shaston for their extraordinary and unstinting work around the clock. And from my own office, I want to thank Sam Devlin and Belinda McInerney for their extraordinary work. They, along with the departmental leaders and all of their teams, literally sometimes have worked around the clock through the night in preparing the documents, in helping to solve the problems. And the net result of all of this is lower prices for Australians, better stocks and guaranteed medicines for Australians, and more medicines through reinvestment of these savings in bringing on earlier and faster, newer medicines for Australians. And that is literally the definition of a win-win-win. Ultimately, the Australian government and its commitment to the PBS is rock solid. It is one of the proud articles of faith of this side of the House. It is a commitment we have had, and whether it's new listings for cardiac, cancer, for genetic conditions or so many others, each time we list a new medicine, we know that that is one of the reasons we are in government. And in that context, the reforms provided for by the amendment in this bill reflect this commitment and will ensure that the PBS will continue to meet the needs of Australians well into the future. Sometimes the term landmark is overused. On this occasion, this truly is landmark legislation to guarantee the supply of and access to medicines for Australians into the future. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Paterson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Financial Accountability Regime Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Treasurer, I present the Financial Accountability Regime Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill, the Financial Sector Reform (Hain Royal Commission Response number 3 close bracket Bill 2021, and the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Bill 2021, and the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy bracket Collection close bracket Bill 2021. That's quite
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide for a strengthened accountability framework for financial entities in the banking, insurance and superannuation industries and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, the Financial Accountability Regime Bill 2021 establishes the financial accountability regime which replaces and extends the Banking Executive Accountability Regime, following a number of recommendations from the Financial Services Royal Commission. The bill underscores the government's commitment to take action in response to the Royal Commission, which uncovered too many instances of misconduct across the financial sector and highlighted that industry practices were too often not meeting community expectations. The new financial accountability regime extends the existing banking sector responsibility and accountability framework to the insurance and superannuation sector. The regime ensures that where misconduct occurs and financial institutions act below community expectations, appropriate consequences will follow. I would now like to turn to the provisions of the bill. The regime imposes heightened accountability obligations for prudentially regulated financial institutions, meaning banks, insurers and superannuation entities. These institutions are referred to as accountable entities in the regime. The regime also regulates directors and the most senior and influential executives of accountable entities, referred to as accountable persons in the regime. The regime imposes 4 core sets of obligations. Firstly, accountable entities and accountable persons must conduct their business in a proper manner, which includes acting with honesty and integrity and with due skill, care and diligence, dealing with Australian Prudential Regulation Authority, APRA, and Australian Securities and Investment Commission, ASIC, in an open, constructive and cooperative way, preventing adverse impact on the accountable entity's prudential standing and preventing breaches of certain specified financial services laws by the accountable entity. Further, accountable entities must ensure clear identification of accountabilities for accountable persons in the organisation across key areas of operation and defer at least 40% of the variable remuneration of accountable persons for a minimum period of 4 years. Variable remuneration will be reduced where accountability obligations are breached. Ensuring there are financial consequences for accountable persons who do not meet their obligations will increase their focus on the long-term outcomes of their decisions. The regime will be supported by the imposition of notification obligations, which require accountable entities to provide APRA and ASIC with certain information, such as information relating to the responsibilities of their accountable persons or breaches of certain obligations by the accountable entities or their accountable persons. Both APRA and ASIC will jointly administer the regime. They will have the power to disqualify accountable persons, investigate suspected breaches of the regime, direct entities to take remedial action and apply to the federal court to impose a penalty on accountable entities. The regime will commence from the 1st of July 2022 for banks and from the 1st of July 2023 for superannuation entities and insurers. And through this bill, the government is taking action to ensure that financial institutions operate in a manner that is consistent with community expectations. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum, and I commend this bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Patterson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. To the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Financial sector reform, Hayne Royal Commission response number 3, Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Treasurer, I present the Financial Sector Reform (Hayne Royal Commission) response number 3 (close bracket) Bill 2021.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential amendments and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Financial Accountability Regime Act 2021 and to establish the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, the Financial Sector Reform (Hayne Royal Commission) response number 3 Bill 2021 is part of a package that delivers on 2 of the remaining key commitments made by the government in response to the Financial Services Royal Commission. Schedules 1 and 2 to the bill make minor and consequential amendments to various Commonwealth laws, including the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority Act 1998, Australian Securities and Investment Commission Act 2001 and other industry acts administered by APRA to support the new financial accountability regime and provide transitional arrangements relating to the repeal of the Banking Executive Accountability Regime, known as BEAR, under the Banking Act 1959. Schedule 3 to the bill establishes a financial services compensation scheme of last resort to compensate consumers where the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, AFCA, has made a determination in their favour that remains unpaid. This bill is part of a package of 3 bills to establish and fund the Compensation Scheme of Last Resort, the CSLR. The 2017 Ramsay Review of the Financial System External Dispute Resolution Framework noted that existing redress arrangements are inadequate to ensure all consumers and small businesses are compensated for losses. The Ramsay Review recommended the establishment of an industry-funded and forward-looking CSLR that targets the areas of the financial sector with the greatest evidence of need. This was supported by Recommendation 7.1 of the Royal Commission into misconduct in the banking, superannuation and financial services industry. The bill establishes a CSLR consistent with the recommendations of the Ramsay Review and extending the scheme beyond personal advice failures. In particular, the scheme will pay compensation to claimants with an unpaid AFCA determination relating to the following 4 financial products or services: personal advice on relevant financial products to retail clients, credit intermediation, securities dealing and credit provision up to a cap of $150,000, which is consistent with the caps in operation under similar schemes in other jurisdictions. The $150,000 compensation cap also balances the provision of compensation to claimants with scheme sustainability for those firms that are not responsible for the misconducts giving rise to the compensation being claimed, but are nevertheless being required to pay for it. Under the scheme, after a claimant has notified AFCA that their determination remains unpaid, AFCA will be required, where appropriate, to take steps to ensure the AFCA member pays the compensation owed. A defining element of the CSLR is that it would only provide compensation as a last resort where no other schemes are available to do so. The operator of the scheme will confirm that no other statutory arrangement, including a relevant state or territory statutory arrangement, is able to pay all or part of the determination. If the CSLR compensates a claimant in relation to an eligible unpaid AFCA determination, ASIC will be required to cancel the financial firm's Australian Financial Service Licence and/or Australian Credit Licence. This will incentivise licensees to meet their obligations in relation to AFCA determinations. It will also deter licensees from seeing the CSLR as an opportunity to avoid meeting those obligations. The operator of the CSLR will be a subsidiary of AFCA, limited by guarantee, and operate on a not-for-profit basis. The scheme operator must administer the scheme in accordance with primary legislation and regulations and will be overseen by a board with an independent chair appointed by the Minister. with the AFCA chair. Sorry, let me say that again. The scheme operator must administer the scheme in accordance with primary legislation and regulations and will be overseen by a board with an independent chair appointed by the minister, the AFCA chair, and an actuary with at least 5 years' experience in actuarial analysis. Finally, the Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations was notified in relation to the bill as required under the Corporations Agreement 2002. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum, and I commend the bill.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Paterson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
The Minister.
I don't have to on this one. I present the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy Bill 2021. Sorry.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose levy on persons relating to the AFCA scheme and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy Bill 2021 is one of two bills which form the levy framework for the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort, the CSLR. The framework imposes a levy on relevant industry entities to fund the CSLR on an ongoing basis. As an annual levy to be first issued in January 2022 will raise the funds needed to operate the CSLR in advance of the financial year in which claims are to be paid. The annual levy will be payable by entities who are members of a subsector that provides financial services that are within the scope of the CSLR. The annual levy will cover the costs of administering the CSLR, including compensation amounts payable to applicants, associated Australian Financial Complaints Authorities, AFCA, complaint handling fees and ongoing administrative costs for the CSLR operator and the Australian Securities and Investment Commission, ASIC. The method to determine the exact amount of annual levy payable by the relevant industry entities who are members of a subsector will be prescribed in regulations and will be proportional to their size and draw on concepts already in place for similar calculations in the ASIC industry funding model. Accounts to be paid by subsectors under the levy framework will be subject to caps. A cap of $10 million will apply for individual subsectors and is designed to provide assurance to relevant financial market sectors about the maximum amount expected to be levied. The overall scheme cap, which is the total amount that can be levied across industry in a single year, is $250 million. This amount is designed to allow the scheme to respond to significant and unforeseen black swan events, such as the failure of a large financial firm, if they arise. In addition to the annual levy, the levy framework provides for a one-off levy to be imposed in the 2022-23 financial year to fund compensation and costs expected to be payable for complaints lodged with AFCA by the date the bills were introduced into the House of Representatives. The one-off levy will be payable by the 10 largest financial sector entities, excluding private health insurers and superannuation trustees. More broadly, the levy framework provides the Minister with flexibility to respond to higher than expected outlays, including black swan events, by issuing special levies to in-scope and out-of-scope firms. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Paterson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Paterson. The question is resumption of debate in an order day for next day of sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it.
I present the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy, Collection Bill 2021.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide for the collection of levy imposed on persons relating to the AFCA scheme and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy (bracket Collection) close bracket Bill 2021 is one of the two bills which form the levy framework for the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort, the CSLR. The framework imposes a levy on relevant industry entities to fund the CSLR on an ongoing basis. The levies consisted of an annual levy to be collected in advance of the financial year in which claims are to be paid, and starting from January 2023, and a one-off levy to be imposed in the 2022-23 financial years. Under the levy framework, the CSLR operator estimates the compensation and Australian Financial Complaints Authority complaint handling costs to be paid out in the next financial year, as well as the costs of administering the scheme. These estimates then determine the total amount of levy to be paid by each subsector to meet expected outlays in the next financial year. The Australian Securities and Investment Commission, ASIC, will be responsible for issuing levy notices and collecting all levies imposed under the CSLR levy framework. The bill provides ASIC with a range of powers to support its administration of the levy. These powers include the ability to seek information from relevant firms for the purpose of correctly calculating the firm's levy, the ability to impose penalties for late payment, and the ability to impose a shortfall penalty where incorrect information has been provided. Full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Patterson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Patterson. The question is that resumption of debate be made order day for next sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 4, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Participant Service Guarantee and Other Measures Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Employment, Workforce, Skills, Small Business and Family Business, I present the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, open bracket Participant Service Guarantee and Other Measures, close bracket Bill 2021, and the explanatory memorandum. I'm on to it now.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, thanks for the interjections. Mr Speaker, this bill implements the Morrison government's commitment to a focus on improving the experience and outcomes of people with disability who engage with the National Disability Insurance Scheme, the NDIS. This bill is the product of extensive consultation. The 2019 review of the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013, known as the NDIS Act, undertaken by Mr David Tune, AO PSM, the Tune Review, made recommendations to improve the participant experience, including new standards and processes to support the delivery of the Participant Service Guarantee. 14 of these recommendations will be implemented through amendments presented in this bill, as well as through new and amendment NDIS rules. Building on the extensive consultation undertaken during the Tune Review, the government sought input from the disability sector on this bill through an exposure draft period, in which 313 submissions from individuals and organisations were received. While the majority of feedback was positive, there were a number of small but important issues raised across the submissions. The government listened to this feedback and amended the bill prior to introduction. Significantly, this bill delivers on the Morrison government's election commitment by bringing a new participant service guarantee into law. The guarantee will mean that the National Disability Insurance Agency, NDIA, must make decisions about a person's access to the scheme and their plans within certain timeframes. The guarantee will also require the NDIA to meet specific service standards when working with people with disability and their families and carers. The NDIA will need to report on how well it is delivering each part of the participant service guarantee, and the Commonwealth Ombudsman will be given powers to independently monitor and report to the government on how well the NDIA is improving the participant experience. This will provide greater clarity and transparency around decision-making, improving the experience for participants, their families and carers. The bill adds 3 important additional general principles guiding actions under the Act. The first recognises that people with disability are central to the NDIS and should be included in co-design of the scheme. The second gives recognition and respect to the relationship between people with disability and their carers. The third is the right to a diverse and sustainable market for disability supports, so NDIS participants can exercise choice and control over these supports. This bill also provides the NDIA with additional flexibility to assist participants where market challenges may otherwise prevent them from accessing supports. The bill enables the NDIA to provide funding for early intervention supports to children under 7 as soon as possible. These changes give effect, in part, to recommendations 13 and 17 of the Tune Review and ensure that participants have timely access to much-needed supports. The bill is focused on making the NDIS experience better and more streamlined for participants. In response to a key concern of participants and Tune Review Recommendation 21, the NDIA will now be able to make quick changes to plans without needing to go through a full plan review. This will make it easier and faster for participants to get their NDIS supports. It will also be particularly helpful when a quote is needed for a support and will mean adding the quoted amounts to the plan will not result in a full plan review. This bill clarifies that an episodic or fluctuating psychosocial disability can be considered permanent. It gives more protection to participants who want to use a registered plan management provider and adds flexibility to how payments are made under the NDIS, enabling the NDIA to make direct payments on behalf of participants, in addition to current payment methods. Another demonstration of how this bill puts people with disability at the centre of the NDIS is the revised criteria for appointing members to the NDIA board. The revised criteria ensures that at least one person with disability or lived experience of disability is on the board, putting them at the centre of the scheme's decision-making. An important aspect of this bill is that it will tidy up the legislation and make sure the law is up to date. This bill will delete provisions relating to things that have already happened, such as the trial and transition phases of the NDIS rollout. These are no longer relevant because the NDIS is available across all of Australia. Importantly, these changes will not impact people with disability. Sitting alongside the NDIS legislation are the NDIS rules. Together, they make up the NDIS legislative framework. As the bill changes the existing NDIS Act to make the NDIS more flexible and responsive, the government is also proposing to update the NDIS rules to give further effect to these proposals. The government is proposing to create 2 NDIS rules. These are 1. The Participant Service Guarantee Rules, and 2. The Plan Administration Rules, which will include the new plan variation powers. The Participant Service Guarantee Rules will give effect to Recommendation 25 of the Tune Review by setting timeframes for key NDIS processes, including access decisions, plan approvals and plan reassessments. These rules will also set engagement principles and service standards for how the NDIA works alongside people with disabilities. Importantly, these rules will also set details for the reporting and monitoring of the participant service guarantee. The plan administration rules will give effect to recommendations 17, 20 and 21 of the Tune Review by outlining when the NDIA can vary a plan without requiring a full plan reassessment or the creation of a new plan. These rules also outline when the NDIA will compensate a planned reassessment and when the NDIA can enter into alternative funding arrangements to help participants access their supports. The plan administration rules will also set out how and when NDIS funding is paid, the record-keeping requirements for funding by both participants and NDIS providers, and specifies when a participant may leave Australia without impacting their NDIS funding, such as if a participant takes holiday or studies overseas. The government is also proposing to amend 2 existing NDIS rules to reflect the amendments contained within this bill. These rules are the 1. National Disability Insurance Scheme becoming a participant rules 2016 and 2. The National Disability Insurance Scheme Plan Management rules of 2013. The becoming a participant rules will be amended to reflect the provision in the bill and recommendation 8 of the Tune Review by setting out when a psychosocial disability may be regarded as permanent when someone is applying for the NDIS. The rules also remove information relating solely to the trial and transition period, including arrangements for each state and territory. The plan management rules will allow the NDIA to determine that a particular provider must not provide supports. This will protect participants from risks to their well-being and poor outcomes, and provide additional protections from providers and conflicts of interest, and providers exercising undue influence over participants. The plan management rules will also outline factors giving rise to unreasonable risks for a participant to manage their own NDIS plan. This provides participants with the same protections as participants who want to use a registered plan management provider or have their NDIS funding managed by a plan nominee or child representative. Lastly, the government is proposing to update 3 NDIS rules to tidy them up and make sure they are up to date. These rules are the 1. National Disability Insurance Children Rules 2013, 2. National Disability Insurance Scheme Nominees Rule 2013 and 3. National Disability Insurance Scheme Specialist Disability Accommodation Rules of 2020. The Children Rules and Nominee Rules will be updated to give effect to Recommendation 27C of the Tune Review by reflecting best practice drafting standards, removing unnecessary repetition and correcting drafting errors. An existing definition will be moved into the Specialist Disability Accommodation Rules, but there is no change to existing policy relating to eligibility to receive support or funding for specialist disability accommodation. The NDIS Act sets out the conditions under which NDIS rules can be made, including the level of agreement required by state and territory governments. Each of the NDIS rules outlined will be considered by states, territories and the Australian government in line with their joint responsibility for managing and funding the NDIS. In summary, this bill is the culmination of the representations from the disability sector, dedication from state and territory disability ministers to improving the scheme, and the Australian government's ongoing commitment to improving the experience for participants, their families and their carers. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Patterson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Thank the member for Patterson. The question is resumption of debate on order day for next day sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Notice number 5. Electoral Legislation Amendment Contingency Measures Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Special Minister of State, I present the Electoral Legislation Amendment Contingency Measures Bill of 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
You sign it.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections in respect of postal votes, adjournments and emergencies, and to provide for the application of the amendments.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker, today I introduce the Electoral Legislation Amendment Contingency Measures Bill of 2021. Elections are obviously a critical part of Australia's system of representative government. It's vital to the continuing success of Australia's democracy that Australians are able to participate in the electoral process and exercise their franchise safely, whatever the situation. The bill future-proofs the Commonwealth Electoral Act by enabling the Australian Electoral Commission, the AEC, to duly conduct elections in situations where a Commonwealth emergency declaration is in place. The measures in this bill respond to the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters report of the inquiry on the future conduct of elections operating during times of emergency situations. This morning I also tabled the government's response to the report. The bill introduces the power for the Electoral Commissioner to make limited operational modifications to the Electoral Act by legislative instrument where a Commonwealth emergency law is in force to a region or sub-region covered by the emergency law. The modification powers granted to the Electoral Commissioner are limited to the following in the specific emergency area: expanding the grounds on which a person can apply for a postal or pre-poll vote, extending the period during which applications for pre-poll votes may be made to a pre-poll voting officer, adjusting the number of scrutineers a group of candidates is entitled to be represented by at a Senate scrutiny being undertaken in an emergency area. Deputy Speaker, the bill also enables the Electoral Commissioner to allow persons to travel or be present for campaigning activities within 100 kilometres of a polling place and actions under the Electoral Act such as the ballot draw or attend the scrutiny. These modification powers can only be exercised when a Commonwealth emergency law is in force and the emergency interferes with the safe conduct of an election. Modifications will also be limited to the specific geographical area affected by the emergency. The specified area can be a subset of the area affected by the emergency law. Before making a modification, the Electoral Commissioner will be required to notify the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in writing, including the reasons why any modifications are considered necessary. Deputy Speaker, the Electoral Commissioner will also be required to publish the legislative instrument detailing these modifications on the AEC website, as well as the Federal Register of Legislation. The modification power can only be in effect for as long as the Commonwealth emergency law is in force or until the return of the writs for the election, whichever occurs first. The bill amends the existing power to adjourn or temporarily suspend the polling by uplifting the decision-making authority from the presiding officer of each polling place to the Electoral Commissioner. The amendment aligns the power to temporarily suspend or adjourn polling with the decision-making authority of the Electoral Commissioner, reflecting the significance of the decision to adjourn or suspend polling as a measure of last resort. Where polling has been adjourned, the commencement of the scrutiny of House of Representatives votes for that division will be delayed until the close of polls for the adjourned polling place. While the scrutiny of Senate ballots can proceed, the release of any information about the Senate election in a division where polling has been adjourned will also be prohibited. This prohibition is lifted following the close of polls at the adjourned polling. This is to protect the integrity of the election result by ensuring that electors can cast their vote free from the influence of any indicative results which may otherwise have been released. The bill also provides additional flexibility for the AEC when printing postal vote certificates to assist in managing the heightened demand for postal votes along with supply chain disruptions that can occur in emergency situations. The bill amends the deadline for the receipt of postal vote applications from the Wednesday 3 days before polling day to the Tuesday 4 days before polling. This will provide extra time for the delivery of postal vote ballot papers to electors to ensure they can vote on or before polling day. Deputy Speaker, these amendments safeguard electors' ability to cast a postal vote in an emergency situation if they're unable to attend a polling place. These amendments will assist the AEC to conduct safe, efficient and timely elections, Deputy Speaker, and ensure continued public confidence in Australian elections. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Paterson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Thank the member for Paterson. The question is, resumption of debate be made an order day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 6, Electoral Legislation Amendment, Voter Integrity Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Special Minister of State, I present the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Voter Integrity Bill of 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums in respect of voter identification and to provide for application of the amendments.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker, I introduce the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Voter Integrity Bill of 2021. The bill amends the Commonwealth Electoral Act and Referendum Machinery Provisions Act of 1984 to implement the government's response to voting identification recommendations arising from the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, JSCEM, inquiries into the conduct of recent elections. The bill will further improve public confidence in the integrity of Australian elections and reduce the risk of fraud in the form of voter impersonation by requiring voters to present identification documentation prior to receiving a ballot paper during pre-polling and at polling locations on polling day. The measures in this bill will bring Australia into line with voter identification practices of other liberal democracies, such as Canada and Sweden, and with other everyday activities in Australia that require proof of identification, such as driving, opening a bank account or collecting a parcel from the post office.
Order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The bill changes the existing requirement under the Electoral Act and Referendum Act for a voter to identify their name and address verbally to a requirement to provide a proof of identity document. The bill includes a broad range of options for voters to verify their identity by proof of identity document, including current photographic ID such as a driver's licence, passport or proof of age card, government-issued identification card or documentation such as a Medicare card, birth certificate, citizenship certificate or AEC-issued enrolment confirmation notice, recent proof of name such as a utilities account statement, taxation notice of assessment, bank account statement, mobile phone account notice, a credit card or debit card, a document issued by an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander Land Council or native title body. Deputy Speaker, these forms of proof of identity can also be provided in an electronic form, such as a digital driver's licence on a mobile phone. No voter will be denied a vote because they do not have a proof of identity document. These two options for voters who do not have a proof of identity document when they go to vote, the voter can have their identity attested to by another person who has a proof of identity document using an approved form, or the voter will be issued with a declaration vote. An attester to the identity of another vote must show a proof of identity document to a polling official. They must also complete an approved form which records the attester's full name, enrolled address, details of the identity document utilised and the name of the voter whose identity is being attested. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Both the attester and the voter must sign the approved form. The form is to be retained as evidence by the AEC in case of any suspected instance of multiple voting. There are already checks and balances used by the AEC to verify the identity of a person casting a declaration vote, as well as safeguards to prevent multiple voting. It's also consistent with other everyday activities that require proof of identification, such as driving, opening a bank account or collecting
Order. Enough, please, Minister.
collecting a parcel from the post office, Deputy Speaker. Collecting a parcel from the post office. To ensure privacy is protected, a voter's proof of identity document must be used by the AEC to establish a voter's identity. Deputy Speaker, the requirement to present a proof of identity document will not apply to electronically assisted voting, otherwise known as telephone voting, or used by vision-impaired voters and Antarctic electors. Postal voting, as a form of declaration voting, with its own rigorous preliminary scrutiny processes, will also be exempt from these requirements. The bill will also replicate amendments to the Electoral Act in the Referendum Act to maintain consistency between the two acts. Deputy Speaker, the government has committed additional funding of $5.6 million to the AEC to implement these measures, including communication and community engagement activities to inform voters about electoral participation with these new requirements. These charges will help to safeguard the integrity of Australian elections and referendums by reducing the potential for voter impersonation and provide additional assurance to Australia's free and fair elections. I commend the bill to the House, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Watson.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned, and I ask that the question on the adjournment and the relisting of the item be put separately.
Question is that the motion be agreed to? No, sorry. The question is that the debate be adjourned. All those opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The second question is that the resumption of the debate be made on all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Oh. The Manager of Opposition Business.
I move that all words after that be deleted and the following words be inserted, that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the first sitting after the 1st of January 2023. And the effect of this is simple. The effect of this motion is to put beyond the next election an attempt on the eve of an election to deny people a vote. Let's not mince words about this, what this is about. We know what exactly this is. This is about undermining support for the democracy here. It's about the exact tactics that we saw from Donald Trump. That's what this government's doing. They wait for the eve of an election. They wait for the final months leading up to an election, and one of their far right-wing ideas to try to deny people a vote, they whack it in front of the parliament right now. Let's make no mistake about who gets affected by this. People who are homeless, who are poor, get affected by this. People who live in remote communities get affected by this. People who are elderly, who have given up their driver's licence, get affected by this. Everybody who then turns up and sees endless queues on polling day gets affected by this, and there is one outcome. The government is trying to make sure that fewer people vote. Well, we happen to have a bit of faith in the Australian people, and our position is really simple. We want Australians to vote in Australian elections. That didn't used to be controversial, but in the last 24 hours, eve of an election, they decided that's going to be a partisan point. Well, if you want to go to the next election telling Australians you want barriers between them and the ballot box, you're making it clear right here, right now. And the Prime Minister, about to scoot off overseas, leaves this until the last day, because everything about this is about denying scrutiny. It's a desperate attempt to undermine the democracy we have in Australia. What is the problem you're trying to solve?
after the last election, after millions of Australians voted, the AEC then do the check to work out if there was a problem with the integrity. Guess how many people ended up being prosecuted? Zero. Zero. So for the sake of fixing a problem involving no Australians, they want to stand in the way of thousands of Australians voting. This should be put off till well after the election.
I thank the member for the opposition business. Is the amendment seconded? The member for Lingiari.
Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, let's be very, very clear about this. This is just an exercise in voter suppression. Nothing more, nothing less. It's designed to deny Australians their legitimate right to vote in our democracy.
No point.
It's a part of a piece, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have railed in this chamber on a number of occasions about the way in which this government has dealt with people in trying to enrol to vote, Mr Deputy Speaker, where they're attempting to deny people the right to enrol, let alone get a vote. And what we're seeing now is a second part of that piece. We've denied the right to vote by not having you enrolled, and now what we want to do is make sure you don't, when you turn up to the voting place, you don't get to exercise your right to vote in our democracy. That's what this is about. And I'm sick to the back teeth. I've been here 33 bloody years, and I've never seen anything like this. It's racist, it's discriminatory, and it's all about suppression. Don't shake your head, because that's what it's about. You have no idea. You have no idea. I know what will happen in my electorate, Mr Deputy Speaker, where people in remote communities will turn up to the polling booth to vote, if they're lucky enough to be on the roll, and be told, do you have an piece of identification? No. Does the person next to you have a piece of identification? No. Well, they can't tell you, they can't say to you that they can verify your identification because they don't have their own. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a farce, an absolute assault on our democracy.
I thank the member for Lingiari. The question is that the amendment moved by the Manager of Opposition be disagreed to. All those opinions say aye. Aye. Yeah. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Let's ring the bells for 4 minutes. Brother.
Good idea.
Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left, and I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray tell us for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler tell us for the noes. Yeah. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 50. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. So the question now is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seat unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 50. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. That the House notes A. Voter fraud is a vanishingly small issue, to quote, according to...
Members on my right. The Minister for Education.
According to the Australian Electoral Commission. B.
Order. The Leader of the Opposition will just resume his seat. The Minister for Education will cease interjecting. Members on my left will cease interjecting. The member for Cooper. The Leader of the Opposition will begin again.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The House notes A. Voter fraud is a, quote, vanishingly small issue in Australia, according to the Australian Electoral Commission. B. There were no prosecutions for multiple voting at the last election. C. On the eve of an election, the Morrison-Joyce government is trying to ram through a bill to suppress the vote. D.
Members on both sides. The member for Sydney. The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
D. This is a desperate attempt to undermine our strong democracy and deny Australians their basic democratic rights. E. The Morrison-Joyce government is trying to bring the politics and tactics of Trump's America into Australian democracy. And F, the bill will mean Australians who vote in the next election will spend even more of their weekend waiting in long lines stretching around the block to vote. And 2, discharges Government Business Notice number 6 relating to the Electoral Legislation Amendment Voter Integrity Bill 2021 from the notice paper.
Is leave granted? The Leader of the House.
Leave is not granted.
The Leader of the Opposition.
I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Leader of the Opposition from moving the following motion immediately. That the House, 1, notes
A. Voter fraud is a vanishingly small issue in Australia according to the Australian Electoral Commission. B. There were no prosecutions for multiple voting at the last election. C. On the eve of an election, the Morrison-Joyce government is trying to ram through a bill to suppress the vote. D. This is a desperate attempt to undermine our strong democracy and deny Australians their basic democratic rights. E. The Morrison-Joyce government is trying to bring the politics and tactics of Trump's America into Australian democracy. And F. The bill will mean Australians who vote in the next election will spend even more of their weekend waiting in long lines stretching around the block to vote. And 2. Discharges Government Business Notice number 6 relating to the Electoral Legislation Amendment Voter Integrity Bill 2021 from the notice paper. Our Prime Minister was the only world leader who didn't condemn those attacks on the Capitol building.
The Leader of the House has the call.
Mr Speaker, I move the member be no longer heard.
The question is the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Member for Whitlam. Lock the doors. Question is the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. What the honourable members for Nichols and Gray tell us for the ayes, and the honourable members for Lawler and Werriwa tell us for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 51. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. Is the motion seconded? The member for Lingiari.
Speaker, this is a shameful attempt to undermine the democratic rights of Australians to vote.
The member for
it's a shameful,
Lingiari
gutless
will
attempt
resume
at
his seat. The Leader of the House.
The member be no longer heard.
Question is the member for Lingiari be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 51. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question is the motion be disagreed to. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
They don't want people voting because they are scared of the election.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move the motion be put.
Question is the motion be put. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Minister for Education will cease interjecting. And he mightn't be aware his mask is not on properly. Lock the doors. Question is the motion be put. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 51. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Again, in this successive division, members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 56, noes 50. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative.
Well done, boys.
We're just about to resume business, so if members can either find their seats or find their way out, that would help the chamber. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 7, Electoral Legislation Amendment, Assurance of Senate Counting Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Special Minister of State, I present the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Assurance of Senate Counting Bill of 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, the bill for an act to amend the law relating to Senate elections in respect of scrutiny.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I introduce the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Assurance of Senate Counting Bill of 2021. This bill responds to recommendations from the Joint Standing Committee on electoral matters report on the conduct of the 2016 federal election and matters related thereto, and amends the Commonwealth Electoral Act of 1918 to assure the security, accuracy and transparency of the computerised scrutiny of Senate votes. The bill also makes technical amendments to streamline the process for counting Senate ballots in computerised scrutiny and to clarify the procedure for resolving ties between candidates. The bill requires the Electoral Commissioner to arrange for a security risk assessment of the systems used for the computerised scrutiny of votes in a Senate election. The assessment must be conducted by an independent provider who is accredited by the Australian Signals Directorate. The assessment must be conducted before a Senate election, and following the assessment of the Electoral Commissioner must publish a statement on the AEC's website advising of its completion. The bill further requires the Electoral Commissioner to assure the accuracy of the computerised scrutiny of Senate votes by arranging a statistically significant sample of ballot papers to be checked during the course of the scrutiny at each counting centre. This will compare the electronic data captured by the computerised count with physical ballot papers. The Electoral Commissioner must publish the methodology to be used for the ballot sampling process and the process used for the reconciling preferences before the election, as well as the outcomes of the sampling process after the election. The ballot sampling process is not part of the scrutiny for the election. However, for transparency, scrutineers may inspect this process. Candidate scrutineers play an important role in ensuring the transparency and integrity of Australia's electoral system. This bill grants scrutineers the right to request a physical ballot paper to be recalled during the computerised scrutiny of Senate votes in cases where the scrutineer makes a challenge that is unable to be resolved on the scanned computer image of the ballot paper. This will allow the challenge to be resolved on the original physical ballot paper. Only an Australian electoral officer, a Commonwealth statutory office holder, may refuse a scrutineer's request. This request can be refused only if it would unreasonably delay the scrutiny of votes due to multiple instances of frivolous or vexatious behaviour on account of the scrutineer, and where such behaviour could risk the return of the writs prior to the 1st of July commencement of Senate terms. Deputy Speaker, the bill also makes a technical amendment to how ties between continuing candidates in a Senate election are resolved. This is to address any unintended results that may occur in the rare case of a tie between 3 or more candidates. It also ensures that in instances where 2 or more candidates are in an unbreakable tie during the count, that the exclusion are determined by lot, as occurs in the House of Representatives. The bill further amends the Act to clarify that the bulk exclusion process is not required to be used in the computerised scrutiny process. The bulk exclusion process simplifies the manual counting of Senate ballot papers, but is unnecessary in a computerised count. To support transparency and public confidence in electoral outcomes, the bill requires the Electoral Commissioner to publish detailed data on votes and preferences in a Senate election within 7 days after the return of the writs. The bill also requires the Electoral Commissioner to arrange for an independent accuracy assessment of the counting software used in the computerised scrutiny of Senate votes. This highly technical assessment is to provide the public with confidence that the software used distributes preferences and counts votes in accordance with the processes set out in the Electoral Act. The Electoral Commissioner must publish a statement on the AEC's website advising the software accuracy assessment has been completed excuse me, and to advise whether the accuracy of the software has been assured to the appropriate standard. No more than 7 days before the election, the Electoral Commissioner must publicly verify that the software to be used in the computerised Senate scrutiny is the assured version and must further advise of any variations to the software within 7 days of the return of the writ. Deputy Speaker, this bill demonstrates the government's commitment to supporting voter confidence in election processes and the legitimacy of election results, which is essential to the integrity of Australia's democracy. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. I call the member.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate now be adjourned.
I thank the member. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those in agreement say aye. Those against no. Declare the motion carried. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 8, reference of bill to committee.
The Minister.
This is a Corporations Amendment. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Treasurer, I move that the Corporations Amendment, Improving Outcomes for Litigation Funding Participants Bill 2021, be referred to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services for inquiry and report by the 19th of November 2021.
Thank the Minister. Is the Minister seeking to speak to the motion? No? Okay, so the question is, as described by the Minister, that the Corporations Amendment Improving Outcomes for Litigation Funding Participants Bill 2021 be referred to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services for inquiry and report by 19 November 2021. All those in agreement say aye. Aye. Those against no. Declare the motion carried. And I give the call to Member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, I present the committee's report incorporating dissenting reports entitled Mobile Payment and Digital Wallet Financial Services, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member. Leave is granted, and I give the call to Member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, I rise today to present the committee's report of the inquiry into mobile payment and digital wallets financial services. Australia's payment ecosystem is of a foundational importance to Australia's economy and society, supporting around 55 million payments worth up to $650 billion each day. The system is highly complex and is evolving rapidly. New platforms and technologies are changing the ways in which consumers and businesses transact, with mobile payment predicted to become the most popular contactless way for Australians to pay by the end of 2021. A growing number of powerful multinational technology firms are playing increasingly central roles within Australia's payments architecture, often with little regulatory oversight. The global reach and market dominance of these so-called fintechs has left Australian businesses and consumers using their platforms and services with little influence and few opportunities to negotiate favourable agreements. The committee's self-referred inquiry began in March this year, aiming to explore these imbalances in bargaining power operating between providers of mobile payment digital wallet services and the merchants, vendors and consumers who rely upon them. The committee looked to assess the adequacy and performance of Australia's regulatory regime compared to the rest of the world and the implications of mobile payment and digital wallets for competition and consumer protection. The committee received 23 public submissions as well as a range of confidential correspondence and answers to questions on notice. Public hearings were held on the 26th and 27th of July of this year. The committee found that much of the existing legislation governing the payment space is predicated on outstanding structures and systems, while the effectiveness of the multitude of regulators covering the payments ecosystem has been undermined by outdated concepts of what constitutes a payment platform. These gaps have allowed some of the most important players in the system to operate outside the reach of our regulators. The committee therefore recommends the Department of Treasury report to Parliament on gaps in the current self-regulatory model and provide policy advice on the merits of regulating payment platform providers as participants in the payments ecosystem. The committee also calls for the definition of a payments system within key regulations to be expanded to encompass new and emerging payments technologies, and recommends the Reserve Bank of Australia be given additional powers to request information from mobile payment platform providers related to their fees and costs. Evidence before the committee suggested that anti-competitive practices such as restricting third-party access to key technology may be jeopardising consumer choice, stifling innovation and driving up payment costs. Equally, the breadth of access to sensitive consumer information concentrated in technology companies and the potential for misuse of transaction data concerned the committee. As such, the report recommends that the current inquiry by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission into Apple Pay consider these matters as part of their investigations. The committee also heard extensive evidence on least cost routing, a process which merchants route transactions through the card scheme that attracts the lowest costs. This capability is not currently supported for mobile payments, often driving up the costs of acceptance for merchants and ultimately consumers. The committee welcomed further attention from regulatory agencies on this issue, but at this time remains unconvinced that legislation is required to mandate least cost routing for mobile payments. Throughout the inquiry, it was emphasised to the committee that the rapid evolution of Australia's payments ecosystem is likely to continue. The committee believes it is therefore critical that our legislation, regulators and regulatory approaches are nimble and flexible enough to adapt to the future of the sector. The committee considers first that legislation and regulations must be updated to keep pace with practice and become as technology neutral as possible. Second, that the coverage of existing voluntary codes of practice should be expanded and closely monitored. And third, that new powers should be vested in the government to allow it to designate firms as participants in the payment system to ensure they fall under the existing legislation. The committee would like to thank the individuals and organisations who contributed to this inquiry by preparing written submissions and giving evidence at public hearings, as well as I would like to single out the outstanding performance of this committee's secretariat, led by Patrick Hodder and Dr John Bell, Ash Clements, Shelby Bassett and Ellie Fionga, whose dedication this committee would not be able to do its work. I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member. Is the member seeking leave to make a statement on the report?
Yeah, I seek leave to make a short statement.
I thank the member. Is leave granted?
Yeah, leave's granted.
Thank you, Minister. The member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'll pick up where the Chair left off and acknowledge the good work of the Secretariat, and also thank the Chair for his leadership of the inquiry. I think everyone got a fair say and the evidence was robust and well tested. You said, Chair, this was a dissenting report. We tried to style it as dissenting comments in that the Labor members who've signed these dissenting comments agree with the vast bulk of the report and back in the comments that you've made, even in your tabling statement there. So I just want to outline on behalf of all Labor members and the Deputy Chair who can't be here today, Deputy Speaker, the 4 areas where we don't agree with the committee's findings and issue these dissenting comments. But overall the report's robust and the recommendations are supported. The first one relates to the government's poor track record. They are in their 9th year, and there is an optimistic sentence in the report at 473 where they say, the release of the Farrell Review, the committee is cautiously optimistic that the much-needed reforms are progressing. Well, Labor members of the committee don't share the government's unfounded optimism that urgently needed action on payments policy and regulation may finally happen. Whilst we may hope for action, the government is in its 9th year and they've received yet another review, but they haven't done anything with the years of reviews they've already had. During the time, as the Chair well outlined, the payments landscape has transformed rapidly with the rise of Google Pay, Apple Pay, Buy Now, Pay Later. It's been transformed in the terms of this government. But the government has received multiple reports over 8 years with increasingly urgent recommendations for change, Deputy Speaker, yet has implemented few to none of those reforms. The stored value facility recommendations, to use that as a case study, that was recommended to the Abbott government in the 2014 Financial System Murray inquiry, then again in the 2018 Productivity Commission report into competition and financial services, by the Council of Financial Regulators in 2020, and now the 2021 Farrell Review. The government's done nothing for 8 years with these recommendations, so excuse the Labor members if we don't share your optimism that now something might happen. And I do note Scott Farrell completed 2 previous inquiries for this government, the first of which has been responded to, but the government hasn't even responded to his previous inquiry received in October last year, released in December. So I think the context is important. But look, if something happens, that's terrific. The second point is the need to avoid the politicisation of payments regulation. Now, recommendation 1 of the report calls for Treasury to exhibit leadership, I quote, leadership in the payments space. We're not convinced that payments policy and regulation should be led by Treasury under this Treasurer. Now, we do agree that the Treasury clearly needs to enhance its capability and capacity to engage in this. The performance at the public hearings was woeful. It really was. But as the Chair's kindly written in the report, we'll sheet that home to the systemic issues in Treasury, not the poor bunnies who happened to appear on the day. But we do risk a very different approach under this Treasurer if payments policy is wrested off the Independent Reserve Bank of Australia, as the government is trying to do. You know, there's been media reports that the well-respected head of payments from the Reserve Bank has quit, that the government's looking to take the entire payments division from the Reserve Bank, where it's been, and put it under the political control of the Treasurer in the Treasury. Now, we've seen this Treasurer's decision-making record: delays, capriciousness, accommodation of vested interests close to the Liberal Party. He's again and again failed to put the interests of consumers first and ensure appropriate policy. So, in our view, significant regulatory changes are absolutely urgently needed in the payment space, no doubt, to set the system up for the future, and they may well need to be designed outside or at least with the Reserve Bank of Australia. The Reserve Bank is characterised by a very cautious, prudent, evolutionary culture. That's probably what you want in a Reserve Bank, and it might not be the best culture to do rapid policy change. But there may be benefit in allowing payments policy still to be led by an independent regulator or body outside the direct control of the Treasurer, and hence impervious to vested interests, lobbyists, rent-seeking behaviour and politicisation. The third point, and this is of great public interest, I know, Deputy Speaker, is access to Apple's NFC chip. It's a controversial issue which has vexed parliaments across the world and regulators. Government members conclude, I quote, "The committee does not recommend Apple be forced to grant direct operating system level third-party access to its NFC antenna at this time," going on to note the ACCC's examination of this issue now. Labor members, and we've thought about this carefully, we consider the onus needs to be reversed. This is really important. The default position should be a presumption of open access of critical hardware on reasonable commercial terms, and this should include Apple. Now, Parliament's no stranger to these regulatory issues, Deputy Speaker. Sectors such as the railways, telecommunications and ports have long had regulatory architecture and access regimes to promote competition and innovation and prevent unfair or uncompetitive use of market power or dominance. A reasonable analogy, if you like, is the telecommunications network infrastructure, where the network cables that send the signals are subject to open access regulation that the Parliament's put in place. And so, this is our point of principle. The presumption of the Parliament and the regulators should be in favour of open access regimes on reasonable commercial terms to maximise competition and innovation, and it should then be up to Apple or any other handset manufacturer to argue why they should be an exception. Of course, there can still be controls for security and privacy, and it's acknowledged that new payments technology, the QR codes coming into supermarkets, we understand later this year, may mitigate or reduce the competitive concerns about Apple's behaviour in banning third-party access to the NFC chip. But Apple can make these arguments to the ACCC. The final point, Deputy Speaker, recommendation 13 regarding BNPL is vague and unnecessarily obtuse. We can't go into what happened in the committee, so that will remain a mystery, but industry self-regulation via the BNPL Code of Practice has been a reasonable approach to date as the sector developed and matured. But industry self-regulation of BNPL is unlikely to be appropriate forever, and there's a prima facie and growing case for fit-for-purpose regulation of the BNPL sector to entrench consumer protections, to ensure that credit providers are placed on a fair regulatory playing field and promote competition and a reduction in fees. Interestingly, the Reserve Bank on Friday saw fit to land a report about merchant surcharging in the BNPL sector, I think in some senses contradicting aspects of the report and backing up this view in favour of competition and consumer regulation and transparency. So this should be the subject of a focused inquiry in the next term of Parliament, and it would have been preferable if the committee had simply said so. So I'll leave it there, but I do commend the rest of the report and again thank the Chair for his work leading this inquiry. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Fisher.
You might want to call the clerk, Madam Deputy Speaker.
No, if it's are you presenting a report, member for Fisher?
Yes, this is
that's fine.
The NATO.
That's fine. You just get the call, the member for Fisher.
Thank you. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 66th Annual Session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly virtual meeting from 18th to the 23rd of November 2020.
I thank the members. The member seeking to speak to the report?
I'm not, no.
Okay. I thank the member. The member for Wills, I'll get to you in a minute. I've just got one more item to cover off on. Thank you. I have received a letter from the Honourable Member for Holt resigning from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. In accordance with the Intelligence Services Act 2001, the Honourable Member for Goldstein ceased to be a member of the committee on his appointment to the ministry. I have also received advice from the Honourable the Prime Minister nominating members to be members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to serve on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank the member. The Minister.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Intelligence Services Act 2001, Mr Wallace and Mr Khalil be appointed members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
Thank the Minister. I put the question. All those in agreement say aye. Those against no. Declare the motion carried. The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for McMahon.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it's been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Offshore Energy Infrastructure Regulatory Levies Bill 2021 and the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Consequential Amendments Bill 2021. And I give the call to the member for Wills in continuation, who I'm sure will be pleased that I interrupted him to do the previous matter.
Thank you,
Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As always, very much on the ball with the importance of that motion just ahead of the continuance of our debate on this bill. Deputy Speaker, there are a lot of reasons why offshore wind must be harnessed for the good of our country. In the long run, there is potential not just to generate electricity for us here in Australia, but also to export that energy into other countries. There is potential for export to Southeast Asia. The rest of the world is already taking advantage. Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister, has pledged that by 2030 wind farms could power every home in the UK. Well, imagine that for Australia. One of the already proposed offshore wind farm projects in Victoria is the Star of the South off the Gippsland coast. If built, it would have the potential to supply up to 20% of the state's energy, or around 1.2 million homes. And that's 1.2 million homes that will get their heating, their washing machines powered, their microwaves with the energy for their microwaves, guilt-free from the gushers that blow around our state. And I can tell you what, Deputy Speaker, it is very windy around there in Gippsland. So what I find amazing, Deputy Speaker, is that one turn of a wind turbine provides as much energy as a solar panel out in the sun for one day. One turn. They're big turbines, and these turbines turn 15 times a minute. And if you multiply the amount of turbines in the installation, it gives you an idea of the scale. But the other story of offshore wind is the jobs that it creates. It is labour-intensive. You have the construction phase, the maintenance, and because they are offshore, the workers can't swim there. Maybe some of us can, but certainly it's not practical. They have to be taken by a crew. So this creates maritime jobs and port jobs. Estimates suggest the offshore wind industry could create as much as 8,000 jobs each year from 2030. And these jobs will be created in areas that are going through economic change and transition, like the Hunter Valley, Gippsland, Latrobe, Illawarra and in central Queensland. 26,000 people already work in the offshore wind industry in the United Kingdom. Another 70,000 are coming on board by 2026. In Australia, Green Energy Partners have 2 projects they are looking to start exploratory work on off the Illawarra and off Newcastle. They want to use Port Kembla as a construction hub. The government likes to talk about technology, not taxes. But here we see them, late to the game yet again. Always late, always laggards when it comes to offshore wind technology. Now, there are some issues with the bill that we don't feel are adequately addressed. The Senate committee examining the bill, including the government senators who lead the committee, made some suggestions that it considered important to the legislation. These include 1. Amending the objects clause to better incorporate electricity transmission and exports, an amendment on the consultation requirements for declared areas, and the government should consider amendments to the changes in control provisions. These 3 suggestions were made by government as well as non-government senators on the relevant committee. It's surprising, then, that the minister has so far decided not to listen to his own colleagues. It's becoming a pattern, Deputy Speaker, where even government members of various committees make recommendations or a part in supporting those recommendations. The minister ignores them. We are also concerned over the bill's work health and safety framework. The committee heard substantial evidence that the government has not adopted the harmonised national WHS laws in the bills. Instead, the committee heard that the government has amended those laws into an unrecognisable state. Without a harmonisation of these WHS frameworks, we may end up with a situation where a worker would be subject to one regulatory regime onshore, a second while in transit on a vessel, and a third while working on the offshore renewable project. That poses confusion and risks for both workers and employers. Another concern we have is that the bill does not require local benefits to be included in merit criteria for licences. When the Minister of the day is considering whether to grant an offshore electricity licence, he or she should be required to consider benefits for local workers, businesses, communities and First Nations people. Currently, the bill as it stands does not do this. We would welcome an amendment to ensure benefits for local communities where these new industries will be situated. But despite these concerns, I am shocked to see that the government's change of attitude has occurred on wind farms. Once upon a time, they were too noisy, unappealing to look at. That was the narrative that they were pushing. And they've flip-flopped all over the place on this. It's only taken them 8 years to finally make a decision on climate change policy. And after all the melodrama we've seen over the last couple of days, the infighting, the scare tactics, the huffing and puffing in the Nationals party room, all that hot air in the well, I could feel it when I walked past in the corridor. It was so much hot air coming out of there. And then they rocked up with a reheated policy announcement from last year. Talking points that the Prime Minister delivered just reheated from last year's so-called technology roadmap. And he whacked it on a PowerPoint, and he thought by doing that, I can call it a plan. And I think he mentioned plan about 94 times in his speech. This so-called plan, Deputy Speaker, is as hollow as the Prime Minister. It shows a lack of conviction, and the so-called plan is as shambolic as the Deputy Prime Minister, who is flip-flopping all over the place, wanting to be both the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia and a rebel against the government, a rebel with a cause against his own government. Talk about schizophrenia. Talk about not knowing who you are. Because, Deputy Speaker, ultimately this government acts in their self-interest when it comes to climate change policy.
Interrupt the member for a moment. The Minister.
Look, just in relation to that last comment, he did link the Deputy Prime Minister and then he used a word which I don't think that could reflect on him. I just want to ask him to withdraw that.
Yeah, I'll just ask the member to withdraw that particular reference.
I withdraw, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member, and the member has the call.
I withdraw, Deputy Speaker. And the point, though, I'm making, the substantive point, is that this government has a track record in maintaining their self-interest above all else, the interest in maintaining their power. That's it. They're not using that political power that they have in the executive to implement policies in the interest of the Australian people. They're not doing it in the interest of Australia or even to the rest of the world when it comes to what is clearly a global problem in reducing emissions. That's probably why it's taken so long to get even a whisper out of them or even a policy or semblance of a policy out of them, and even then it's a zero plan when it comes to net zero emissions. Unlike that mob over there, Deputy Speaker, unlike the government, on this side of the House, we do believe, we do have conviction in a set of policies that will make a difference, because it's the right thing for Australian jobs, it's the right thing for our climate and our environment, and for future generations. We're committed to climate policy for those reasons. It's not about us. It's about the future generations. It's about what is important for Australians today and into the future. And it's not because it's politically expedient either. These are hard decisions that have to be made. And for all the talk and criticism of Labor on the opposition benches, we are still in opposition. But we are a party that can form government. We're an alternative government to the Australian people. And we have policies that will take on action on climate change, real substantive action on climate change. And it's about Australia being brought back into the community of nations who will fight the good fight on this global issue. So unlike the Liberal Party, the Nationals Party, whose policies are not really based on scientific evidence, but a lot of hot air, we base our assessments, our analysis, our policy work on the science. That's why we're committed to net zero emissions by 2050. That's why we committed years ago. That's why we will have more ambitious targets. And if we're elected, we will invest in electric cars to make them cheaper. Critically important transition. In 10,000 new energy apprenticeship jobs, because it is about jobs and the opportunities that come with renewable energy. We will invest in hundreds of community batteries to power hundreds of thousands of households around this country. And we've already announced, the leader has already announced, $20 billion to rewire, rebuild and modernise the electricity grid for the renewable energy age. That is the future we are investing in and committing to. As I said, Deputy Speaker, it's about future generations. It's about what's important for Australians. And for Australians, it's about us making us an energy superpower, a renewable energy superpower. We have the assets, we have the resources. We are blessed with an abundance of natural resources, and we're not taking those opportunities. That's a failure. And offshore wind is part of that future, part of that investment in new jobs, in new industries driving our economy, of a reliable, affordable, clean energy future for our children and our grandchildren. Only the Labor Party, when it forms government, will make this happen for Australians and for our future generations. Thank you.
I thank the member. The Leader of the Opposition, I think the member for Adelaide will wait for us. I'll give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, many decades ago, Bob Dylan sang about "the answer is blowing in the wind." And in terms of solutions to drive renewable energy, to lower energy costs, to be able to manufacture more things here, indeed, the answer is blowing in the wind. The answer is also in the sky.
My apologies. I'll just interrupt the Leader of the Opposition for a moment. The member has a point.
On the point of order, I stood to my feet to seek the call, and the call would normally alternate. I have no problems with the member for Grainler making a contribution, but just wanted to make sure that I would have the opportunity to speak.
You're
briefly.
going to speak. Okay, so it would after the Leader of the Opposition, we will go to yourself and then to the member for Kingston.
Thank you, Deputy. I didn't want to delay the House, but thank you for that.
Thank you for the clarification. And I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
And if the member for Gippsland gives a character assessment again of the Deputy Prime Minister, we might even hang around to listen to the member for Gippsland. We might even hang around to listen to the member for Gippsland on this issue. Can I say that the answer is blowing in the wind, but it's also in the sky in the form of the sun. Today we're at a community solar farm with a cooperative here just off Majura Road that is powering 260 homes here in the ACT. And this legislation is a recognition, perhaps belatedly, by the government in the just pre-election period that maybe there is something in this renewable energy stuff after all. The Prime Minister, of course, said that renewable energy targets were nuts. He also said that the use of electric vehicles would end the weekend. And he also said that batteries, which of course can store renewable energy, are as useful as the big banana or the big prawn. He was vociferous in his opposition to net zero by 2050, and he, of course, continued to run scare campaigns. But it's interesting that, in spite of the fact that some of the rhetorical position has changed on net zero by 2050, of which wind energy can make a major contribution, including offshore wind, the Prime Minister continues to try to do that but run a scare campaign at the same time. So the big problem for the government in electorates like Mackellar and North Sydney and Higgins and Goldstein and Kooyong is that he undermines the pretence of caring about renewable energy and of any transition to a clean energy future by the absurd scare campaign, which at the same time he's trying to run. So he's trying to do both, and that will not be effective because they're onto him. They're onto him, and we think that this bill is a good idea. We'll be voting for it. We called for it a long time ago. This nation has abundant wind resources, and we should be delivering a framework for their exploitation at the earliest opportunity. We do have the opportunity to be a renewable energy superpower for the world, to be for the world what Saudi Arabia is for fossil fuels. And we see that with wind projects like Big Kennedy and Little Kennedy in the electorate of the member for Kennedy. And I travelled there with Bob Katter, looking at those jobs which are driving growth in a regional town like Hughenden. And you go into a town like Hughenden and you go to the pub there, as I have with Bob Katter, and what you see are people who've grown up and lived in that community, some for generations, who with projects like Big and Little Kennedy, which is particularly appropriate as the wind comes down the Cape, through off the Gulf, they're positioned in a way to really maximise the economic benefit. Or you go to Kidston, a project, an old abandoned mine that's now used for hydro with storage. You look at the major solar projects that we looked at in North Queensland, and you know that there is enormous opportunity with renewables to create jobs, to lower energy prices, and therefore to make us more competitive. But for those opposite, with the latest childish nonsense they carry on with, yesterday we saw the Prime Minister putting a mobile phone up here as if there are people in this parliament who oppose mobile phones. It's a bizarre position that he finds himself in, but I'll give him the big tip as he goes to Glasgow. The town which gave the world Billy Connolly does have a sense of humour, but they won't laugh in a positive way, they'll laugh in an uncomfortable way if he starts to do some of the nonsense rhetorical position that we saw in the announcement or non-announcement on Tuesday of no new policies, 94 mentions of plans without actually producing a plan. This is the last opportunity today for him to produce the modelling that he says has been done, but we don't see what that modelling is. How does offshore wind fit into the model, for example, that the government has? All we got on Tuesday was two new initiatives. One, the promotion of the Minister for Resources into the Cabinet, an increase in his salary. The Minister for Resources who has been out there saying that renewables don't work when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining, who apparently hasn't heard of batteries, who, as I've said, he must get a real shock when he turns on the tap and water flows out even though it's not raining outside. This must be seen as another miracle from those opposite. But that's one of the two initiatives that we've seen. The second initiative, of course, is that the Productivity Commission is going to have a review every 5 years. They'll produce a document saying how it's all going. Now, that does show that they have got a sense of humour, because the Deputy Prime Minister, who trumpets this as one of the big breakthroughs that were got by the National Party, has said about Productivity Commission reports that he uses them, to quote him, "when I run out of toilet paper." That is the respect that he's given to the Productivity Commission. And now he says, guess what, people in regional Australia, I won't show you the modelling, I won't show you any of the detail, I won't attend the press conference with the Prime Minister, but I've got you a Productivity Commission report. It's quite extraordinary. The truth is, though, that if we harness renewable energy and do it in an appropriate way, I don't support wind farms off every coast. There's obviously a whole range of projects that would be entirely inappropriate. But from this government, who knows? Because this government, with the PEP 11 project off the coast of the electorate of the member for Kingston Smith, off Maroubra Beach, off Terrigal and the beautiful Avoca Beach on the Central Coast, off Merewether in Newcastle, off Manly and Freshwater and Dee Why, the idea that you'd have oil drilling off those coasts is anathema. And similarly, even though offshore wind wouldn't produce the same level of damage to the pristine environment that something like oil drilling might, then it wouldn't be appropriate to have offshore wind in those sites either. But who knows with this government? Who knows where this could go? Because when you are so obsessed by not by being defined by what you're against, then it's difficult to advance in a way in which you actually promote support for what you're for. And that's why, after 9 years, this legislation is like everything else this government does, too late. They have denied this nation first mover advantage over that 9 years of inaction. So we do need to catch up around the world. More than 35 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity are in operation, with expected increases to 80 gigawatts by 2030 and 2,000 gigawatts by 2050. And now Australia's entire national energy market, to put it in comparison, is about 55 gigawatts. There are more than a dozen offshore wind proposals in Australia, and appropriate sites that could power substantial parts of our country and create jobs. That is important. But I'll give you the big tip as well of what we need to do, which is to fix the grid. That's what our Rewiring the Nation proposal will do. A $20 billion fund to make sure that we actually plug in the energy that's being created so that you have the most efficient operation of the grid. Now, if you speak to anyone in the energy sector, they'll tell you that this is the most significant thing you can do to drive down our emissions, but also drive down energy prices and to make the system operate more efficiently. But it's beyond the capacity of those opposite to do that, which is why we will need to do it. If we're successful at the next election campaign, it will be it will be critical. But we have, of course, a range of other plants, including community batteries, and that's what we were talking about today with the solar farm operators there in the ACT. We have a plan to make sure that Australians can benefit from the jobs that will be created through new energy apprenticeships. We have a plan for the National Reconstruction Fund, $15 billion. How do you take existing industries, transform them so that they can become more efficient? How do you create new industries as well? We have abundant resources in this country. The Liberal National Party model is you dig them up, send them overseas, get things made and then buy it back once the value's been added. That's not our model. Our model is that wherever possible you should manufacture things here, create jobs here, create value here. And that is what we are absolutely determined to do, and that's what the National Reconstruction Fund will look at, new industries. Why is it that we produce everything that goes into a battery but we aren't making more of them here? Why is it that we aren't producing wind turbines here on a mass scale like we used to? They've actually departed under this government. Why is it that the two institutions above anywhere else in the world that we should be proud of in terms of breakthroughs in PV solar technology are the Australian National University and the University of New South Wales? But what has happened as a result is the value has been produced somewhere else, in China or other countries overseas have received the value of those scientific breakthroughs. We want to commercialise those opportunities going forward. But here, of course, that will be hard with a government that just isn't fair income. You know, tonight, when the Prime Minister leaves, Australia will have the Australian politics version of the whoopee cushion in charge. Makes a lot of noise. He's uncomfortable about that noise that's there, but he will be in charge of the country, and he doesn't support net zero by 2050. He's opposed to it. So how fair income are they going to be? At least Senator Canavan, the Productivity Commission guy, at least he is fair income and honest about his backward view of the world. But Australia can't trust a government that isn't fair income on these issues.
Members' time has concluded. Is there a number of additional members? I would just remind the House the original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for McMahon has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the question before the chair is that the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Consequential Amendments Bill of 2021. I'll keep my remarks brief and resist the offer from the member for Grainler to reflect on the characters of my colleagues, but I will acknowledge, I will endeavour to keep my comments so coherent, but can I say to the member for Wills, who, in the interest of full transparency, is actually my tennis partner, Deputy Speaker, and he handed out a few backhanders today for the National Party. But apart from those political comments, I thought the member for Wills' his contribution was very valuable from a Victorian perspective, and I agree with him that in the basic premise of his argument that there is enormous potential in Victoria to be an energy powerhouse, just as we have been an energy powerhouse for decades previously. I'm very proud to represent the community of the Latrobe Valley, which has powered the enormous economic wealth and prosperity of Victoria for decades, and proud to represent those energy industry workers who go to work every day, have kept the lights on, particularly during this last couple of years of the pandemic, some fairly challenging circumstances from time to time, and maintained that reliability of supply in Victoria and across the southeast of the country. And so it's important when we have these debates, Deputy Speaker, that we do recognise the enormous contribution of those blue-collar workers, now high-vis workers, and recognise also that this is an unsettling time for them when we're having conversations about transition of energy jobs into new areas, and ensuring that they are treated with respect as part of that process, their families are treated with respect, and their communities are properly supported if there's any economic shocks to those communities. So I do welcome this bill, which is before the House, a package of 3 bills, and acknowledge it provides a regulatory framework to enable offshore electricity infrastructure projects, including transmission and generation projects in Commonwealth waters. Projects that could be enabled by this legislation include the Marinus Link project, that's a longer-term project to support Tasmania's battery of the nation, which would inevitably link the island state with Victoria and quite possibly travel through my electorate and the member for Monash's electorate. The Star of the South project, which is a proposed offshore wind farm, again off the coast of my electorate in Gippsland in Bass Strait, and Sun Cable, which is a proposed international transmission infrastructure project between Darwin and Singapore. So these are all very significant projects that will support the federal government's commitment to continue to invest and support the delivery of affordable and reliable energy for Australians, but also keeping our international commitments in terms of emissions reductions. It's important legislation, Deputy Speaker, because it provides confidence, it provides certainty, particularly certainty around major investments which could result in tens of thousands of jobs in communities like mine. It's hard to know exactly what the full potential is for projects like this, but when I think of the Star of the South proposal off the coast of Gippsland, it is one project that has captured the imagination of my community, and I want to congratulate the proponents for the way they've endeavoured to engage with the community in a respectful way. They've certainly met with local members of parliament at state and federal level. They've taken my advice and ensured that they've had good consultations with the commercial fishing industry, which could be impacted by any activity off the coast of Gippsland, and also treated the landholders in the region with respect and spoken to them and informed them of their plans for the region. So I can encourage the proponents to continue to engage in such a respectful and collaborative way. It's terribly important, Deputy Speaker, as we move forward with the commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, that we are looking at these large-scale renewable energy projects. As I said, in the Gippsland and Latrobe Valley, we have a rich heritage of generation of energy through fossil fuels, through the brown coal, Latrobe Valley, but also oil and gas in Bass Strait. We know there's a transition underway in the sense that there'll be a greater dependence on renewable sources into the future, and projects like the Star of the South have enormous potential to help fill that gap in the energy market in the future. We have seen large-scale solar and wind projects in Gippsland already. The potential for offshore wind is something that I think will have greater capacity to unite our community. It's true, Deputy Speaker, that previous onshore wind projects have often divided communities. So I see huge potential for the offshore wind program into the future, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Kingston.
Hello?
We can hear the member for Kingston if she wishes to proceed.
I'm happy to speak on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 20... I don't know, Deputy Speaker, if you can hear me.
We can hear you, member for Kingston.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. There's a storm outside in South Australia. I'm really pleased to speak on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2022. And of course, Labor has been calling for this bill for some time. And just like everything when it comes to this government and securing jobs for the future, when it comes to our transition to a clean energy future, they have dragged their feet. Of course, this comes from a government that told people at the last election that having electric cars and supporting electric cars in this country would ruin the weekend, that would destroy the weekend. That is at the same time when we know that car companies, global car companies, all around the world are putting no new research and technology into the old old cars anymore, that all the research and technology is going into electric cars. So this is a government that has tried to run a scare campaign on everything, yet the world is moving. And if we do not act quickly, we will miss out on those jobs. And that, for me, as a Member of Parliament, is incredibly frustrating. Letting the politics get in the way of job creation from this government has been incredibly frustrating. But of course, this bill does bring into place a regulatory framework for electricity infrastructure in the Commonwealth offshore area. And of course, this will allow for the construction, installation, commissioning, operations, maintenance and decommissioning of offshore wind and other electricity infrastructure. And this is a really important piece of legislation to ensure that we can unlock the potential of offshore wind. Offshore wind is an untapped resource that does blow both in the day and the night, and that might be news to some people in the National Party, but wind does blow at night and during the day, and has a huge opportunity to create large amounts of electricity, and electricity that we need as we transition to a clean energy future, as the world transitions to a clean energy future. Not only does this offshore wind provide huge opportunities for creating domestic electricity, but of course provides a huge amount of opportunity for us to export that electricity into the future. And that, I think, is incredibly exciting because, as I said, the world is transitioning. It's not just Australia that's transitioning. Of course, Australia is behind the pack significantly when we transition, but there is, as we move forward, going to be demand in our region for electricity that is generated in a clean way. And so this offshore wind has a huge opportunity, and this framework does play an important role in establishing that. Of course, as I said, the government was slow to act, just as they've been slow to act and adopt net zero carbon emissions by 2050, and as they've been slow to enact a whole range of other policies. Of course, it was this Prime Minister that said that battery in South Australia was just as useful as a big banana. Of course, what we've seen since that battery has been installed is that private investment has come along and doubled the size of that battery because it is playing such an important role in making sure that peak demand is met when it comes to electricity provision, but is also stabilising the grid. It's playing a critically important role, and it is disappointing that our now Prime Minister spent so much time deriding this type of new innovation, because it's going to be this type of new innovation that is going to fuel the jobs of the future. And this is what it's all about. This is why other countries are trying to move quickly on these types of technologies, to develop these types of technologies, to harness these types of technologies and look at how we can indeed export these types of technologies and indeed this type of energy, because it is a race. And I know the Prime Minister doesn't love races. Most things aren't a race, but it is a race when it comes to developing these technologies. It's a global race because it's a global race for jobs. And so while it's taken them a while to get here, I'm very pleased that finally the government has got to this position, and finally they are introducing this framework. Of course, there are some concerns with this bill and issues that were highlighted in the Senate committee. The Senate committee, in examining this bill, including government senators, did make some suggestions that should be included in this legislation. It was highlighted that amending the objectives clause to better incorporate electricity transmission and exports was important. And that is to really recognise that Australia's potential when it comes to offshore wind and storage of the electricity and transmission of the electricity it generates could indeed power Southeast Asia, especially after we harness the opportunities of offshore wind. And so we need to have a mind not just to employ this power in Australia, but we need to be looking forward to export to other nations. It was also highlighted that an amendment to consultation requirements for declared areas is important. We agree with the committee in expanding the consultation requirements to specifically include the Minister for Environment, affected state and territory governments, and energy planning authorities and developers. And there should be greater transparency and timeframes incorporated into this declaration process. The committee supported further consultation or consideration being given to these matters as the bill progresses through the Parliament. We need to bring communities along, we need to bring states and territories along, and we need to ensure that these types of development, while recognising their huge potential, are done in a methodical way and a way that really is inclusive and consults with the relevant people. And the committee also suggested the government should consider amendments to the changes in control provisions. These have been important recommendations made by the bipartisan committee to actually ensure that this bill is really fit for purpose, not just for today, not just in the infancy of this, but really looking forward into the future. And as I said, these are the jobs of the future. This is a component of jobs for the future. And offshore wind electricity generation is very important when it comes to jobs. There are a lot of jobs in the construction and maintenance of these turbines. And of course, that is why we've seen already in these early discussions, some communities really embrace the opportunities that come with this. Now, there will not, as the Leader of the Opposition said, this will not be an option for every part of the coastline, but there is some urgency in those parts of the coastline where there is community agreement, where there's huge opportunity, where it really does make sense that we do unlock this. Now, the Senate inquiry, though, also heard two additional concerns that were not reflected in the final report, and in particular, Labor does have concerns over the bill's work, health and safety framework. The committee did hear substantial evidence that the government has not adopted the harmonisation of national work, health and safety law in these bills. And instead, the committee has heard that the government has amended those laws into an unrecognisable state. Without the harmonisation of these work, health and safety frameworks, we may end up with a situation where a worker could be subject to one regulatory regime onshore and a second while in transit on a vessel and a third while working on an offshore renewable project. Now, that seems to me, and while I wasn't on the Senate committee, that seems to me really very confusing, not just confusing and making workers vulnerable, but confusing for those companies working in this space, those businesses working in this space, and indeed for the jurisdictions that monitor and monitor such frameworks. So I think that it does need further consideration. It certainly is something that is crucial that we need to do, and I think very much unfinished business. The second of Labor's concerns is that the bill does not require local benefit to be included in the merit criteria for licences, and that when the Minister of the Day is considering whether to grant an offshore electricity licence, he or she should be required to consider the benefits of local workers, businesses, communities and First Nations people. The community heard that it was important for these requirements to be reflected broadly in legislation in order to allow and ensure they are reflected in detail in regulations. So we hope that the government will consider not only the committee's bipartisan recommendations, but of course the recommendations made by, indeed, the Labor Party in their additional comments. But finally, Deputy Speaker, these bills are very important, an important piece of the puzzle, but we need a whole of government focus on renewable energies, clean energy technologies, and we need to be at the front of the pack in developing these. We cannot, as we have under the 8 years of this government, languished at the bottom as business moves past government, as unions move past government, as communities move past government, as technology goes out on its own, innovation goes out on its own and doesn't have a government really backing it, doesn't have a government that has a laser-like focus in how we put the legislative arrangements in to smooth a transition towards a cleaner energy future. But of course, importantly, grab those jobs that come with a clean energy future. Grab those jobs that not only will develop as a result of an Australian market demanding that type of energy, but of a world market demanding that type of energy. There is so much opportunity here, but we need a government that will back that innovation, that will back those opportunities, and only really will a Labor government do that. A Labor government has already announced a policy to rewire the nation, allowing renewable energy to connect up to the grid, to coming up with innovation like community solar batteries in places where communities themselves can harness the energy from the sun and trade that energy at low cost. This is a really exciting opportunity. And of course, if we are going to harness those jobs of the future, then we need to train up our workers of the future. And that's why Labor's Clean Energy Apprentices program has a real opportunity to actually skill up those apprentices of the future. This is the type of thinking that we need. This is the type of thinking that will transition our economy and really grab those jobs of the future. Without that, instead, an election of a coalition government will be more of the same, lack of attention to this important issue, and people's jobs will be at risk as a result. So we will support this bill, but more action needs to be taken if we are going to grab those jobs of the future.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased at this hour to rise to speak on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill of 2021 and the other related bills. Deputy Speaker, I've sat here and listened to the debate on this bill for many, many hours. And I've heard nothing other than complete nonsense from both sides of politics during this debate. And not once, Deputy Speaker, not once have we talked anything about costs and benefits. This debate has been wide-ranging. Many speakers have come to the dispatch box in their places and talked about how this bill relates to this net zero approach by 2050. But yet it may be an old-fashioned way of doing things, but I believe, Deputy Speaker, that when we have these proposals and when people come in here, rather than just simply talk about virtue signalling, we should clearly set out what the costs are, what the benefits are, and then argue it out. Is this best for our nation? And yet amongst all the speakers and all the hours on this debate, not once has there been any discussion of cost benefits of a net zero by 2050. Well, Deputy Speaker, I'm going to do something a little bit unusual here in this parliament today and discuss a proper cost-benefit analysis. So what's the cost? What's the damage of this net zero by 2050? Well, Deputy Speaker, an article published 14th of October in the Wall Street Journal talks about the cost, and they've done an estimate for the USA, and I'll quote directly. It says, a new study in Nature finds that a 95% reduction in Americans' carbon emissions by 2050 will annually cost 11.9% of US gross domestic product. To put that in perspective, the total expenditure on Social Security, Medicare and Medicaid, that's in the US, came to 11.6% of GDP. The annual cost will rise to $4.4 trillion US dollars by 2050. And they break that down in America to US dollars $11,300 per person per year in today's dollars. So that's around 15,000 Australian dollars. For a family of three, $45,000 cost per year. For a family of four, $60,000 cost per year in today's dollars. And I think if a true cost-benefit analysis was done in Australia, it would be higher likely than what it was in the USA. So we have the costs at $60,000 per family per year. So what's the benefits? Everyone likes to stand up here and say the government should do something to stop the bad weather. The government should take action on climate change. But they always fail to quantify it. Well, Deputy Speaker, you can actually quantify it. There is a UN climate model called MAGIC, MAGICC.org, where you can put the calculations in. And that has actually been done by Bjorn Longborg. He has looked at what would the reduction in global temperatures be, assuming this model is correct, and there's a lot of evidence shows that it is running too hot, but let's just assume the model is correct. So if the entire, which he calls the rich world, the USA, the European Union, the UK, Canada, Australia, Japan, also Turkey, etc., if all of those nations went to net zero, not in 2050, if they went to net zero today, and they stayed there to the rest of the century, what would the effect on temperature be? Now, surely this should be the very first thing that we should be asking. What are the benefits of that? Well, the UN's own climate models, Deputy Speaker, show that if all those rich nations, including the US, all the European Union, the UK, Australia, Canada, Japan, the whole lot of us, decided to go to net zero today and held that to 2050, the UN's own model shows that may reduce the global temperature by 2,100 at the end of this century by 0.5 degrees Celsius. So it's a 0.5 degrees Celsius of benefit. It's going to cost each family of four the equivalent of $60,000 per year. Now, to me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that sounds like a bad idea. Now, if someone wants to argue those figures and put up alternate numbers, let's go ahead and let's have the debate. But let's just not come into this chamber and debate on virtue signalling and people trying to feel good, Deputy Speaker. So therefore it appears, Deputy Speaker, that I am the only member of this House that is going to call out the nonsense of net zero by 2050. But thankfully, Deputy Speaker, there are still some sensible commentators in the media that are also calling this out. I'd like to quote one of our most senior economists, Mr. Terry McCrann, from an article in The Australian just a few days ago. He wrote, "It is really quite extraordinary the way almost the entire political class has declared economic war on their own country, and not just the current 26 million Australians, but all future generations as well." Terry McCrann went on, "They are all united in seeking to attack the Australian economy, plain and simple, to permanently and significantly reduce the standard of living of all present and future Australians. The entire political class has signed up to a national suicide note that that's Terry McCrann, wrote about first with Kevin Rudd's carbon tax by abandoning the use of fossil fuels which have provided plentiful, cheap and reliable power on which not only all economic progress but indeed our very civilisation has been built on." Hear, hear, Terry McCrann. It is good to see that we have some journalists actually speaking and telling the truth. Now, the United Australia Party, Deputy Speaker, we will call this nonsense out. We are not going to sell out our nation's sovereignty to overseas globalist interests just so we can feel good and go around virtue signalling. We are not going to sell out our nation's competitive advantage to the Communist Chinese. How is it possible that we are saying China, who is not attending these talks in Glasgow, along with India and also Russia, China say they can, we'll get to net zero by 2060, but we expect Australia to do it by 2050. To agree to that is to give the Communist Chinese Party an economic, political and military advantage over this nation. That is what everyone in this parliament is doing when they stand up and they engage in groupthink and herd mentality and mindlessly chant net zero by 2050. They are putting this nation at a competitive disadvantage vis-à-vis the Communist Chinese, economically, politically and militarily. And I, for one, Deputy Speaker, am prepared to stand out and say this is a nonsense, this damaged the interests of the Australian nation. And some of the other nonsense we've heard during this debate, Deputy Speaker, about these wonderful job creations, all this extra investment in renewables will do. Deputy Speaker, we need to ensure the way to create jobs. First, we have to understand the government does not create jobs. It is entrepreneurs in the private sector. And the secret to that is we have to get our electricity costs, generate that electricity using as least number of resources possible, doing it as a lower cost possibility, so we can give the entrepreneurs of this nation access to low-cost electricity so they can go out and make things and produce things with new ideas. That's how we create jobs. That's how we create wealth creation. But the debates that we've heard in this place reminds me of a story that Milton Friedman once told, when he said he was travelling to an Asian country and he visited a work site where a new canal was being built. He said he was shocked to see that instead of modern equipment, such as tractors and earth movers, he saw thousands of workers with shovels. And he asked the government bureaucrat, why are there so few machines? Why have these workers all got shovels? The government bureaucrat explained, you don't understand. This is a job creation program. To which Milton Friedman replied, I thought you were trying to build a canal. If it's jobs you want, you should give the workers spoons, not shovels. That is the ideology that we have when people come into this chamber and say, we're going to create all these wonderful jobs in the electricity generation sector. Every job we create there, Deputy Speaker, we destroy jobs in the real sector that produces real wealth for this nation. The other thing, Deputy Speaker, during this debate, we've heard about how wonderful all this offshore wind is in Europe at the moment and how wonderful everything is going in Europe. Do those members actually turn the news on or read the papers to see the current disaster that is occurring in Europe? They've put all their eggs in these offshore wind turbines in Europe, and what's happened? The price of energy has gone through the roof there. They are suffering an energy catastrophe this winter in Europe. This winter in Europe, because of the ideology that we've heard in this chamber, which comes from Europe to start with, there will be many Europeans, the elderly and the low-income earners, that will die because they'll be unable to afford to heat their homes. That is where this ideology leads us. It is the poorest in society, the eldest in our society, that will not be able to afford cheap, reliable energy. And this winter, we will see thousands and thousands of deaths in Europe because of this mad ideology that has taken over the country. Now, Deputy Speaker, there are a few amendments that I would like to move in the consideration in detail and third reading stage. But if we're going to do these policies, whatever these policies are, we have an obligation to the Australian public to spell out what the costs and what the benefits are. And when you do that with clear and calm, rational thinking, instead of using emotive language, emotive thinking, you understand, Deputy Speaker, that these policies are contrary to our nation's interest. They're going to put us at a competitive disadvantage against the Communist Chinese. Money will flow out of this country. We know that China has something like 63% of the market of offshore wind turbines globally. The money will flow out of this country to the Chinese, and that beautiful black coal that runs down our eastern seaboard, Australians will not be able to use that. We will put policies in that will prohibit Australians from using that, but yet we'll be happy to ship it off to China, where they will use it to create low-cost energy and to create goods and services, Deputy Speaker. Our nation is at a crossroads today. We have to decide whether we're going to put Australia's interests first, or we're going to put the interests of the UN globalists, those that we see over in Zurich and Glasgow that will stand up and cheer and want to criticise our nation. We have to decide who we put first. And, Deputy Speaker, as a member of this House, for as long as I continue to be a member of this House, I'll continue to fight for the interests of our nation ahead of UN globalists.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the Honourable the Assistant Minister.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I would like to thank those who have contributed to this important debate. Australia has an abundance of offshore electricity generation potential, which could provide considerable benefits that are in Australia's national interests. This bill delivers on the Morrison government's commitment to capitalise on this potential. The establishment of the offshore electricity sector will deliver significant benefits to all Australians. Importantly, it will promote regional development by enabling substantial investment in Australia's coastal regions, creating jobs and growing local economies. Investment in transmission infrastructure will support a more secure and reliable electricity system. Market competition from new electricity generation capacity will help put further downward pressure on wholesale electricity prices. We can take advantage of evolving and emerging technologies to secure effective electricity solutions for Australia. Thousands of skilled regional jobs can be created, providing both benefits and indirect opportunities for regional businesses. These bills will help the implementation of critical underwater transmission projects such as Marinus Link, the proposed 1,500-megawatt transmission line between Tasmania and Victoria. Marinus Link will unlock new investment in generation projects, including pumped hydro energy storage, and will help deliver a more reliable, affordable energy system, helping keep the lights on and prices low. It will also support development of generation projects, including Star of the South, a proposed offshore wind project already under initial development off the coast of Gippsland in Victoria. There are at least 10 other offshore generation projects that have been proposed around Australia. This package of bills establishes a regulatory framework to enable offshore electricity infrastructure projects, including transmission and generation power projects in Commonwealth waters. The Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021, known as the Main Bill, provides a robust mechanism for granting licences to allow the development of offshore electricity projects in Commonwealth waters, while providing projections for safety of workers and strong protections of other maritime stakeholders. The Main Bill also establishes statutory authorities to govern the administration, compliance and enforcement of the regulatory framework. The Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulatory Levies Bill 2021 ensures the Offshore Infrastructure Registrar and Offshore Infrastructure Regulator established under the Main Bill are fully cost recovered to undertake the functions required to facilitate the life cycle of offshore electricity infrastructure projects. The Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Consequential Amendments Bill 2021 makes a number of technical amendments to existing acts to ensure the effective implementation of the regulatory framework. Together, these bills will provide a framework to progress projects and keep opportunities for regional communities in our energy sector. This will help create thousands of jobs, strengthen our economy and support a more affordable and secure energy system. I commend these bills to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. This, the honourable member for McMahon has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to regulate offshore renewable energy infrastructure and offshore electricity transmission infrastructure and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it's the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hughes.
I move amendment number 1 circulated in my name. Deputy Speaker, we've seen over recent months or recent years a mass delusion that has come across the nation in many aspects of policy, and catastrophic mistakes have been made. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, I propose to ensure that we allow the development of offshore wind where it is economically viable, but we protect our sensitive environmental zones. So therefore I propose, and I'd like to read the section of the bill out, the amendment out. Without limiting the circumstances in which an area is not suitable for offshore renewable energy infrastructure, an area is not suitable for offshore renewable energy infrastructure if any part of that area is in the following marine parks. A, the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. B, the Coral Sea Marine Park. C, the Hunter Marine Park. D, the Solitary Islands Marine Park. E, the Murray Marine Park. F, the Bogues Marine Park. G, the Franklin Marine Park. H, the Zeehan Marine Park. I, the Perth Canyon Marine Park. J, the Southwest Corner Marine Park. The purpose of this amendment would be protect those marine parks that we have around our coastal waters, so that large industrial-scale wind turbines made of steel and fiberglass up to 260 metres high cannot be built in those areas and cannot be bolted down into the seabed in a marine park. This is the opportunity, Mr Speaker, for members of this House to stand up and show they truly want to protect those marine parks that we have, those magnificent marine parks around our nation. They should be free of these large-scale industrial wind turbines, and I commend this amendment to the House. I would hope that it has full support.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. If the honourable member for Hughes wishes his vote to be recorded in the Hansard proceedings, he can request that.
I request that the vote, my vote
I thank the member
be
for
recorded in the
Hughes.
Hansard proceedings.
I call the member for Hughes.
I move amendment number 2 as circulated in my name. Deputy Speaker, we also need to avoid against catastrophic mistakes that we make when we suffer from groupthink and delusion. And the purpose of amendment number 2 is to protect our magnificent beaches and the vistas that they have around the nation. These are one of our greatest tourist assets, where people from around the world come and see our beautiful crystal clear waters of our beaches and look out in the morning and see those magnificent sunrises that we have on our east coast and those magnificent sunsets on our west coast. I do not want to see a situation where someone goes out and looks at one of those magnificent sunrises or sunsets and sees across the horizon giant industrial structures 260 metres high sticking out. That would be visual pollution, Deputy Speaker, which would be far more environmental harm than any benefit that we get. So the purpose of this amendment is to protect those magnificent beaches we have from being despoiled by large industrial wind turbines up to 260 metres high. And I'll read out the amendment. Again, without limiting the circumstances in which an area is not suitable for offshore renewable energy infrastructure, an area is not suitable for offshore renewable energy structure if were a wind turbine to be constructed or installed at any location in that area, the turbine or any part of it, for example its blades, would be visible from any part of the following beaches. A, the Gold Coast main beach, Coolangatta Beach, or any beach between them. I'm sure no one wants to go to the Gold Coast and look out across the magnificent natural beaches and see giant industrial wind turbines on the horizon. B, Newcastle Stockton Beach, Merriweather Beach, and any beach between them, including Newcastle Beach and Nobbies Beach. Now, I would hope that the member for Newcastle would support this amendment, because if the member in Newcastle doesn't support this amendment, she is sending a message to her constituents that she is happy to see large industrial wind turbines built off Newcastle's beaches. C, Sydney's Palm Beach, Stanwell Park Beach, or any beach between them, including Manly Beach, Bondi Beach, Bronte Beach, Coogee Beach, Maroubra Beach, Wanda Beach, Allura Beach, North Cronulla Beach, or Gary Beach. Again, Deputy Speaker, there are many members, including the member for Kingston Smith, who is in the chamber. I know a keen surfer, a keen supporter of surf lifesaving clubs. He should support this amendment, because what it would do, it would send a message to those people that love those beautiful beaches in the eastern suburbs that they are not going to be despoiled by having these giant metal and fiberglass installations up to 260 metres high installed off those beaches, Deputy Speaker. And D, any other Australian beach that is patrolled by Surf Lifesaving Australia or its affiliated surf lifesaving clubs. So what that would do, if there is a beach in this country that is patrolled by Surf Lifesaving Australia or its affiliates, where people go to enjoy the magnificent, beautiful coastal waters of Australia, that those views will not be despoiled by giant industrial wind turbines off the coasts of those beaches where they are visible. Now, I would hope every member of Parliament that loves our beaches, that loves our natural environment, would support this amendment, Deputy Speaker, especially those members of Parliament that have coastal regions, have beaches in their area. I'm sure that they could then go back to their constituents and tell their constituents, I stood up to protect our environment. I voted to ensure that there would be no giant industrial wind turbines off our beaches. That is the opportunity that I'm giving every member of this parliament, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to stand up to protect the beauty of our natural beaches. I hope the rest of this House supports this amendment.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The honourable member for Hughes would wish his dissent to be recorded in the votes and proceedings. Shall be done, the honourable member for Hughes. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave of the House to move to the third reading.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to regulate offshore renewable energy infrastructure and offshore electricity transmission infrastructure and for related purposes.
The question is that this bill be now read. The Assistant Minister. No, the Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulatory Levies Bill 2021. Resumption debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to impose offshore electricity infrastructure levy and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Leave is granted. I thank the honourable member. The Minister.
I move this bill now. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to impose offshore electricity infrastructure levy and for related purposes.
The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Offshore electricity infrastructure Consequential Amendments Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved? Sorry, the Clerk. I'm jumping ahead of myself.
Second reading. A bill for an act to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act 2021 and for related purposes.
Is leave now granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Leave is granted. I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act 2021 and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Biosecurity Amendment Enhanced Risk Management Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Franklin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to be clear at the outset that Federal Labor will be supporting this bill. It is not our intention to hold up this bill because of the biosecurity risk that could impact on Australia if we were to do so. As outlined in the explanatory memorandum, the purpose of the Biosecurity Amendment Enhanced Risk Management Bill 2021 is to amend the Biosecurity Act 2015, enhancing the ability to manage the risk of pests, diseases, entering, emerging, establishing or spreading in Australian territory and causing harm to animals, plant and human health, the environment and the economy. The bill will effectively separate human biosecurity away from the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment. The explanatory memorandum states that the Health Minister would be able to make, vary or administer arrangements and grants of financial assistance relating to diseases or pests that cause harm to human health, while the Agriculture Minister would be able to make, vary or administer arrangements and grants of financial assistance for other diseases or pests. The explanatory memorandum also states that the bill would strengthen the management of biosecurity risks posed by maritime and aviation arrivals, improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the administration of the Biosecurity Act, and increase a range of civil and criminal penalties to deter non-compliance and provide proportionate penalties. The bill would also amend the Biosecurity Act to strengthen, critique and human health requirements. The explanatory memorandum makes reference to the Inspector General of Biosecurity's report, Confidence Testing for At-Border Delivery of Critical Human Biosecurity Functions - the Ruby Princess cruise ship incident that was published in April of this year. From a human health perspective, the explanatory memorandum states that the ability to effectively respond to and manage biosecurity risks entering Australia through the maritime and aviation pathways will be a significant consideration in reopening Australia's borders. This bill will strengthen the legislative framework for international arrivals via key pathways. The amendments would contribute to Australia's pandemic preparedness and our response at the border. New requirements for critique and pre-arrival reporting aim to specifically support the safe recovery of tourism and related industries. There's also an acknowledgement that there may be impending biosecurity risks with the recent detections of the Capra beetle and the emergence of a variant of the African swine fever. The number of biosecurity threats and the speed with which they travel continues to increase. It is asserted that the growth in trade and travel anticipated as part of our economic recovery from COVID-19 will accentuate all of these risks. This bill would have no financial impact on the Australian government budget. I note that the government requested this bill go to an inquiry. The inquiry was undertaken by the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Committee. The committee has handed down its report this month. The report included one recommendation, that the bill be passed. If you're a farmer or a primary producer, why would you trust this government to deliver anything for our agriculture sector? Why would any Australian trust the Morrison-Joyce government to protect us from pests, disease and weeds coming into this country? Well, of course, the short answer is you can't. Despite the very hard-working biosecurity staff at agriculture and our Australian Border Force officials, under this Prime Minister, there's been a history of epic failures when it comes to Australian farmers and our agriculture sector. There, of course, has been little action on climate change. There's been a crippling workforce shortage, the horrific mouse plague, a severe timber shortage and biosecurity system that's been slammed by the Inspector General of Biosecurity and the Auditor General. There is a lot to be concerned about. I just want to spend a bit of time going through the concerns in relation to our biosecurity system, Deputy Speaker. We know there's a lot of risk when it comes to Australia having a weak biosecurity system. The first question we need to ask is why the government hasn't prioritised strengthening Australia's biosecurity system. In a nutshell, it has been lazy and complacent. There's been no urgency from the Morrison-Joyce government over the past 8 years to protect Australians from biosecurity risks. It's clear that there's been a huge policy void until recently with COVID-19 issues when it comes to the Morrison government doing anything of note around strengthening Australia's biosecurity system. To be frank, it's shocking that more hasn't been done to protect all Australians and our valuable agriculture sector from biosecurity risks. In terms of agriculture, Australia's biosecurity system underpins more than $60 billion in production and $53 billion of exports. Around $42 billion is attributed to the country's inbound tourism industry and 1.6 million Australian jobs across the supply chain. Talk to farmers, primary producers and those who work in the agriculture sector and biosecurity risks are always raised as a significant concern. Farmers and people in the sector know the serious risks associated with a weak biosecurity system. For example, according to the National Farmers Federation, the cost of an incursion in our biosecurity system is estimated to be around $50 billion. I've talked in this place before about the government's piecemeal approach around the legislative framework of our biosecurity system, which continues to be a great concern. There have been numerous bills passed in this parliament recently, just this year, that have amended the Biosecurity Act that focus on agriculture. Having to repeatedly amend the Act over past drafting issues reduces the confidence that the sector has in the Morrison government for it to adequately manage our biosecurity framework. When you look at funding for Australia's biosecurity system, you can see the under-resourcing that's been happening under this government. Prior to the 2021-22 budget, funding for biosecurity was actually going backwards. The government abandoned the work it was undertaking to introduce a biosecurity levy in 2020. The department has stated that sustainable funding arrangements for biosecurity are still being considered. Now, we don't know what this looks like or why this is the case and why the government hasn't done the work it needs to find a long-term funding arrangement for what we know is at risk. It's clear that this 8-year-old government has been far too relaxed about the serious risks of a biosecurity incursion and the harm it could cause Australia's agriculture industry and, of course, to our human health, which I'll talk about a bit later. This year alone, there have been 3 damning reports outlining the serious inadequacies that exist across Australia's biosecurity system. 2 reports from the Inspector-General of Biosecurity and 1 from the Auditor-General. The first report was released in February this year by the Inspector-General of Biosecurity. This report looked at the adequacy of the department's operational model to effectively mitigate biosecurity risks in evolving risk and business environments. The Inspector-General of Biosecurity's broad assessment was that the biosecurity system is not in a strong position to address the diverse and evolving biosecurity risks and business environment expected to prevail in late 2021 through to 2025. The Inspector-General indeed made 19 recommendations to the government. The second report was released in April 2021, again by the Inspector-General of Biosecurity, and I referred to this before, of course. It was about the Ruby Princess incident and the human biosecurity issues. This review found weaknesses in the department's management of human biosecurity functions and recommended a strengthening of arrangements for intercepting listed human diseases and human biosecurity risk material to ensure that all efforts be directed to the areas of the highest risk. The review also found that information systems that underpin human health activities need to be transformed. Indeed, the Inspector-General made 42 recommendations to improve the management of human biosecurity in the vessels pathway. I'll have much more to say about the Ruby Princess debacle later on in my speech. The third damning report was released in June. This was the Australian National Audit Office responding to non-compliance with biosecurity requirements. The Auditor-General made 8 recommendations to the department in this report, and the performance report included that 1, the department's arrangements to respond to non-compliance with biosecurity arrangements are largely inappropriate. 2, the department's compliance framework is largely inappropriate, but there's no framework to assess risk. No framework to assess risk across the entire biosecurity system and to target regulatory actions accordingly. 4, arrangements to detect non-compliance are partially appropriate, but the departmental estimates indicate undetected non-compliance is increasing, that the use of regulatory tools in response to non-compliance is only partially effective, and the department is not using the full suite of available regulatory tools available to it. These findings from the 3 reports are a shocking reflection of the ineptness of this government. 8 years to improve and strengthen Australia's biosecurity system, but it's clear this government did not do anything until it got caught out by these reports and by COVID-19 and the Ruby Princess debacle. We know the amendments in this bill will allow the government to say that it has responded to the issues that were under its jurisdiction in relation to Ruby Princess. Indeed, the issues in this bill go to the very heart of the Morrison government's biggest failure at the very start of the COVID-19 pandemic. The measures contained in this bill are a frank admission that the responsibility for the Ruby Princess debacle lies directly at the feet of the Morrison government. In a nutshell, the processes in place were disregarded. There were procedures in place and they were ignored. The Morrison government had failed to stop the one boat that mattered, and its failures led to the first COVID-19 outbreak in this country and sadly led to 28 deaths. In my home state of Tasmania, of course, it led to a lockdown and the hospital to be closed in northwest Tasmania. Buried at the back of the explanatory memorandum for this bill is a regulatory impact statement by the Department of Agriculture. It highlights 3 issues that the bill seeks to address: the operation of provisions within the Biosecurity Act, the pre-arrival reporting obligations, and the importance of human health assessments prior to entry to a port, powers to manage human health of groups arriving passengers. This passage in particular speaks volumes, and I quote, "Without the proposed legislative amendments, the Commonwealth's biosecurity framework would continue to be limited in its capacity to effectively secure the objectives of the Biosecurity Act. Australian society would continue to be at a heightened immediate risk of being exposed to COVID-19 or other novel communicable diseases through present and future commercial and cruise vessel operations." These 3 issues have been front and centre of Labor's criticism of the Morrison government since day one of the debacle. We've always been told that it was someone else's fault. First it was the captain's fault, then it was the ship operators, then it was New South Wales Health. The reality is that it has always been the Morrison government's fault. And it is the Morrison government's own Inspector General of Biosecurity that has called it out and recommended significant changes need to occur. The Inspector General summarised his findings like this: "Frankly, if the department had done what it agreed to do, then the chances of a Ruby Princess incident happening were significantly reduced." Labor will support these measures, as I said, because they are important steps to secure our community as borders reopen in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. But I understand there are some concerns that have been raised by some of the various committees in the Senate, and I do want to say to the government, when it comes to the scrutiny of bills and the Human Rights Committee recommendations about some of the things that are needed to improve this bill and to deal with some of the concerns, Labor will support amendments to the bill if the government moves them, either here or in the Senate, and I want to be clear about that. The Ruby Princess debacle is a failure of the Morrison government, who did nothing to ensure our frontline officers were properly supported, resourced and staffed to do their jobs. It's taken a long time for the Morrison government to admit it was at fault, but that's what this bill before us does do today. Deputy Speaker, under the Morrison government, Australia's biosecurity system has been under-resourced and underfunded. It's clear that this bill lays out the fundamental failures of the Morrison government. It has now been forced to make significant changes by the findings put forward by the Inspector General of Biosecurity and the Auditor General. 3 damning reports outlining the litany of failures that have occurred under the watch of this Morrison government. Labor will be moving a second reading amendment that reflects our ongoing concern about the government's inaction by this Morrison government. And I therefore ask my colleague at the table, the member for Dobell, to move the amendment on my behalf. Thank you.
Thank the member for Franklin. I call the member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, I move the amendment circulated in the name of the member for Franklin.
Thank you. Is the amendment seconded?
Reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for Fraser. The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Dobell has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the other words. If it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we talk regularly in this place about issues of national security around terrorism and policing and those who would willfully do us harm and impact our way of life. And I've said before in this place that what you can't see can hurt you. And this statement is not just true of people causing intentional harm to our citizens and our property, but also other organisms that can carry with them the same result. And certainly the introduction of COVID-19 to Australian shores has caused undeniable devastation to Australian lives and livelihoods. It's altered the Australian psyche in ways that few things really could. The issues posed by difficulties in its detection and the effective and appropriate management of it spreading has, on one hand, seemed insurmountable at times, and the other shone a spotlight on the areas in which the government has the power to adapt and better control the matters of biosecurity in years to come. And this bill forms part of that important adaptation. As its primary purpose, this bill seeks to strengthen the management of human health risks across maritime and aviation pathways, improve efficiency and effectiveness of administration of the Act, and increase the range of civil and criminal penalties. With the country set to open back up to the world in a matter of weeks, as we certainly need to, it is critical that these measures be in place to preserve the hard-won freedoms that our world-leading vaccination rates have recently allowed. Much of the detail contained within the bill is a direct result of learning from the Ruby Princess incident on March 19, 2020. And I do not believe anyone would deny that considerable mistakes were made when the Ruby Princess was allowed to dock in Sydney Harbour and passengers were able to disembark into our communities. But the fact remains that at that time, what we in hindsight consider, and hindsight is a very comfortable carriage to travel in, to be appropriate checks and balances, communication channels across departments and necessary tools for containment did not exist. We as a country had not experienced an incident of this magnitude before, particularly in relation to a maritime vessel. The incident was subsequently reviewed by the Inspector-General of Biosecurity, and a New South Wales Special Commission of Inquiry was undertaken. And a number of recommendations were then made to prevent a repeat occurrence from impacting on Australians. And they included the operation of provisions within the Biosecurity Act, pre-arrival reporting obligations and the importance of human health assessments prior to entry to a port, and powers to manage human health of groups arriving in terminals, including an increase to civil and criminal penalties under that Act. It should be noted that none of the above changes are considered onerous or disproportionate to the risk posed. Deputy Speaker, when looking at the Ruby Princess as a single incident, its ripple effect included at least 28 deaths and 662 coronavirus cases linked to the Ruby Princess, and noting at the time testing was not readily available to the wider community. It was also an immediate catalyst to the lockdown of New South Wales and also the nation as the world braced itself to learn more about the disease and how to manage it. Additionally, it's widely accepted that the first cases of the virus seeded into my own electorate, and indeed the first death from coronavirus in Cowper were as a direct result of the Ruby Princess incident. Taking this into account, I believe the following measures included in this bill to be appropriate. A group direction may require those in the determined classification of people covered by the direction to stay in a certain place or to wear protective equipment. They may be required to provide information for contact tracing or undergo certain testing with consent. It should be noted that in relation to the use of group directions, protections have been built in so that force will not be used against an individual and appropriate medical standards will be applied. Decisions about whether to make group directions and what requirements may be included in the direction will be made by human biosecurity officers who have appropriate public health training and experience. Human biosecurity officers must be satisfied of certain things before making a group direction or including a requirement in a direction, such as ensuring that the direction and its requirement will be effective in or contribute to managing the risk posed. And civil penalties will apply if people fail to comply with a requirement specified in a group direction. Deputy Speaker, I feel it's important to note that the bill has been developed through consultation with the state and territory health departments through the cross-jurisdictional Chief Human Biosecurity Officer Forum, chaired by the Commonwealth's Chief Medical Officer, and it is also considered by, it has been considered by both the Scrutiny Committee of Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. While a number of suggestions were given and led to the finesse of finer detail, all conceded that strengthening biosecurity measures at Australia's borders is vital to protecting the environment and the economy, and accepted assurances that biosecurity group directions would be proportionate to the risk level. It is also accepted that the creation and use of greater penalties for a wider range of responsibilities is a necessary deterrent for non-compliance with the Security Act. Now, Deputy Speaker, whilst this bill refers predominantly or entirely in relation to the marine industry and biosecurity, I do want to pay attention to the work that this government has done both on a federal level and in New South Wales in my electorate with tropical soda apple, which was introduced into New South Wales, unfortunately, in 1988. Now, whilst tropical soda apple sounds like a wonderful cocktail that you could sip on around the pool on a Friday afternoon, it is an insidious weed that has come from Brazil, introduced into the mid-north coast. This government has invested millions of dollars in my electorate alone to attempt to eradicate tropical soda apple. I would like to commend the Kempsey Council, or the Macleay Valley Council, for the work that they're doing with the farmers on tropical soda apple to attempt to eradicate this. It is a 6-foot-high weed that, if left for 6 months, can turn into a very thick privet-style bush and overtakes acres and acres of very fertile, high-yield paddocks, and is completely devastating. And the farmers around my electorate have spent a great deal of time, a great deal of their own money, but are very appreciative of this government's assistance, federal assistance, financial assistance to look after their own paddocks. And only recently there was a grant to Kempsey Shire Council for some $300,000 to assist those farmers to try and continue with their efforts, and hopefully it doesn't spread further north into the member for Page's electorate or further south down into the electorate of Lyne. So again, I'd like to recognise the work done by Kempsey Shire Council, the contribution by the New South Wales State Government, and also the contribution of the federal government in trying to eradicate this very noxious weed. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, we as a government must take all reasonable, consistent and appropriate measures to ensuring the safety of Australian lives and livelihoods, whether from a conscious human threat or any other. COVID-19 has undeniably altered our perception of appropriate measures and highlighted issues within the current assessment process of risk, and this is not necessarily a bad thing. It has provided us the opportunity to learn, adapt and plan for the future security and success of this country, and this bill is one step in that important process, and I commend it to the House.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
I'll move the debate be adjourned.
Question is the debate be adjourned. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. I would like to make a statement and ask each of you to listen carefully to what I have to say. I decided quite some time ago that I would like to end this last term as a member of this House on the backbench, as the Prime Minister can attest. We discussed this shortly after I announced I would not be recontesting the next election. I'm not resigning as your Speaker today or tomorrow, but rather I'm giving all of you notice of my plans for the future. As I said, I've been thinking about this for a long time and made the decision some time ago. I've been your Speaker for 6 years and 2 months over the 44th, 45th and this 46th Parliament. Being your Speaker is an incredible honour. I love the job, and obviously what I'm saying now has been a very difficult decision. I know many of you appreciate just what a busy and responsible job it is, and, as you all know, it's been particularly so these last couple of years, keeping this House running, which has been vital, as well as all the other responsibilities of the job, which I can assure you are much more than question time. As I said, you already know that I won't be contesting the next election. As your Speaker, I get to speak, and let's be frank, as you know, I can speak quite a lot. However, as you also know, I don't have the opportunity to contribute in the House on behalf of my constituents in the way you do every sitting day. That's why in the final months of this Parliament I want to return to you on the floor of the House as the government member for Casey. I want to spend my remaining time contributing in the House and outside the House, working exclusively for the people of Casey. Without their support in electing me, I wouldn't be in this place to be Speaker. To those on the backbench, can I say you play a critical role in bringing the issues of concern and priority in your electorates directly to this House and to ministers and shadow ministers. I simply want to rejoin you for the final period as a parliamentarian in this great House of Representatives. Accordingly, I plan to finish up as your Speaker just after we return here in November and return to you on the floor of the House. At this stage, I plan to chair the Monday's proceedings on the 22nd of November before resigning and enabling you to elect your next Speaker at the beginning of proceedings on Tuesday the 23rd of November. I will take the time to make some more extensive and reflective remarks and some thank yous after question time on the Monday when we return. And again, I don't want today to substitute that for obvious reasons, and you might want to say some nice things, but I'm still going to be using 94A in question time in about 45 minutes. As you're aware, a new Senate President was elected just last Monday, so it's important for the Parliament that I take the next few weeks to work with him on a whole range of matters that we have joint responsibility for here in the building. I also want to give all members early notice of my decision so they can consider the vacancy. I've taken the time to outline my reasons, which are simple and clear. I want to finish on the backbench as a government backbencher, and I want to speak in this House again and focus entirely on my electorate. It's not because I'm tired of the job. I doubt I would ever tire of it. It's certainly not because I'm tired of pulling ministers or members into line. I think you know I would never tire of that. I relish it. I just want to return to you. Let me say clearly, if there is anyone within or outside this House that thinks my decision is the result of some disquiet I have with the government, you are completely wrong. That's why I'm pointing this out so directly now. If at any point in the last 6 years and 2.5 months I had felt a decision or action of the House was a direct attack on my speakership, I hope you all know me well enough now to know I would have left the chair immediately. I have at all times sought to operate fairly, consistently and predictably to be a Speaker for all of you. That's meant disciplining anyone I need to, even when it's a close friend, like the Prime Minister, who I've known for 20 years, or the Treasurer, who I've known for even longer, when he used to draft opinion pieces for other people rather than himself. But we are dear friends, the Treasurer and I, and he's known about my plans for an extensive period of time as well. As I've said, I thought about this over a long period of time. Indeed, had it not been for the responsibility I've had to the operation of the House during this COVID time, I would have been making this speech some time ago. Given my role and my approach to the speakership over the last 6 and a bit years, I will conduct myself in a way I believe befitting of a former Speaker still in the House. So I have no plans to ask questions of ministers unless they're directly related to my constituents. Secondly, I have no plans to raise points of order or to point out sound and wise rulings unless absolutely necessary. And I have no plans to interject. I thank you for your support. For the time that I'm here, that's all of today, the coming weeks, and in the chair today and on the Monday when we return, I'll be enforcing the standing orders as I always have, possibly like never before. Thank you. The Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and per your wishes, today is not the day when the Leader of the Opposition and I, the Leader of the House, Manager of Business, will sing your praises. That day will come when we come back in November. But simply to say this, that I believe, Mr Speaker, that we have had the privilege to serve in this House at a time when this House has had its finest Speaker in you. I know that is a view that is shared widely in this place. You are deeply respected. You have been a close friend and obviously will continue to be, and a trusted confidant for both of us. And I do want to wish you all the very best. I know you haven't arrived at this decision lightly, and I know what has driven your decision to do it, because you love this place. You love what it provides the opportunity for you to do, and you love doing it for the people you love in your electorate. And you want to return to them and to the forms of this House, as you would say, to be able to express that in the best way you possibly can. So we're very grateful. I'm very grateful for your friendship, your constant guidance and counsel, whether from there or elsewhere. And I wish you and all of your family all the very, very best, my friend.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I rise to wish you well and to say that I respect your decision and understand how much you care about your electorate. And indeed, we first met as members of the Health and Ageing Committee of the House of Representatives a couple of decades ago now. That's right. And since then, but particularly since your rise to the speakership, we have now a friendship based upon, I would hope, mutual respect. Certainly in my case that is there. I think that the Speaker is an incredibly important role in this parliament. And Mr Speaker, something that, a word that I would use to describe you, which I regard as an honourable word, is parliamentarian. Not everyone who comes into this place is a parliamentarian. You are. You respect the traditions and the history of the Westminster system. You have been an outstanding Speaker. You have been selected in that position twice unanimously, and who knows what might have happened had you stayed on in that position in the future. But I've said on the record, even prior to your announcement that you weren't running again, that was my position. I also think that one of the things that you've understood is that a good Speaker assists the government because order is there, but most importantly, it supports the respect for our political processes, our cherished democracy, which we should not take for granted. Many of the countries in our region, including ones we have important relationships with, are not democracies, and we should not take it for granted. We should always cherish it, and you have been one of the finest examples of parliamentarians of your generation, and I wish you well. I have more to say at the appropriate time when we return on the Monday.
Thank you. The Leader of the House.
Well, Mr Speaker, just some brief remarks, as you've requested. Can I join with the fine words of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in wishing you well and thanking you for your service to this Parliament and the sacrifice that you've made in the service to this Parliament. Mr Speaker, wisely you've delivered your words not as a ruling to the Parliament but merely as a statement, because although I've only been in this job a short period of time as Leader of the House, I would be otherwise inclined to move a dissent in your ruling, and I'm sure there would be a unanimous position across the Parliament to send whatever message we could to you to say that you will be sadly missed, and certainly the desire, I'm sure, of this Parliament in any other circumstance for you to continue on. Smithy, I consider you a dear friend, and we were flatmates 20 years ago, having come into the Parliament in 2001, a long time ago. And the way in which you have conducted your affairs over that period of time has been reflected publicly over the course of the last 6 years, but was obvious to all of us from the first day that we met you. And it has been, in my experience, the case for this House that we have not had a better Speaker over the course of those 2 decades. And that is a great tribute to your intellect and skills and the capacity that you've brought to the position. I think the obvious statement is that it's a tough job. There's no question about that, but the grace that you have demonstrated from that chair is recognised by us all, and we'll have more comments to make in relation to your service to this Parliament when we come back in a couple of weeks, as was pointed out before. But if you had to script the end to what has been a graceful period of your service as Speaker, a class act, you couldn't really script a closing chapter more perfectly than this. The desire for you to step down from that chair and to represent the interests in a very genuine way of the people who have elected you, and I know that you're someone who takes that very seriously. It's a solemn honour to be in this place as a Member of Parliament, as a parliamentarian, as the Leader of the Opposition pointed out, and that you would give the closing chapter to them, I think says a lot about you and about the class that you've brought to the position of Speaker. I can't embellish, Mr Speaker, because I know that we'll have no influence on you at all in question time that's almost upon us, or over your enduring days in that chair. I wish you every success in the next stage of life, and we'll make further comments in due course. Thank you.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the House in saying that you'd never win a vote for this decision in this House. And the Leader of the House just offered a pathway for a complete unity ticket that we don't find very often. None of us know every Speaker back in terms of how they chaired in every way back for the 120 years of this Parliament. And so in working out best and fairest awards, it's not an easy thing to do, but there's this simple fact. There's only been one other Speaker in the history of this Parliament who's been elected 3 times, and those elections have never been contested. There's only one other Speaker in the history of this Parliament who's been nominated and seconded by both sides of the chamber. Now, I don't think any word speak as loudly as the evidence, and the evidence for best and fairest is strong. And the most important thing that I think this House always needs is a Speaker who presides over debate but doesn't become the focus of the debate. that allows the parliament then to deal with the issues before us. That has been the case the whole way through, and we wish you well. We'll have more to say later, but if you ever want a parliamentary endorsement for leaving, it's not going to happen.
Well, thank you, Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, Leader of the House and Manager of Opposition Business for those very, very generous remarks. And as I said, I haven't gone yet, and I'll have a little bit of lunch and come back for question time. And I planned this so that we'd run into the 90-second statements at 1:30. But no, thank you, one and all, and I'll be back for question time. And as I said, I'll be enforcing the rules as I always have. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, you have to. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It being almost 1:30, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Empire State Building, the Eiffel Tower and the Canberra Light Rail. What do these great landmarks have in common, Deputy Speaker? They were all built faster than this government's promised anti-corruption commission. It's been 1,050 days since the Prime Minister made that promise. And rather than the promised watchdog, the government has tried to sell Australia a toothless lapdog. The truth is this government has no respect for our democracy or its institutions. This government has an addiction to secrecy. There is nothing this government hates more than transparency and accountability. It despises the public's right to know. The secret trials of Bernard Collaery and Witness K, long queues for freedom of information requests, hiding National Cabinet documents, Brian Houston's White House invitation. The list goes on, gagging important debate around climate action with Zali Steggall's bill this week, failing to answer questions about an alleged sexual assault of Brittany Higgins, one of their own staff members. Today, introducing Trumpian-style voter suppression legislation to block Australians from their democratic right to cast their vote. This is perhaps the lowest of the low. And on trashing 120 years of parliamentary convention in protecting Christian Porter and his secret $1 million donation, basically meaning there's no reason for members to have a register of interests. Well, Australians will not accept this, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Stirling.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a father, my very first priority is to the safety of my children. And indeed, the Morrison government is committed to the safety of all Australian children. And this week, we delivered the first ever long-term national plan to protect children from the scourge of sexual abuse. I'm sure that we can all agree that all of us were shocked and appalled, rightly so, at the findings of the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sex abuse. Deputy Speaker, we made a promise to do everything we could within our power to end these crimes. Under this 10-year national strategy to prevent and respond to child sex abuse, we're targeting abuse in all settings, including in the family and in the emerging online world. We're committing an initial $307 million, and this includes more than $22 million to deliver a national awareness-raising campaign on child sexual abuse and $18.6 million to implement a national victim identification framework for online child sexual abuse. The first phase will be driven by 2 4-year action plans delivering real protections for Australian children and better support for victims and survivors. Deputy Speaker, with the number of these abhorrent crimes sadly increasing, we must deliver real measures that will lead to those real outcomes as we better safeguard the innocence and safety of all our children.
I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I wish to explain to the House how the beautiful town of Berry, the town of trees, has been so badly impacted by the decisions of this government, given the failed NBN rollout of unequal technologies. Berry has a residential population of just over 3,000 people, a village atmosphere of traditional country charm, but a complete maze of access to the NBN. Fibre to the premise, only the lucky few. Fibre to the curb, likely just the other side of the street. Fibre to the node, yes, I mentioned it was a maze all right, but it gets worse. Fixed wireless and satellite delivery. Is there another town of this size in Australia that holds the full house with 5 delivery means of the NBN? But, Deputy Speaker, the compounding impact of this reckless planning is when the NBN fixed wireless meets congested mobile phone towers. Visit Berry any weekend, holiday times especially. The population easily doubles. However, tourism brings more than just congestion on the roads. Data congestion is a whole new beast. As represented to me by the Berry Chamber of Commerce, local shops, cafes and restaurants discover interruption to FPOS services, crucial QR code check-ins and card readers. Small business suffers again under this Morrison government. I'm calling for an urgent upgrade to the capacity of telecommunication services in Berry.
I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to Liz Rogers, a beloved and treasured member of the Kempsey community who passed away on Tuesday, surrounded by a large, loving family. Liz leaves a devoted husband, Bevan, of more than 60 years, 7 children, Michelle, Tony, Mark, John, Kathy, Bob and Natalie, their respective partners, 16 grandchildren and 1 great-grandson. Liz was 85 years old. Just 2 weeks ago, she competed in an 18-hole tournament at Fredericton Golf Club. Liz was still the ladies' captain at Freddo and had been for many, many years. Prior to her round, she had lamented that she was feeling a little tired and disappointed she would need to use an electric cart for the very first time. Liz was known to be tenacious, also a quiet achiever. She had a passion for a lifelong commitment to hockey, playing as a schoolgirl in Taree, then dedicating more than 40 years as a player and coach in Kempsey. Liz had the pleasure of playing hockey with her daughters and played competitively until she was 70. Only to be forced into retirement by a broken thumb. This, however, allowed more time for golf, which she addressed with the same passion and commitment. We honour the passing of a wonderful wife, mother, matriarch, friend and dedicated community member and volunteer. Vale Liz Rogers, you will be fondly remembered and dearly missed.
I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Sometimes you meet people who are 100% dedicated to helping others, and every day they try to find a way to give back. But it's not often you find this level of altruism in someone as young as Zachary Rosewell from Jerrabomberra Public School. This year on multiple occasions, 8-year-old Zach has inspired his school and the Jerrabomberra community to give to those less fortunate. In May, he held a fundraiser and encouraged people to donate to the Queanbeyan Sleep Bus. He said, homeless people need somewhere safe to sleep. He raised over $3,000 for the sleep bus. But he didn't stop there. As the weather turned cold, he had another idea and started collecting winter clothing to donate to people in need. Through his efforts, he managed to collect and donate more than 120 items of clothing, including warm pants, coats and jumpers to 3 local charities. Now this local hero has set his sights on Christmas and is once again encouraging people to give to others. He's collecting gifts to donate to Kids in Care ACT and the Salvation Army. To quote Zach, "It's cool to be kind, and don't forget, adults need Christmas gifts too." Thank you, Zach. Not only are you inspiring the next generation to give back, to volunteer and to help others, but you're also proving how one person, no matter their age, can make a huge difference.
I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, this week, the last 2 weeks, there's been a lot of discussion about Australia and its commitment to reduce its emissions, and the Prime Minister's heading off tonight to represent our country in Glasgow. But also this week, I've been sitting in the House listening to some of the first speeches that school students have brought in as part of a competition. And something struck me very, very hard. A lot of them were quite bleak about the future, and largely relating to climate change and the impacts of it. And it made me think that there's a responsibility in this place, in the political debate, not to steal the hopes and the futures of our younger people. There's always, what's driven humanity on for millennia is that the hope that tomorrow will be better than today, the belief in mankind to overcome the problems that comes towards it. And to have members in here, the member for Melbourne and others, talking up climate emergencies, a future that is indeed bleak with bushfires and the like, is very, very irresponsible. As a 7-year-old, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can remember my school holidays and weekends being caught up in a very, very severe drought where my father's farm was completely depleted, our grain was gone, but we always had a belief that tomorrow was going to be better, and we should remember that when we're making speeches in this place.
Time has expired. I call the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are now 21 confirmed COVID cases among the asylum seekers and refugees in the Park Hotel in Melbourne. This is a national disgrace, an abrogation of the duty of care owed to these people by the Morrison government. When COVID came to Australia early last year, I and my colleagues publicly called on the government to release detainees who had cleared security checks. I asked the government, why in a global pandemic should people who pose no risk to the community be held in hotel detention when the health risks were so clear? The government had no good answer for this. Doctors warned of the risk of infection given the men were confined to a space where they couldn't possibly distance. Hundreds of community members offered to take them in and support them. Despite all the health warnings, this government did nothing. They sat on their hands for over a year, offered them Panadol when they presented with COVID symptoms, and despite the cases, they are still living in a confined space. If it isn't incompetence, it's just cruelty. Cruelty, used deliberately and used for so-called deterrence. This is the path the Morrison government has chosen to take. But the government cannot hide from the duty of care to people in its care. And I call on the Morrison government to provide the immediate medical care to positive cases and transfer and release them into accommodation where their health is not put at risk.
I call the member for McKellar.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the service of Dr Michael Henderson, who was appointed Officer of the Order of Australia earlier this year. Dr Henderson was recognised for the significant contributions he made to motor vehicle and motor sport safety and preventing road trauma. Dr Henderson first began his career in the RAF, an experience which ignited a passion for prevention of injury in aircraft crashes. This led to an interest in preventing injury concerning motor vehicles. In 1968, Dr Henderson joined a project team which designed a concept safety Formula One, outlining innovation which became foundational for later Formula One regulations. He later joined a research group formed by the New South Wales Department of Motor Transport and served as Director of Traffic Safety in New South Wales. In this role, he drafted legislation which led to the enforcement of seatbelts in Australia, along with other crucial innovations in road safety. This work influenced significant change and prevented many accidents on the road. Thanks to Dr Henderson's work, Australia became a leader in road safety, and I thank him for his commitment to vehicle and road safety, which has undoubtedly saved thousands of lives. It is both an honour and a privilege to have someone of Dr Michael Henderson's capacity and ability and contribution to our society living on the northern beaches of Sydney. Thank you, Deputy.
I call the member for Indi.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the mental health impacts of COVID are well known, and one of the most powerful ways we can address that is through simple acts of kindness. Kindness is known to increase self-esteem, empathy, compassion and improve mood. Throughout this long pandemic, the kindness I've seen and the frustration of those wanting to provide kindness but who could not is very moving. I want to acknowledge the professional mental health workers on the coalface at Albury-Wodonga Health, Gateway Health, GP practices, nurses, psychologists, counsellors, who do their work with kindness. To the neighbours helping neighbours, families, community groups finding new ways to connect, food shares, to the kids setting up their postbox libraries and writing letters to the elderly with kindness. I also acknowledge the businesses who face their customers with care and kindness and those who wish they could but restrictions didn't allow them to. Businesses like Genesis Health and Fitness in Wodonga, with 3,000 members on its books, including many with disabilities who rely on exercise for their mental health. Owner Janine Schubert has been inundated with anxious members desperate to exercise but unable to, and she helped them with such kindness. There are many gyms, fitness studios and businesses who are in this situation. Today I acknowledge the kindness shown right throughout Indi and the intent, and I thank them all for the humanity throughout these difficult times.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, the expressions of interest have opened for round 7 of the Stronger Communities program, which gives local governing bodies and community groups opportunities to nominate projects of up to $20,000. Round 7 will provide $22.65 million across 151 federal electorates, and the Stronger Community program delivers infrastructure and equipment to our community organisations to continue for them to be able to grow and to be successful. Previous rounds of this fantastic program across my electorate have seen football and netball clubs, tennis clubs, soccer, cricket, golf clubs, heritage centres, search and rescue volunteers, men's sheds, childcare centres and community centres receive grants. These grants have been for kitchen upgrades, appliances, air conditioners, security lighting, play equipment, fencing, flooring, computers, a silo art viewing area, storage sheds, hot water services, toilets for the disabled, wheelchairs and electrical upgrades. And the townships across my electorate that have always been able to be accessed for these grants is places like Tungamar and Undira, Kingupna, Nagambie, Kyabram, Nathalia, Rochester, Tullagarutna, Yamurka, Marupna, Gagari, Murchison, Tachura, Seymour, Echuca, Wanyu, Yarrawonga, Tongala, Merrigum, Gunbower, Dookie, Katamatite and Waiai. It's a fantastic program that able to help an amazing group of small communities, and I want to thank the government for bringing round 7 to fruition again.
I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today and congratulate all the Year 12 students at Hazel Glen School who will be graduating in the coming weeks. As I stand here proudly in my Hazel Glen tie, it reminds me that these Year 12 students have faced immense, unprecedented challenge over their final years of school. The disruption to education, to work, to family life that has been felt over the course of the pandemic cannot be understated. But the perseverance of the students, the staff, the teachers over the course of this pandemic is something that is an inspiration to all of us. In particular, I want to give my congratulations and praise to the incredible co-captains of Hazel Glen, Alex Mitras and Grace Gillies, and of course the vice-captains Callista Jankovic and Sasha Allen. Under the leadership of Principal Anthony Stockwell, over the course of this pandemic we've all had to learn and face new challenges and adapt to new circumstances. These students have taken on the responsibility of leadership during one of the most challenging times in our history, and they have done so with courage, conviction, compassion and a leadership far beyond their years. So to all the Year 12 students at Hazel Glen College, I say congratulations for all your hard work, for your dedication, and good luck as you move into the next phase of your life, whether it's transitioning to university, learning a trade or just taking a well-earned year off. Please know that you have been an inspiration to us and we thank you so much for everything you have done.
I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
This week, the Prime Minister set out our plan to a net zero future. I'm immensely proud of this momentous occasion in Australia's history. Mr Deputy Speaker, Australia has agreed to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. This will have a whole-of-economy impact. Our plan is based on 5 clear principles. Technology. By grasping these opportunities and predicted market trends, we will shape our economy while driving down emissions. Secondly, expanding energy choices and emission reduction, both domestically and with our trading partners. Thirdly, driving down the cost of a range of new energy technologies by bringing a portfolio of technologies to cost competitiveness, such as clean hydrogen and low-emission steel, aluminium, even green cement. Fourthly, keeping energy prices down with affordable and reliable power. Our plan will consolidate our advantage in affordable and reliable energy and, importantly, fifthly, be accountable to progress by transparency, which is essential to convert ambition into achievement. Mr Deputy Speaker, in my first speech I said there is a major and inevitable transition occurring in our energy sector to a clean and sustainable energy future. It's not just an environmental imperative to act, it's an economic one. This won't be easy, however. We are now witnessing this transition. We have a plan, we have a target, and together we will secure Australia's environmental and economic future. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Oxley.
Morning, we have seen another shameful chapter in the government's attempts to cling to power, with the introduction of a bill to introduce voter-identified ID requirements for the first time in our nation's history. These electoral changes are nothing but a transparent attempt to save their own skins. As the polls start to reflect what Australians are thinking, this is a tired, incompetent government that is well and truly past its use-by date. These laws are utterly unnecessary. The Australian Electoral Commission has confirmed the number of vote discrepancies at Australian elections is vanishingly small, and no one was prosecuted for multiple voting at the 2019 federal election. No one. People living in remote communities, those dealing with homelessness, seniors and Australians escaping domestic violence often don't have the easy access to identification. These laws mirror the kind of rules we've seen in Trump's America. This is outrageous. We are fortunate in Australia to have an independent electoral commission and a system that prioritises and enfranchises voters. We should be incredibly wary when the government of the day introduces electoral laws to solve a supposed problem that the Australian Electoral Commission says does not exist. This is not Trump's America. This is Australia. And in this country, every single person is afforded the opportunity to cast their vote. If this government wants to change that, then they've got one hell of a fight on their hands.
I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joondalup City RSL, I seek federal funding to relocate and refurbish 2 war memorials in my electorate. The 100th anniversary Anzac Memorial Arch at Ocean Reef on the foreshore overlooking the marina commemorates the centenary of Anzac and the conflicts which Australia has been involved. The memorial was constructed with funding from the Anzac Centenary Grants Program. The landmark redevelopment of Ocean Reef Marina will soon require the memorial to be relocated. Fortunately, the arch is constructed from steel and glass and can be transported intact. The Joondalup City RSL plans to relocate the memorial arch to a new prominent site at the redeveloped marina and install suitable paving and landscaping to ensure that future generations of Australians can gather in a reflective space for memorial services and to pay their respects to our servicemen and servicewomen. In addition, the traditional masonry memorial at Central Park in Joondalup, which is used for our city's major annual memorial services, is also in need of cleaning, maintenance and landscaping. I call upon the Minister for Veterans Affairs to favourably consider these 2 very worthy requests for funding.
I call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, we have to raise in this place this week the parliamentary dissonance that we've been hearing. We've got a government who in this place in question time this week has told us that they won't mandate, they won't legislate, they won't regulate. In fact, they've got an aversion. Lawmakers on the other side have an aversion to doing their job, to creating laws for this country. But that's what we heard at question time the other day. But then we've got people in my electorate ringing me to say, why is the government's new domestic violence funding? They're asking the question, Are they going to try and control our spending with that? And it's a fair question, given the cashless debit card and this government's obsession with financial control of people who need support. So it's not surprising that the country's confused. We don't want to regulate, we don't want to legislate, and then today they bring into the House a piece of legislation that will disenfranchise older Australians from actually voting. We don't want to legislate, we don't want to regulate, unless we think we don't need your vote. It's no wonder they don't want to stop elderly Australians from voting, really. No wonder at all. Cashless debit card coming straight at you. If you didn't believe it before, believe it now. You are going to, as an elderly Australian, need to prove who you are before you can vote under this government. It's a disgrace.
I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to add to a contribution I made last night in Adjournment, where I was indicating that the vaccine rollout had gathered pace. 70% of eligible Australians over the age of 16 are fully vaccinated, and South Australia had achieved 80% vaccination first dose. I make this statement as a proud pro-vaxxer, but vaccination should remain an individual's choice, and those who choose not to be vaccinated should not be ostracised. Outside the aged care setting, we don't exclude those who haven't taken the flu vaccine from work or from other aspects of life. A society that shuns the unvaccinated is not what I want to live in a post-COVID Australia look like. My family came to Australia seeking opportunity born of the possibilities and freedoms Australians enjoy. I don't want COVID normal should not involve the need to flash our vaccination status around just to go about our daily lives. Outside of an aged care facility or quarantine setting, you should not need a vaccination to get a job, sit in a cafe or watch your favourite sporting team. Mr Deputy Speaker, let me be clear. I'm a pro-vaxxer, as I said. I encourage all Australians to roll up their sleeves and get vaccinated, and if and when they can. But I also encourage Australians to think about the future of our society and what we want Australia to look like as we live with this virus.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This government is big on claiming they support freedoms, but there's a stench of hypocrisy rising from the government benches. In their minds, all people deserve freedoms, but some people deserve fewer freedoms than others. According to the Deputy Prime Minister, there should be freedom from legislation for any targets on zero emissions by 2050. And the Prime Minister has the freedom to keep the modelling of their so-called targets secret. But they don't let others enjoy such freedoms. There are people who have no freedom to buy what they want when they want because they're on a cashless debit card. And we know the government has left the door open to put aged and disability pensioners on that card. There are people who will have the freedom to vote taken away from them if the Prime Minister has his way, by forcing voter IDs onto every one of us on polling day in some Trumpian move to solve a problem that does not exist. People on the NDIS feel they are losing promised freedoms to make decisions about their own lives, and domestic violence support workers have raised with me why this government has not given women the freedom to have control of the new DV assistance payment. They ask why women escaping abuse and control need a government or agency to make the decisions for them as they try to secure their own freedoms. If you're vulnerable, your freedoms matter less to this government.
I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This year, over 2,500 young people are graduating from schools in my electorate, from Churchlands, Perth Mod, Shenton, Iona, JTC, Newman, Bold Park Community School, Christchurch, Hale, International School of Western Australia, MLC, PLC, Scotch, St Hilda's and St Mary's. To the teaching and support staff at all of these schools, I say thank you very much for what you've done for and given to our kids over the last 12+ years. Your patience, passion, perseverance and professionalism is hugely appreciated by all. To all the young people, I say, you got this. COVID-19 has undoubtedly magnified the usual stresses that go along with leaving school. No doubt you've already been asked a zillion times, what are you going to do when you leave school? A question which is fine if you have a clear idea as to what you want to do, but it can be incredibly stressful if you don't. Just be reassured, it's very common for people to not have a clear idea as to what they want to do when they leave school, and it's perfectly normal to take some time to decide. So, you got this. Do your best. But remember, Year 12 exams do not define you and they don't dictate the rest of your life. Breathe deeply, sleep well, exercise, laugh every day, talk to friends, ask for help. And I know that every school would have had a different graduation song this year, and at the risk of embarrassing my school leaver son, my graduation song for you is Katy Perry's Fireworks. Listen to it often and listen to it loudly.
I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. As one of the only world leaders who refused to condemn the invasion of the US Capitol, it's only fitting that this Prime Minister is channeling a move straight out of the Trump playbook. He doesn't want donor ID for Christian Porter, but he wants voter ID for vulnerable Australians. He talks about cracking down on voter fraud, something the AEC says barely exists, something that saw 0 prosecutions from the last election. Not one. Not one. This is a blatant attempt at Trump-style voter suppression, an attempt to divide us by a great divider. This is about making voting harder. We should be proud of our democracy that we call the Australian ballot. Queues will stretch around the block and many vulnerable Australians will lose their democratic voice. Now, there's also 140,000 people waiting to get their citizenship excluded from voting. The fact is, he stalled on an Indigenous voice to Parliament. Now he wants to take away their voice at the ballot box. This is a cynical move to minimise the number of Indigenous Australians who get the vote. Our electoral system is proudly Australian. This is ugly, divisive legislation, and I urge Australians to use the ballot box to tell this divisive man his time is up.
Speaker. Sorry? Unless we've got someone...
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's sorry, we've got someone remote. Yeah, we've got the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today I withdraw my March 25 parliamentary apology. It's now obvious the accusations against me were fabricated.
Members on my
My
left.
apology at the time was to anyone genuinely upset by my electorate communication, but none of those televised in March were genuine. My electorate work is always in the interests of the residents of Redland City, and that local record remains online, unaltered and defended 100%. Serious accusations, Speaker, deserve to be the subject of a formal complaint. And apart from one thrown out just minutes after I provided a written statement, no complaint has ever materialised despite my public and repeated requests. The cape is now pretty clear. Run to the media, but assiduously avoid laying any form of complaint lest it be exposed as baseless. Speaker, anyone feeling upset has formal channels available to them, and deliberately avoiding that process for trial by media isn't and should never be rewarded. And that's why the ALP suspending this House's operations on no less than 25 occasions was disappointing political opportunism, and the ABC refusing to apologise for months and stooping to trawling my electorate for mildly annoyed critics to join the pile-on in the form of a bizarre 7:30 report was disappointing. Speaker, I don't believe there's any exceptional circumstances at play to justify the national broadcaster's conduct, nor at any time was this ever an honest mistake of the ABC, which they continue to maintain to this day.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Questions without notice. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Why did it take the threat of being humiliated at an international climate conference for the Prime Minister to commit to net zero? Weren't the bushfires enough?
The members on my right. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Only this Leader of the Opposition would seek to politicise the bushfires, Mr Speaker. Only the Leader of the Opposition. That reflects on him, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, over the course of this year, the COP26 date has been set very clearly, and methodically over the course of the year, the government has worked to come together to enable us to be able to confirm the policy, which enables me this evening to head firstly to the G20, Mr Speaker, and then to the COP26 in Glasgow, and be very clear that Australia's nationally determined contribution is that we have a target of net zero emissions by 2050. And in addition to that, Mr Speaker, we'll be able to update our nationally determined contribution to indicate that our target of 26 to 28% of emissions reduction by 2030 will indeed be exceeded, and we will see a 35% reduction in emissions. This is what Australia is achieving. Mr Speaker, already we have seen a 20%, actually 20.8% reduction in emissions, Mr Speaker, which exceeds the performance of the United States, of Canada, of New Zealand, of Japan, Mr Speaker. Australia is getting this job done. Now, what our performance has demonstrated, Mr Speaker, be that the highest rate of rooftop solar uptake in the world or the record levels of the installation of renewable energy. In 1 year, Mr Speaker, there's been more installation of renewable energy in this country than in 6 years of the Labor government, Mr Speaker. And at the same time as achieving these targets, Mr Speaker, over that same period of time, we've seen a 45% increase in the size of our economy. But interestingly, Mr Speaker, when you look at the time that we have been in government, the CPI figures yesterday showed that electricity prices under our government, Mr Speaker, went up by 3%. Over the Labor Party's period of time, Mr Speaker, they went up by 101%, Mr Speaker. So under Labor, your electricity prices are higher, Mr Speaker, your taxes are higher, Mr Speaker, and your emissions were higher as well, Mr Speaker, because under our government, Mr Speaker, we've been getting emissions down, we've been keeping electricity prices down, Mr Speaker, we've been getting the number of jobs up. We now have 1 million people in manufacturing jobs. Under Labor, 1 in 8 manufacturing jobs gone, Mr Speaker. Gone, Mr Speaker, because of the economy-destroying policies of the Labor Party when they were last in government. Now, I know, Mr Speaker, that our government can stand up for Australia, to protect our interests and to have an Australian plan, Mr Speaker, an Australian plan that is done in Australia's interests to deal with Australia's economy. That's what we've been doing, Mr Speaker, and we have the strength to pursue that plan and bring the country together, Mr Speaker, and pursue that target that we've set. Mr Speaker, those opposites don't have the strength to do that, Mr Speaker.
Concluded. The member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And following on from those comments from the Prime Minister, my question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister please outline to the House how the Morrison government is delivering on its plans to secure Australia's economic future and keep Australia safe, including by reopening the nation through increased COVID-19 vaccine rates?
The Prime Minister has the floor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Leichhardt for his question. And I'm so pleased, as I know the member is also, but more importantly the people of Leichhardt are so pleased that the member for Leichhardt was putting himself forward again at the next election, Mr Speaker. He stood with us as a coalition for many, many years, one of the most experienced and dedicated members of this House and a champion of North Queensland, Mr Speaker. And at the last election he and I stood together and we told the Australian people, Mr Speaker, together with the government members, that we were going to build our economy to secure Australia's future. And, Mr Speaker, at that time none of us could have known the challenges that would come Australia's way at the time of the last election, in particular in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic and the global recession that followed from that pandemic. But, Mr Speaker, the national plans that we have put in place over the course of this parliamentary term have served that purpose, to secure Australians' future, that despite the challenges, uncertainty that we have faced as a country, Australians can still plan for their future with confidence. Our COVID response plan and the national plan to reopen Australia is effective, is working, Mr Speaker, is opening up the country. 75% double dose vaccination rates now achieved across the country, 3/4 of those aged over 16 having been vaccinated. We have one of the lowest rates of fatalities of COVID-19 in the world. We're one of the strongest economies to power through the COVID-19 pandemic and the recession that followed it, Mr Speaker. And now we're on our way to having the highest COVID-19 vaccine rates around the world, and today we have announced the booster program, Mr Speaker. There are enough vaccines in Australia, not only for the boosters but for everyone who wants one to get one, and to assure, particularly in Western Australia and Queensland, that those rates can rise. Our economic recovery plan that the Treasurer has led and the budgets, Mr Speaker, that he's brought down, lower taxes, infrastructure spending, skills spending, manufacturing and energy, defence industry, recycling, Mr Speaker, our rare earths and critical minerals strategy in the resources sector, our agricultural 2030 plan and the record investments going to science and research, and of course our national plan to ensure that we can achieve our target of net zero emissions by 2050, Mr Speaker, without taxes, without putting burdens on Australians or targeting sectors or telling Australians what they should be doing. Our national security plan, Mr Speaker, which was realised again last night, where Australia was the first country to achieve a comprehensive strategic partner with ASEAN. This is a significant achievement, Mr Speaker, and I commend the Minister for Foreign Affairs and be able to present at the East Asia Summit as ASEAN's first comprehensive strategic partner is a great advantage for Australia. But that's backed up by our leadership through the Quad Nations. It's backed up through the partnerships formed through AUKUS and our record defence spending, as well as keeping kids safe online, Mr Speaker, and keeping our borders safe. These national plans, Mr Speaker, are delivering for Australia.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can he confirm the government ridiculed renewable energy targets, then flipped, tried to abolish the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and ARENA, then flipped, railed against electric vehicles, then flipped, and attacked net zero before adopting it? Why should Australians trust a government with net zero credibility on Australia's clean energy future?
The Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is just incapable of telling the truth. Mr Speaker, that is not the position I have adopted. I have opposed the Labor Party's policies on their approaches to addressing many of those issues. But, Mr Speaker, as we know right now, the Labor Party is voting against hydrogen, Mr Speaker, to be used in infrastructure for vehicles, and they're voting against it in the Senate. They're voting against carbon capture, use and storage, Mr Speaker. They're voting against renewable technologies that we want to finance through ARENA and the CFC, Mr Speaker. They're voting against it.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. Members on both sides. Member for Macarthur. You just better watch out. You've done your chair duty for the day, so you're vulnerable. The Manager of Opposition Business.
On direct relevance, the answer's not relevant. It's untrue. It's weird.
The Manager of Opposition Business. Just say I was fairly tolerant with the language in the question, which really could have meant anything when you're using words like flipped. So I'm going to keep listening to the Prime Minister. I was reluctant to sort of rule the question out of order, but the Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. What I was referring to is we have a bill in the Senate right now that is seeking support, and I should say that they're seeking to disallow the regulations, Mr Speaker. That's what the Labor Party is seeking to do for our policies, which includes $72 million to support electric vehicles and hydrogen vehicle charging infrastructure, $52 million for microgrids in regional Australia, $20 million to look at how we can make heavy trucks more fuel efficient, $47 million to help heavy industry to reduce their energy consumption. The Labor Party has voted against these policies 7 times, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about the issue of trust in the question. I'm asked about the issue of trust. Well, Mr Speaker, I saw this quote just yesterday, I think it was today. If I was a coal miner, a power generation worker, a manufacturing worker, and wanted to look at the bona fides of the ALP about how they deal with just transition, if you look at what happened to the Victorian timber workers—
The Prime Minister, I know there's already been a point of order on relevance. That's what I took it as anyway. And I know the Prime Minister's picked out a word, and certainly the way the question was framed, what he was saying up until then was perfectly fine, because the question made an accusation about the government's credibility. But I don't think, well, I know on this one he can't now move to talk about the opposition. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr. I'll have to save for later, Mr. Speaker. I'll have to save it for later, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker,
I don't
Labour
mind.
is
I
not
don't
on
mind
your
when,
side
just when you
out
ask the right
there if you're
question.
working in those industries. That's what union leaders themselves are saying, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, our plan, Mr. Speaker, is about achieving net zero by 2050 without taking people's jobs, without saying you have to go and mandate what they have to do, without putting taxes on them. The Labor Party, Mr. Speaker, have attacked our plan. They don't like our plan. They don't like it that it focuses only on technology to achieve this, Mr. Speaker. So I know this. If you're not going to achieve net zero by 2050 through technology, Mr. Speaker, there are only two other ways you can do it: by taxes and heavier regulation driving jobs out of industries. That's the Labor Party's plan.
The member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister update the House on how the Morrison-Joyce government is providing vital infrastructure to support regional communities and economies? And is the Deputy Prime Minister aware of any alternative policies?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and note so much work that he has done in making the Pacific Highway safer, and obviously, especially in its latest iteration, the work that he is doing consistently for the people of the city of Coffs Harbour with the Coffs Harbour bypass. Mr. Speaker, this is a $1.8 billion project, $1.46 billion coming from the federal government. But it's not just on the big projects; it's also on the smaller projects, such as the Hatch Road and the sealing of the Hatch Road, or the Macleay Valley and Family Community Centre. Mr. Speaker, in my conversations with the member for Cowper, we've also talked about projects into the future that we have to sit down and consider how we deal with, especially the road that goes between Kempsey and Wallamumby, or the Taylor's Arm Road of approximately 60 kilometres, which just has had no work on it, or the Spooners Avenue from Green Hill to Fredericton, which is just, we've got to try and work out how we take that road ahead. But, Mr. Speaker, he also talks about alternative policies, and it's incredibly important that we clearly understand that the member for Cowper's electorate is in it is the beef industry, in it is the dairy industry. It is vitally important that people clearly understand how those industries are so imperative to the income that's earned in places like Kempsey, which is the home of Akubra Hats, and that these people, whether it's the Maneys and the Kesbys and all those families up there, how important they are to the beef industry. And one of the things that could completely and utterly rock the beef industry is a legislation that was brought forward that would put the imposts and they would put caveats on where that industry went. Now, Mr. Speaker, we heard of what has been happening in Glasgow and the movements that have been made by the President of the United States and others towards a methane target by 2030 on 2020 levels, 30% reduction. And I'm so happy and confident that that's not a path that Australia will entertain to go by 2030, but I don't know exactly what the Labor Party's position on this, because this would decimate it. But the member for McMahon, I'm going to quote your press conference, so we'll get to it. And I was even more perturbed and less confident when I've heard the member for McMahon talk about how it was a silly little debate and that, of course, agriculture should be included. Got no problems with that, as long as it lifts them up and doesn't drag them down. As long as it lifts them up and doesn't drag them down. And his solution to methane abatement was Asparagopsis. Now, Asparagopsis, you can buy it in capsules. About 120 capsules cost you about $50. The problem is we've got close to 30 million head of cattle. And 30 million head of cattle and buying Asparagopsis, just the numbers just don't work out. And he said, the member for McMahon, he said, don't worry.
The Deputy Prime Minister's time has concluded. The Leader of the Opposition.
All the timing.
Member for McEwen, the Leader of the Opposition, has the call.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has refused to release the modelling of his net zero policy showing its full economic impact before he goes to Glasgow tonight. Why?
The Prime Minister has
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
call.
As I've said on a number of occasions, the government will be releasing the model, will be modelling, will be releasing it in the next few weeks, and it'll be there, Mr. Speaker, along with our plans, Mr. Speaker, that go through quite methodically about how we intend to achieve that target. And I'm looking forward to be able to point to the commitment that we're making, the target that we've set of net zero emissions by 2050, and of course the update to our 2030 target. The 2030 target, Mr. Speaker, which was 26 to 28%, which is what we took to the last election, and we've kept faith with that commitment. And in fact, we said we'd meet that commitment and we'd beat it, and that is exactly what we're going to do, because I'll be able to inform them that we now expect that we will be able to see a 35% reduction by 2030. That is our expectation. That is what the work shows, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's an extraordinary achievement, Mr. Speaker, by the Australian people, by Australian industry, and I've got to say, particularly in the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker.
Will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on relevance, it was a really specific question. There was no rhetoric, just about modelling, and why isn't it being produced now? Why?
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. I listened. Obviously, I've been listening carefully to the Prime Minister. I think he's being relevant to the question. Certainly was in the first couple of sentences. It mightn't be the answer that those on my left wanted, but I'll keep hearing the Prime Minister.
Speaker. So that's what we'll be doing when we go to Glasgow. We as a coalition have worked solidly together to understand fully the implications of these nationally determined contributions that we've made. We have worked through these issues. We've considered what is happening in the global economy and the impacts, particularly on rural and regional areas, and we have developed the plan, Mr. Speaker, which enables us to achieve this and at the same time see our economy continue to grow and the way of life in rural and regional communities continue to go forward, Mr. Speaker. That is what our plan achieves. Our targets are clear: 26 to 28% by 2030, Mr. Speaker, which we'll meet and beat, and by 2050 to achieve a target of net zero emissions, Mr. Speaker. We still don't know what the Labor Party's 2030 target is, and the clock has been ticking on them for a long time.
Members on my left. Members on my right. The member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Right now, Albury-Wodonga is experiencing the biggest outbreak of COVID-19 since the pandemic began. Likewise, there are increasing numbers of cases in Wangaratta and neighbouring towns. At the same time, the city visitation to the regions opens this weekend. The rural health workforces are under enormous strain. What is the federal government doing to guarantee health workforce capacity to regional towns like Wodonga and Wangaratta so health services can handle these COVID outbreaks and meet ongoing local health needs?
The Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Indi as well as the member for Farrer, who has been making repeated steps forward and working with the government to support the border regions on both sides. And so to acknowledge both members for their work. We are very aware of a significant outbreak which has now seen over 450 cases across the border regions on the Albury and the Wodonga side. In particular, we are working with both state governments as well as both communities to address this challenge. Firstly, in relation to vaccination, I'm pleased to be able to report that in the Albury LGA they have reached 98% vaccination coverage, and in the Wodonga LGA 97.7%, so two of Australia's most vaccinated local government areas, and to see that in a regional area I think is very heartening. It provides important protection for both of those communities. There are over 30 vaccination sites, Commonwealth vaccination sites, across the two communities. I think 18 general practices, 11 pharmacies, one Indigenous medical service, and in addition to that we have one Commonwealth vaccination clinic, so 31 Commonwealth sites which have been providing vaccinations. A further thing which is extremely important is, of course, the testing, and this has been raised by both members, the member for Farrer and the member for Indi, with me. And at this stage we have pop-up clinic at Lavington Sports Ground, a drive-through clinic at Albury Showground, a pathology clinic in Lavington, walk-in testing at Wodonga Respiratory Clinic, drive-through testing at the Wodonga campus of Albury Wodonga Health. Importantly, we've been working with the Victorian Government, and the Victorian Deputy Chief Health Officer Ben Cowie has stated publicly that they have responded and will be providing additional testing resources this weekend. And I think that that's a very important message to the people on both sides of the border, that those representations have resulted in increased testing activity. My office has also been working with private rapid antigen test providers. Rapid antigen tests will be available from the 1st of November, and they have confirmed that there will be strong and significant supply within the border regions. That will grow through pharmacies and convenience providers over the course of the first 2 weeks, but will be available from the start of November. Finally, in terms of PPE, we've now made 3 deliveries in recent weeks to support the health services. So Commonwealth National Medical Stockpile deliveries on the 14th, 18th and 26th of October of P2 masks, surgical masks, gloves, gowns, goggles, shields and sanitisers. So all of these things are coming together as part of the Commonwealth's response, and I thank both the member for Farrer and the member for Indi for their representations.
The member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer remind the House how the Morrison's government ongoing commitment to delivering lower taxes will strengthen our economic rebound as COVID-19 restrictions ease? Is the Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for O'Connor for his question. Acknowledge him as a third-generation wheat farmer, Mr Speaker, and with an electorate that is more than 866,000 square kilometres. It's more than 3 times larger than the state of Victoria, more than 11 times larger than the state of Tasmania, and it's a powerhouse for mining, for agriculture and for tourism. And the member for O'Connor, like others on this side of the House, understand that we stand for more jobs and lower taxes. Now, the member for Rankin, the Shadow Treasurer, said last year that the government should be judged on what happens to unemployment. That were his words. The government should be judged on what happens to unemployment. The member for Rankin said the most important test of this government's management of recession is what happens to jobs. Well, I can inform the member for Rankin, as I can inform the rest of the House, that when we came to government, the unemployment rate was 5.7%, and today it's 4.6%, Mr Speaker. An additional 1.4 million people are in work than when we came to government, and that we know that of those 1.4 million jobs, 58% went to women. And we're also focused on driving down taxes, and we've legislated through the parliament more than $300 billion of income tax cuts. So if you're a teacher or a tradie on $60,000 a year, you pay $6,480 less tax as a result of the tax cuts that we've legislated through the last 3 budgets alone. And our immediate expensing provisions have helped drive increased investment in machinery and equipment, whether it's a farmer getting a new harvester, a tradie getting new tools. And we've also put in place, Mr Speaker, other tax incentives, like cutting the company tax rate down to 25% for businesses with a turnover of $50 million or less. And our tax cuts, together with our infrastructure programs, together with our other measures to cut red tape, together what we've done on insolvency, Mr Speaker, what we've been doing on digital platforms, what we've been doing on foreign investment with historic reforms, these are all designed to create more jobs across the economy. But we know that those opposite only stand for higher taxes and more spending. We saw that at the last election, with $387 billion of higher taxes that they took to the Australian people. The member for McMahon said to the Australian people, if you don't like our tax policies, don't vote for them. They took them literally, and they know that we on this side of the House stand for more jobs and lower taxes, and we have delivered exactly that.
The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and it follows my last question about why it is that modelling for his net zero policy has not been released. Is he aware that a senior official has just told Senate estimates, to quote, "We are finalising the writing up of that work"? End quote. How is it that this Prime Minister released his so-called plan, where he said plan 94 times between him and the minister, but doesn't actually have one and doesn't have modelling that he can table?
Time has concluded. The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Modelling will be released in the next couple of weeks, Mr Speaker. It'll be there for everybody
Members on my left.
It'll be there for everybody to see. Mr Speaker, the plan has been released. I've tabled it in the Parliament.
Members on my left.
Part of our nationally determined contribution at COP26, Mr Speaker.
The member for McEwen will leave understanding order 94A. The Prime Minister has the call.
It sets out.
The member for Kingsford Smith will follow him. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It sets out that our 2030 commitment, our government has a 2030 commitment, Mr Speaker. The opposition still doesn't have a 2030 target at all. They don't have one, Mr Speaker, so they can't speak of one because it isn't there, Mr Speaker. We have one. We took it to the last election. It was supported by the Australian people. The Labor Party had one. It was 45%. It was rejected by the Australian people, and they've been sitting there twiddling their thumbs about what it should be ever since. They don't know whether it should be higher.
The Prime Minister, there wasn't
an
opportunity in this question to speak about the opposition policies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So the net zero by 2050 position that the government has been arrived at based on the modelling that has been done by the government, Mr Speaker, through the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, Mr Speaker, a highly competent department, Mr Speaker, led by Secretary Fredericks, Mr Speaker, who I know is well regarded around the public service, Mr Speaker, and that document will be released in the next few weeks, and it'll be there, Mr Speaker. It'll be there, Mr Speaker, and they'll be able to see it. And they'll be able to see, Mr Speaker, that what it does through the plan that we're putting in place with technology, not taxes, with respecting people's choices and not seeking to legislate what people should do in their lives and their businesses, on their farms, in their mines, Mr Speaker. That's what the Labor Party wants to do, not us. We want to let the Australian economy achieve this target, and we know it can. We know that Australians can achieve this because emissions have already fallen by more than 20%.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
On direct relevance, the question goes to the Prime Minister being asked about modelling and never once letting us know the document doesn't even exist.
The Manager of Opposition Business won't use the opportunity to try and give a statement or ask a different question. Has the Prime Minister concluded? Okay. Well, just before you recommence, there isn't an opportunity to talk about opposition policies in his answer, but the Prime Minister.
Because they don't have any, Mr Speaker. They don't have any targets. They don't have any plans for their 2050. So I can't help there, Mr Speaker.
Well, maybe,
I'm sorry.
maybe you
and
want
I'm
to wind
happy
up
to
your
conclude
answer.
on that note, Mr Speaker.
The member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the Minister please update the House on Australia's vaccine rollout and when booster vaccines will become available for all Australians?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Lindsay and also to thank her community for coming forward to be vaccinated in record numbers. Approximately 95% of the Penrith community have come forward to be vaccinated, and that's protecting them, and it's protecting them in a world where, again, we've seen over 500,000 cases in the last 24 hours, over 8,500 lives lost worldwide, and so the pandemic continues. But in Australia, what we are seeing is ever-increasing vaccination numbers. So we are now at the point where we have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, one of the most recently vaccinated populations, and we are about to commence one of the world's first whole-of-population booster programs. In terms of that vaccination, we've now passed 35 million vaccinations in Australia, 87.6%
of the 16 and over population in Australia has had at least the first dose. We have passed 3/4 of the 16 and over population being fully vaccinated with a second dose in Australia, with 75.5%. And then as we look across different demographics and communities, over 94.8% of people 50 and above have been vaccinated, and an extraordinary 98.8% of Australians who are 70 and above. Surely one of the highest rates in the world for the elderly in a community to be vaccinated, and that protection is absolutely fundamental in saving lives and protecting lives. But as we go forwards, yesterday we had the TGA approve the Pfizer vaccine as a booster. Today we've had the advice from ATAGI confirming and recommending that we begin that whole-of-population booster program. The first shots were administered shortly before question time by TLC at their Geelong residential aged care facility, and they are already commencing that booster program for older Australians. We're also making available, as of November the 8th, the whole-of-population booster program, but those GPs, those states or those facilities that are in a position to begin beforehand have the capacity to do that immediately, as we've seen already today with that booster program commencing. So all of these things have come together to protect Australians. One of the highest vaccination rates in the world, one of the most recently vaccinated populations, and now, after Israel, one of the first nations in the world to have a whole-of-country vaccination booster program.
The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion.
Members on my
This
right.
House condemns the Prime Minister for misleading the Parliament and the Australian people by not telling them that the modelling document for his net zero policy does not exist.
Leave granted. The Leader of the House.
No, leave is not granted for such a stupid motion.
No. The Leader of the House will resume his seat. Members on both sides, the Leader of the Opposition has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move that so much as standing and sessional orders be suspended as would allow the Leader of the Opposition to move the following motion, that this House condemns the Prime Minister for misleading the Parliament and the Australian people by not telling them that the modelling document for his net zero policy does not exist. Mr Speaker, if they had the courage of their conviction, they'd have a debate on climate change. And they could have it
Leader
right
of the
now.
Opposition
Our
will resume his
policy,
seat. The Leader of the House has the call.
Yes, Mr Speaker, I move the member be no longer heard.
The question is the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. If the ayes have it, division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Question is the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray, tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler, tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 54, noes 49. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. Is the motion seconded? The member for McMahon.
Seconded. This modelling's not worth the paper it's not written on. It's so secret, it's blank. This is modelling which doesn't exist.
The Leader of the House has...
Speaker, I move the member be no longer heard.
Question is the member for McMahon be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they need to report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 54, noes 49. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or did not vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 56, noes 46. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative, and I call the member for Barara.
My question is to the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Can the Minister outline to the House how the Morrison government's plan to reduce emissions is focused on technology and how this approach is already working? Is the Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reductions.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And he has seen throughout his career the power of technology to solve hard problems, and he knows central to our plan to get to net zero by 2050 is a technology-led approach, Mr Speaker. Technologies like hydrogen, ultra-low-cost solar, carbon capture and storage, regenerating our soils, Mr Speaker, low emission steel and aluminium, low-cost energy storage capacity, Mr Speaker. All of these are central to the plan, Mr Speaker, and our approach is already working. Emissions down 20.8% at the same time as we've seen a 45% increase in our economy and more than 200% increase in our goods exports, Mr Speaker. We'll meet and beat our 2030 target. We've reduced emissions faster than every other major commodity exporting country in the world, Mr Speaker, and we've seen how solar can bring down emissions in recent years. Now 90% of the world's solar has been installed in the last 10 years, Mr Speaker, and that's because of 50 years of cost reductions averaging 12% a year. This is an extraordinary outcome, and we're on our way to ultra-low-cost solar. At that rate, by the early 2030s, we will reach a point where solar will be at $15 a megawatt-hour, Mr Speaker, and 90% of those cells around the world, those PV cells, have Australian intellectual property embedded in them, Mr Speaker. That is the approach we're taking in our plan. Now, there is an alternative, Mr Speaker. There is an alternative. It is a carbon tax, but there's another part to that alternative, which is legislating a net zero target, Mr Speaker, a blank cheque. Now, a number of other countries have done this. A number of other countries have done this, including the United Kingdom, Mr Speaker. And in the United Kingdom, activists have launched a legal action against a £27 billion program to upgrade roads and fill potholes, Mr Speaker. Upgrade roads and fill potholes. And those taking action say that hitting carbon tax targets requires making driving less attractive too, making driving less attractive. But they go on, Mr Speaker, because the Transport Action Network that's dragging the UK government through the courts has a strategy for thousands of miles of speed cameras. Thousands of miles of speed cameras, not 50 major road schemes, Mr Speaker. But it's not just happening in the UK. Germany has legislated a net zero target, and in Germany the Constitutional Court is forcing the government to make deeper and harsher cuts. In France, the top administrative court, where they have a legislated net zero target, is threatening to fine the French government if they don't take all necessary actions. Those opposite want to hand the power of bringing down emissions
time has
to the
concluded.
courts.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Did the Prime Minister tell the Deputy Prime Minister the modelling was still being written up when the Deputy Prime Minister signed up to net zero?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call. Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and the Prime Minister has just handed me the actual quote, which I think is very important. And the part they've left out is the actual modelling had, of course, been finalised at that point. But the write-up of it, we just need to take a little extra time to ensure that it's written up clearly and able to be presented well to the Australian public. So when you read it in its entirety, Mr Speaker, it's entirely different to the proposition that the opposition are putting forward to this House. And it goes to show you how, at times, how sneaky they can be. Very, very sneaky. And because, you see, Mr Speaker, they're sneaky, they'll probably be very sneaky with the legislation that they intend to bring forward. And see, the sneaky legislation they intend to bring forward will legislate, unless they can tell us otherwise, people out of a job. Legislate their coal miners, Muswellbrook, out of a job. Legislate the coal miners
the Deputy Prime Minister's straying from the question.
Mr Speaker, I've now been informed, and it seems completely logical, of the entirety of the quote, and the entirety of the quote completely dispenses with the premise of the question.
The member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence. Will the minister inform the House on the Morrison government's significant investment in defence capability and how it's working with regional partners to keep Australia safe and secure? And is the minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Defence has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. I want to thank her too for her commitment to the veterans on the Gold Coast, particularly around Anzac Day and days of national significance, and it wouldn't come as any surprise that, at least in part, that passion comes from her own family history. We know that the honourable member has two great uncles who were Rats of Tobruk, and so that is an incredible family history and one to be very proud of. Mr Speaker, the Morrison government is absolutely proud of the way in which we support our troops and the way in which we provide them with a very significant investment to make over the course of the next 10 years of some $270 billion. And, Mr Speaker, that is about investing in the equipment that we need to keep Australia safe and that we need to provide the troops with to keep our country safe. It is, Mr Speaker, a record investment. It is now in excess of 2% of GDP. And we know, Mr Speaker, that that stands in stark contrast to the Labor Party because, and I am asked about alternative approaches, the defence budget under the Labor Party fell, wait for this, to 1.56% of GDP. It was the lowest level since 1938. So we live, Mr Speaker, in a region now in the Indo-Pacific that we know is more uncertain than any time since that time, since the Second World War, Mr Speaker. We have uncertainty in our region. And if we were relying on the Labor Party now to provide support and security and safety to our country, they have a track record of taxing and taking money away from the Defence Force, Mr Speaker. That's the reality. Now, why would they do that, Mr Speaker? Because the Australian public understands that when it comes to border protection and when it comes to defending our nation, the Labor Party, at its heart, in its DNA, is weak, Mr Speaker. It's weak because on these issues it's dragged to the left by their buddies in the Greens, And, Mr Speaker, they make decisions when they're in government that are always against the interests of the Australian Defence Force, Mr Speaker. They make those decisions by taking money away, Mr Speaker, by taking money away from our troops, and, Mr Speaker, they take money away that should be invested in keeping our country safe. Now, Mr Speaker, it is quite remarkable that our AUKUS construct has come together to keep Australians safe, but our compacts and our friends extend well beyond the United Kingdom and the United States. This, Mr Speaker, is evidenced in ASEAN at the Australian Leaders Summit last night. Our country was represented by the Prime Minister. It was agreed to establish a comprehensive strategic partnership between ASEAN and Australia. This is the first time ASEAN has entered into such an arrangement, and we'll continue to work with our close friends to keep our country safe.
Concluded. The Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Why is the Prime Minister seeking to suppress Australians' right to vote and importing Trump-style attacks on democracy into Australian politics on the eve of an election? Given the Australian Electoral Commission has confirmed there were no prosecutions, not one, for multiple voting at the last election, isn't the only reason the Prime Minister is doing this is to deny many Australians a vote, particularly those from remote communities?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, I'll ask the Special Minister of State to address the bill that has been put forward based on the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, not once, Mr Speaker, but twice. And the proposition that the government seeks to progress based on that recommendation, Mr Speaker, is that people who go to vote should be able to say who they are and prove who they are, Mr Speaker, in a democracy. And Mr Speaker, this is policies that are pursued by Canada, Mr Speaker. The last time I noticed, I didn't see Justin Trudeau looking very much like the former President of the United States, Mr Speaker. We respect them both. We respect all of our partners' leaders, Mr Speaker, because they're democratically elected with a democratic process which has integrity. And the savings provisions under the declaration votes, as the Leader of the Opposition would well know, will ensure that under our proposals every vote will count, every vote will matter, Mr Speaker. But those opposite, Mr Speaker, you've got to really ask yourself why they don't want people to have to prove who they are when they vote.
The Special Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. You really have to wonder why the Labor Party this morning took action against this bill before even reading it. What is it that scares them so much about having integrity in our electoral system? Mr Speaker, not only has JSCAM recommended this in 2019, it recommended it in 2016 after the election. And, Mr Speaker, I actually thought that the report after the 2013 election, Mr Speaker, was very well written, and I refer members to it. This bill will ensure that the Australian electoral system comes into line with other liberal democracies like Canada, France, Belgium, Sweden and all but 14 states in the US. The United Kingdom is introducing this legislation. But before the Labor Party even see the details on this bill, Mr Speaker, they are in here trashing it. Now, interestingly, in Queensland, in the last 3 elections, there have been 1 instance of requiring voter ID, and it was in that election there was a higher turnout than in the 2 subsequent elections without it, Mr Speaker. The Labor Party is against this for all the wrong reasons, Mr Speaker, and one has to wonder what they are. You have to show ID to pick up a parcel at the post office, Mr Speaker. Yet this lot won't allow more integrity in our electoral system to ensure that the right people are having their names marked off at the roll. Mr Speaker, I have to question the motivation of those opposite. Taking action this morning against a bill before you see the detail makes you wonder.
Members on both sides. The member for Chisholm has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education and Youth. With many students in my electorate returning to school this week, why is it so important to have a national curriculum that lifts standards and ensure kids are taught about the origins of our strong liberal democracy. What has been the response from parents and teachers to the Morrison government's calls for such a curriculum?
The Minister for Education.
Can I thank the member for Chisholm for her question? And she, like me, is a very proud Melburnian and is so pleased to see kids returning to the classrooms in Melbourne this week and then further next week as well, meaning the kids right across our great country will be returning in line with our national plan.
For Lawler.
Mr Speaker, the member for Chisholm, as you know, is a great Australian, and she's like so many of the millions of migrants who came to this country over the past few decades because of the freedom, the opportunity and the democracy which this country offers. And she wants to ensure that the next generation also, like us on this side of the House, are educated about the origins of our liberal democracy and have high standards in our classroom, which is why we are working so hard to ensure that that national curriculum does those things. And this view, Mr Speaker, is shared right across Australia by everyday mums and dads and by teachers. For example, in the member for Chisholm's own electorate, May Lee says that thank you for standing up for the future of our next generation. We've got in the member for Cowan's electorate, Marlene from Warwick, who says, I also agree that a truthful history of our nation must be taught. Thank you for your concern and for voicing it strongly. In the member for Morden's electorate, Philip and Sue from Acacia Ridge, they write in, thank you for looking for an A+ education curriculum for future generations. And even in the member for Corangamite's electorate, Mr Speaker, Peter and Rosita from Winchelsea, they write, we firmly believe that we have a duty to teach the next generation about our true heritage. Mr Speaker, those types of views have been shared by mums and dads, by teachers, by grandparents, right across our vast continent, because they, like us, want to ensure that standards are high, that the origins of our liberal democracy are taught fully in the classroom so that the next generation will defend our democracy in a similar manner to what previous generations have. And it seems, Mr Speaker, that the only people who don't share this view of wanting to have a positive view of Australia, wanting kids to have high standards, wanting kids to understand the origins of our liberal democracy, is those opposite who suggest that that concept is weird. Mr Speaker, we don't think this concept is weird. Mums and dads don't think it's weird to want high standards. Mums and dads don't think it's weird to want to learn the origins of our liberal democracy and have pride in this great country, because we live in one of the greatest countries, Mr Speaker, in the world, and kids should go through schooling understanding the origins of it and being absolutely proud of this great nation.
Members on both sides. The member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to his attempt to suppress voting rights in Australia. Has the Prime Minister no understanding of the impact this move will have on remote communities across this country, or does he know exactly how it will suppress the vote, and this is precisely why he's doing it?
The Leader of the House.
Well, Mr Speaker, I suggest to you that that question, the way in which it was framed at least, offends the standing orders. I mean, it has all sorts of imputations which are baseless, incorrect, and frankly a slur that is, I think, beneath this member of the parliament, and it should be ruled out of order.
I've listened carefully to the Leader of the House. Question time is robust, as I certainly know, but they are questions, and I have consistently adopted the approach of former Speaker Andrew, who certainly had a more liberal ruling than some earlier speakers, and that simply is that if I was to rule questions like that out of order, it really just allows the matter to stand, and there's no capacity to respond to it as vigorously as you like. So I've got the question here in front of me. The first part of it is an accusation, and then there's two questions. So I will rule the question in order, and the Special Minister of State will answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I might refer you to my last answer, where I told the House that in the 2015 state election in Queensland, Mr Speaker, the turnout where it was higher. That was an election where voter ID was in
Member
place.
for Oxley.
In 2017, Mr Speaker, and in 2020, Mr Speaker, where voter ID was not in place, turnout was lower. So you just can't accept the claims of those opposite, Mr Speaker. In fact, you have to wonder about their motivation, that they will actually make claims against this legislation that are incorrect. Now, it is true that the Minister for Indigenous Australians and I today announced an additional $9.4 million to continue our success with Indigenous communities with targeted measures to enlift their participation in our electoral system, including their enrolment. In fact, this is on top of the $5.6 million, Mr Speaker, that was delivered in the 2021 MyEFO. Now, let me tell you about Indigenous enrolment. The Indigenous enrolment rate has lifted from 74.7% in 2017, Mr Speaker, to 79.3% in 2021. Mr Speaker, this is a government that is committed to ensuring greater involvement in our electoral system, including from Indigenous Australians, and I look forward to working with the Minister for Indigenous Australians to lift Indigenous participation in our electoral system. But those opposite will use a range of arguments in order to defeat this bill. This morning, before even having an opportunity to read the detail of the bill, including the fact that this bill will allow Indigenous Australians to use documents from Indigenous land councils, they took action against this bill, not knowing the details. There is a sickness in their motivation against it, and the more they continue to rally against voter ID that is in place, like in Sweden, like in Canada, like in France, like in all but 14 states in the US, and is being introduced in the UK, Australians have the right to question that motivation. Now, under this legislation, Mr Speaker, not one voter will be turned away from a polling booth for any reason. There will be an opportunity for them to have their identity attested to by another enrolled voter with identification, and there will be an opportunity for them to cast a declaration vote. The scare campaign from those opposite in relation to the electoral system, and quite frankly, the passion they've put into a debate about the voting system in comparison to a variety of other issues does make you wonder if those opposite have the right priorities for the Australian people.
The member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, representing the Minister for Emergency Management, and I note the Black Summer bushfires which devastated large areas of my electorate of Gippsland. Will the Minister please update the House on the progress that our federal government has made on the implementation of recommendations from the Royal Commission into national natural disaster arrangements?
The Minister for Agriculture, Northern Australia, and the Minister representing Emergency Management and National Recovery and Resilience.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Gippsland for his question and acknowledge his extraordinary leadership, not just during that bushfire, but also in helping his community recover. And to all the members of parliament on both sides of the House for their leadership of their communities in rebuilding them. And part of that, today, 12 months ago, I handed into this parliament the report into the Royal Commission report into the natural disasters. I'm proud to say that of the 80 recommendations, 15 were towards the federal government. We have completed in full 9 of those. The 5 that are to be completed are on track to be completed as outlined through that report. We are working with the states in ensuring that the balance that are shared and that they own themselves are working in collaboration to achieve that. Proudly, we've been able to make sure that those recommendations have been implemented around particularly the National Emergency Declaration Act that was put into this parliament nearly 12 months ago. We've also created the National Recovery and Resiliency Agency that will look after all natural disasters into the future, making sure that we have a national approach. We've also stood up the Climate Services Australia that will bring together the data of over 10 federal agencies to make sure that not only do our emergency service personnel have real-time data in addressing these disasters, but also preparing for the recovery immediately. We've also stood up Emergency Management Australia and enhanced their capabilities with over $23 million to make sure that they have enhanced capabilities to support states. And we've created a national warning system and a national fire danger rating system to make sure that there's consistency right across this country, so there's no confusion amongst our communities. We've also worked with the states to streamline our disaster recovery funding arrangements, and importantly, we've put $4 million out, as per the report, to acquire a national air tanker, large aerial tanker. That takes our commitment up to $30 million a year, not just in the standing costs of having these planes, these suite of aircraft to be sitting on the tarmac, but also we cover the costs of operation when required. We've also put $88 million into research into the Bushfire Natural Hazards Cooperative Research Centre to ensure that we have the best research in the world to support our emergency service personnel. And we've also ensured that there's over $37 million that have gone into improving telecommunications during natural disasters, particularly focusing on those areas that were impacted by the bushfires this year. We've spent $600 million has now been allocated to infrastructure at household level and at community level to build better preparedness infrastructure to support our communities, partnering with the states with over $130 million in also further programs, and part of the ERF there's $50 million that have gone out to flood mitigation. We've achieved a lot. There's a lot more to do, but we've also learned a lot in ensuring that Australians will stay safer into the future.
The member for Lily.
There were no prosecutions for multiple voting at the last election. Why is the Prime Minister now trying to suppress the vote and make Australians spend even more of their weekend queuing in long lines around the block?
The Special Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The most important issue in front of the people of Australia is this one, according to those opposite. Mr Speaker, of course, in the introduction of these bills, the government is ensuring that the Australian Electoral Commission is resourced to ensure that it does not impact in relation to times at the voting booth. But you know what? What this is showing you is that those opposite are going to use every excuse to fight against a provision that is used in a lot of liberal-like democracies around the world, Mr Speaker. You know, they talk about voter suppression, and I just want to again reiterate the 3 last elections in Queensland. One of them had voter ID. One of them had voter ID. 2 of them didn't.
The member for Lawler
and
the member for Lily.
ID, with the highest level of integrity, had a higher turnout than the 2 without it, Mr Speaker. So they will use any excuse opposite to defeat this legislation. And I tell you what, on every question they ask, Mr Speaker, I begin to wonder more and more about what their motivations might be in relation to these issues. Now, as I said, under the way this has been designed, which those opposite didn't even wait to read before they took the action this morning, under the way this is designed,
Minister will pause. The members for Oxley and McCalla will leave the chamber under 94A. The Minister has the call.
So concerned about our democracy, Mr Speaker, that those opposite moved motions to prevent this bill being debated this morning before they read the detail of the bill. And if they had have read the detail of the bill, Mr Speaker, they would have learned that this has been designed in a way that will ensure that no voter is turned away from a voting booth. Not one voter. A person with ID can attest to the identity of another, and failing that, a declaration vote can be issued. What is it that those opposite, what are they scared of? Why are they against it? And why are they committing so much time today to an issue that, quite obviously, the more they do, the more I realise there must be something in it for them to take this position, Mr Speaker. There must be. I tell you what, it says something about those opposite. Yesterday, Mr Speaker—
You're not telling me anything. Just tell the chamber.
Mr Speaker, I'm being asked more questions about this than I was about the national response to child abuse yesterday.
The minister will resume his seat. The member for Menzies.
Mr Speaker, I asked the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Science and Technology if she would update the House on how the Morrison government is supporting our scientists and researchers in developing new technologies that will create more Australian jobs and supporting our vital businesses, and in doing so strengthening the Australian economy.
The Minister for Defence Industry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the member for Menzies and thank and acknowledge his service as a former Defence Minister and also his passion and interest for all industries across his great electorate. Mr Speaker, I'm blown away almost every day by the ambition and the cutting-edge technologies that our Australian businesses and researchers are developing each and every day. And just this morning, Mr Speaker, I had the great pleasure of joining the University of New South Wales, Canberra launch Open Day. And, Mr Speaker, it was I did it virtually, of course, and it was an amazing event, Mr Speaker, to hear about those world-leading technologies that Australians are developing right here at home. We should be very proud, Mr Speaker. From Canberra's Penton, who are developing cybersecurity and tactical communications equipment for our ADF and international partners. Mr Speaker, despite the impacts of COVID, Penton have done amazingly well during COVID because they have now almost doubled their workforce from 80 people to 140 people, and they're exporting some $6 million worth of equipment to the UK last year. And I'm very pleased to say, Mr Speaker, that our government has supported Penton with a $5.4 million contract to help to advance those technologies. Also, Mr Speaker, we heard today from Skycraft, who've designed and manufactured specialised satellites which are on track, Mr Speaker, to launch into space with the help of SpaceX during 2022. Mr Speaker, out at Lucas Heights in Sydney we have ANSTO, the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation. It is a global leader supporting nuclear research in many fields, but most importantly, nuclear medicines that save Australian lives. Mr Speaker, it's estimated that on average, each and every Australian stands to benefit from a nuclear medicine procedure at some point in their lifetime, with close to 250,000 procedures involving nuclear medicine such as X-rays, PET scans and also radiology performed every year. Mr Speaker, Australians should be incredibly proud because this is a sovereign capability that we're talking about that is supporting some 1,000 jobs nationwide. And Mr Speaker, some, if not many of us in this House will sadly know someone who has experienced some form of cancer. And it is for those reasons, Mr Speaker, that we have recently announced a $30 million investment to design a new and world-leading manufacturing facility in Sydney to produce life-saving nuclear medicines. Mr Speaker, this is the very, very first step that we're taking to replace the current facility with more modern, world-leading hub for manufacturing, research and development of nuclear medicines. Mr Speaker, this builds upon our government's investment of almost $12 billion in the science, research and innovation system.
The member for Brand.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister actually cares about integrity in politics, why won't he refer the member for Pearce to the Privileges Committee, and why won't he establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission? Why is the government in favour of voter identification but not donor identification?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, those matters were addressed by the Leader of the House, Mr Speaker, when they were considered before this place in relation to the referral issues that you've spoken to. The committee is already looking at these matters in broad, Mr Speaker, and I think all members of the House will be very aided by their investigation of those things, Mr Speaker, so all members of the House can be informed about how they impact on them. And, Mr Speaker, in relation to the other matter, we have been working steadfastly on our proposals in these areas, Mr Speaker. I remember one of the first roles I had in this place, Mr Speaker, was as the Deputy Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, and the government has always been, Mr Speaker, advocating responsible measures that support our democracy, whether it's on ensuring that voters should be properly identified, Mr Speaker, and donations are properly disclosed.
The member for Reid.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Will the minister outline to the House how the national strategy to prevent and respond to child sex abuse, released yesterday by the Morrison government, will ensure that Indigenous Australian children are protected from sexual abuse?
The Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Can I thank the member for Reid for her question, but more importantly for the wise counsel and advice that you give on the work that I'm doing around youth suicide and mental health. I acknowledge the level of child abuse in Indigenous communities is far too high. It is 2 to 4 times greater than the broader population. And it is a tragedy when you meet those young people later in life and they break down in front of you and share their experience of how that has impacted on them. And that's why yesterday's announcement by the Special Minister for State on the national strategy to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse is welcomed, because we will focus on place-based approaches to address the levels of child abuse. I've asked 2 incredible Indigenous women, the Healing Foundation CEO Fiona Cornforth and the SNAKE CEO Catherine Liddle, to co-chair the Indigenous expert group and guide the implementation of this initiative. And what they'll do is they will look for local solutions that empowers people at the local level. Our women have been raising this issue, as the member for Barton knows, over our years of experience within our communities. It is the women who raise the issue and want the matter addressed. And I know that members on both sides of this chamber have been committed to addressing the levels of child sexual abuse within Indigenous communities. As a teacher, I saw the profound impact it had on children in their behaviour within a classroom, let alone the indelible imprint that sits within their memory banks that lasts a lifetime. And by doing it in conjunction with our women and with our communities, we will seek and obtain the solutions that we need for the future. That generation that is being affected and the victims of sexual abuse will also provide input into lived experience so that we're able to better address the issues. When the Minister for Defence was the Minister for Home Affairs, I approached him on a matter to do with a number of communities, and we were working together to address that challenge in those communities, because there are people who are incarcerated and released back into communities and have unfettered access to young people. And that's what we as a government and all of us in this House are focused on addressing, so that we ensure that future generations are safe, they are protected, but they have the levels of support that are absolutely critical. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper, and on indulgence, Mr Speaker, I'd invite the Minister for Home Affairs to make a brief statement on Day for Daniel, and we extend to the Morcombe's, Mr Speaker, particularly on this day, our sincere thanks to them for their incredible strength and their leadership on this issue, Mr Speaker, and I invite the Minister for Home Affairs to make some brief remarks.
The Minister for Home Affairs on indulgence.
Thank you, Speaker. On indulgence, tomorrow is the 17th annual Day for Daniel, Australia's largest child safety, education and awareness day. Many of us in this place will have had the opportunity to meet Bruce and Denise Morcombe over the years, and they would normally be here today in the chamber. And if for if we had had the opportunity to get them here because of travel arrangements, they have been unable to make it here today. I know they would have been in the gallery today, and they would have also taken the opportunity to speak to as many people here as they possibly could, to speak to them about the need for greater awareness of issues in relation to child safety and child sexual exploitation. This year's theme for Day for Daniel is Wear Red, Educate and Donate, and I want everyone to take the opportunity to use this time to firstly remember Daniel Morcombe, but to have conversations with loved ones, with people we know, about their own personal safety and what they can do to protect themselves and their loved ones. Bruce and Denise Morcombe's son, Daniel, went missing in 2003. It was later revealed that he'd been abducted and murdered by a notorious pedophile while waiting for a bus. Since 2004, Bruce and Denise have dedicated their lives to Daniel's legacy and established the Daniel Morcombe Foundation in honour of Daniel and to make Australia a safer place for children. The Daniel Morcombe Foundation is committed to educating children on how to stay safe in both physical and online environments and to supporting young victims of crime. In 2019, almost $2 million in seized proceeds of crime was provided by the government to the Foundation's Keeping Australia's Kids Safe program. This program is a national campaign to increase awareness, confidence and the abilities of parents, carers and teachers to identify and respond to child sexual abuse. Bruce and Denise were also strong advocates for the establishment of the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation, or the ACE, which was announced by the government in 2018. To this day, the Daniel Morcombe Foundation is still one of the leading non-government organisations working closely with the ACE to prevent child sexual exploitation. Statistics from the ACE are sobering and show we all have a role to play stamping out this abhorrent crime. During the 12 months up to 30th of June this year, the ACE received more than 22,000 reports of child sexual exploitation. During that period, 235 offenders were charged with 2,722 child abuse-related offences, resulting in 232 children being removed from harm, both domestically and internationally. Raising awareness is key, but Australians need to be open to the discussion, even though they may find it uncomfortable. The Day for Daniel is a significant national event that allows important conversations to be started. I encourage everyone to participate in any way that they can tomorrow by either walking, wearing a red ribbon or by donating to the Foundation, because together we can ensure that our communities are safer places for children.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I join with the government and the Minister in encouraging Australians to participate in the Day for Daniel activities tomorrow, the 17th time that they have occurred, and encourage them to donate indeed to the Daniel Morcombe Foundation. I pay tribute to Bruce and Denise, who I've met here in the Parliament on a number of occasions. They have taken what is a devastating personal tragedy and turned it into a lifelong commitment to help others, and they deserve our absolute praise and thanks. Child safety is an issue that is well above politics. It's something that the idea that you would go through that experience on a personal level is one that is just extraordinary. I'm looking forward to travelling home and seeing my son. It's important. And at a time as well when Australians are really worried about young Cleo, 4-year-old, missing in Western Australia, we just hope that that ends well. I think every Australian, and I think it's fair to say on behalf of all the Parliament, we hope that by the time we return, we can actually have a discussion here which is a happy one. Thanks very much.
Just before members leave, I want to ask the member for Parramatta, who's indicated she wishes the call. I'm going to ask her to come down to the dispatch box for that.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, I'm announcing today that I won't be recontesting the seat of Parramatta at the next election. Ooh, I didn't expect that. I'm now in my 18th year as a member for Parramatta, and I can honestly say I've loved every single minute of it. Parramatta is the home to the most fantastic people, and I've been blessed to meet so many of them. It's been an honour to represent this diverse and endlessly fascinating community since 2004. But I'm approaching retirement age, Mr Speaker, and the time has come for me to spend more time with my family, and particularly my grandchildren, who don't necessarily think being a politician is the best thing in the world, because they miss their grandma quite a lot. To my community, I assure you that I will continue to work with you and represent you to the best of my ability right up to election day. My office will be there for you just as it's been there for the past 18 years. It's not possible to thank all the amazing people and organisations that make Parramatta the best community in Australia in a short statement today, but I look forward to thanking you all properly before this parliament ends. We have much to talk about in coming weeks. Mr Speaker, my goal in this job has always been to make my community stronger, because no one is better equipped to solve the problems that we face in the community and to build a better future for Parramatta than its community. Our local community and volunteer organisations need support to do this important work. So a small service my office has been providing over the past 18 years, which is a regular grant bulletin that tells people what grants are about to close, has turned out to be particularly effective. In fact, there probably isn't an electorate that any of you represent that doesn't have a subscriber to my grant bulletin. Now, there are literally thousands of subscribers, and strangely, no one unsubscribes, like ever. I see its impact in the increase in the range of smaller organisations that are accessing funding, and it's been a joy to watch so many of those see themselves for the first time, to recognise their value and unique contributions, and to grow. So this is a community asset that I'd like to see continue. So I'll be holding one more grant forum on the 24th of November at 7:30 p.m. To outline how people can build their information systems in case, once the election's over, it doesn't continue. I'll also be pulling together the figures on funding for various activities over a number of years as a baseline, so that we can measure the impact of whatever we can set up after the election. I'll be pulling a group of people together who can share the driving of the building of information systems that can share the information on an ongoing basis. I happen to know how much it costs to do this, and it's actually not very much. There are commercial solutions to providing this information to the community, and I am sure we can find one that will ensure that this continues indefinitely. But today, I want to talk briefly about what comes next for Parramatta. And I want to talk specifically to the branch members who've been with me in the community that we have served for every day of every one of the 17+ years that I've spent in office. I want to talk to the people who gave me the opportunity to stand for Parramatta in the first place, before I met the people of Parramatta and we got to know each other, and they gave me the honour of representing their voice here. I often say in my office that we see people on their best and worst day. They come in the day they're full of enthusiasm, they want to do something, they've got a great idea, or they come in on their worst day when they've been evicted. But if you really want to serve your community, you need to understand their ordinary day, because it's the ordinary day that contributes to your health, your financial security, your relationships with your family, your bonding with your children, your knowledge of community. It's the ordinary day and how that unfolds for you which actually determines whether you have the best days or the worst days. I know there are exceptions where we get hit by illness, and we've seen that in the last couple of years, but in generally, your ordinary day determines whether or not you have great ones. And that, for me, has been where I have put my attention. I have spent literally hours outside my office door-knocking 76,000 houses. For the first 8 or 9 years, I did 10 mobile offices a month. I did the train stations 8 times a week at 6:30 or 5:30 in the morning. And with me for every one of those houses and every one of those mobile offices was a branch member or more. There was a group of 8 of us that did 35,000 houses in 2004. We did more houses between us than the entire Queensland caucus did in the last state election. We did it every day. The branch members that most of my community don't know have been there with me on this journey, and I would not know the ordinary day of the people in my community if it wasn't for them. I wouldn't. Literally hundreds of hours that they have given me, and some of them, as you know, Six Life members have been doing it for 40 or 50 years. They are remarkable people, and I can't thank them. I can't thank them enough for what they have done for me and for my community over this time. Now, I also want to acknowledge that they gave me the opportunity to do this at my pre-selection back in 2004. There were 165 of them that were voting, and I met 150 of them in my house, in their homes rather, and they gave me the opportunity to do this. Last year, the toilet paper brigade of 2020 was branch members literally delivering toilet paper, phoning everybody over the age of 70 in the electorate and delivering food. Extraordinary people. Traditionally, it's the branch members that choose who will stand for the election again. And they will decide who has the extraordinary opportunity to try to ask the community to give them the opportunity to represent them in this House. And it's a role they take very, very, very seriously. They've been out there for years getting to know who in their ranks knows how to work, who's consistent, who's honest, who volunteers, who genuinely cares about the community, who has flaws that would negatively impact on their job. They staff the booths, they do it all, and they know the branch members. They know each other very, very well, and they are well placed to make a decision about who will represent Labor in the forthcoming election. And we do have remarkable people who represent the community so well, including a number of women, and I look forward to working with whoever the branches select in introducing them to the community. You might have known who that person already was, but when the Assistant Secretary came to my office early this year to open pre-selections, I still was making up my mind, so we delayed for quite some time. But now I have made up my mind. I've spoken to the leader, who knows my preference for rank and file. I've written to the General Secretary, and it's my fervent hope that we hold a rank and file pre-selection very soon. I hope we're on our way. The date of the election is firmly in the bailiwick of the Prime Minister, so I don't know how long I've got in this position now, but I guarantee that I'll be working every day until the election day. And I thank all the people of Parramatta for giving me the privilege of serving you all these years.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On a brief indulgence. I'm sure there will be events in the great electorate of Parramatta where we will have an opportunity to pay tribute on a very broad basis to Julie Owens and her magnificent representation of the people of Parramatta that she has undertaken diligently with commitment and passion since 2004. Parramatta is an extraordinary community. It is a CBD that's bigger than the CBDs of some of our capital cities, and it is also a diverse and multicultural community. And what that does is it brings challenges. You've had significant development along the riverfront, significant urban consolidation, a significant change in the mix of people who live in Parramatta, significant employment changes, and that has brought with it a responsibility by their representative in Julie Owens to ensure that that development has occurred sustainably and that people haven't been left behind, traditional residents in Parramatta, and she has done that. There is no member of the caucus who has knocked on my door more about the needs of her electorate than Julie Owens in Parramatta. And I've got to know Julie a lot as a fellow Sydney-sider over that period since 2004. And indeed, before then, Julie Owens ran somewhat more optimistically for the electorate of North Sydney on not just one but on two occasions as well for the Australian Labor Party. And that's a task which is always difficult, those of us who get asked to run for seats where there is less chance of success. But in 2004, Julie Owens, of course, was one of the very few people who took a seat off the then government during that 2004 election. And that is a tribute to her. That is something that is a part of her legacy She has many friends in this place, and those friendships will continue, and I regard myself as one of them. And I know that she has friends across the parliament as well. To Julie and her relatively new husband, and they're very much a long-term relationship. I know that we've discussed over a period of time what she hopes to do post-retirement. It won't be retiring from activism in trying to make a difference to this country, I know that. But in the next phase of her life, I wish Julie and all of her family all the very best on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, and I thank you for her service.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I join the Leader of the Opposition and members of the House in congratulating the member for Parramatta for her dedicated service to this place, and also her dedicated service to her community. She is a hard campaigner. We know that on this side of the House. When she was going through the tireless work that she has done in her community and campaigning on the ground, we've certainly noticed that. And that, I think, is a true expression of her passion for being here and the things that she passionately believes in. And, Mr Speaker, we know that she's an accomplished musician, studied at the Conservatorium as a pianist, Mr Speaker, not like an accomplished musician, the member for Moncrief, Mr Speaker, and we're privileged to have them both in our ranks, and many others, I'm sure. I just do the ukulele. I know the member for Watson has a go at the guitar, Mr Speaker, but I don't think goes anywhere near the skills that is possessed by the member for Parramatta. We listen to a lot of people in this place, and we get counsel from them as we seek to live our lives through this place. Those of us who came into the parliament in 2007, the Maribyrnong, remember the member for Corio, many members here, member for Fadden, Mr Speaker. I remember it was the member for Parramatta who was asked by the Speaker to come and speak to us as new members and give us a few tips about how you can live life here and try and be able to make your contribution most effectively. And I'll never forget what the member for Parramatta said. She said, "Stay close to the people you knew outside of this place. Invest in your relationships. Make sure you keep calling them and stay connected, because they're the people who will be there long after you go. They were the people there long before you came, and you must make a conscious effort to maintain that balance in your life." And I want to thank the member for Parramatta for that. It certainly had a big impression on me, and it's certainly been something I've sought to follow. So it was wise counsel. She's been a formidable opponent, but most importantly, she's been a diligent servant of the community and of this House, and I wish her all the very best for her future.
And can I join in the remarks of the Leader of the Opposition and the Prime Minister, and also thank the member for Parramatta for all the work she's done here in this House, and particularly on issues that don't get a lot of attention. So on behalf of our House committee, she was deployed by us to go and try and get the Senate to see some sense on some issues to deal with the building, and so that was a tough task, but one you ultimately succeeded in. We wish you all the best. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move that leave of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of this sitting to the House to the date of its next sitting.
Question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. So the member for Macquarie had indicated to me she wished to seek the call.
Thank you, Speaker. On Tuesday during
sorry. Does the member for Macquarie claim to have been misrepresented?
I have been most grievously
You're claiming to, so you can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. On Tuesday, during the MPI on the Building Better Regions Fund, the member for O'Connor said that he had heard I had not written letters of support for applicants to that fund. Mr Speaker, he did not say who had made that claim, but the facts are, number one, I actively promote the BBRF and all other government grants in direct emails to, for example, council general managers and mayors, in newsletters, through my grants list and on social media. Number two, in doing so, I encourage everyone to advise me if they decide to put forward a project for funding. Thirdly, I offer to help in any way I can, including in writing letters of support. And fourthly, I have written dozens and dozens of letters of support that have been requested over the last 5 years for grant programs, including the BBRF, and I encourage any group or organisation in Macquarie who applies for a government grant to be in touch with my office. Thank you, Speaker.
We'll now move to the matter of public importance. I have received a letter from the honourable member for McMahon proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's climate announcement not being the Australian way. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I call the honourable member for McMahon.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, this evening the Prime Minister will fly off to Glasgow, but he's packing light. His luggage has not been a difficult undertaking because he doesn't have to pack any new policies to deal with climate change, because he hasn't got any. He doesn't have to pack any new medium-term target for the government, because we know he wanted to update his medium-term target, but the National Party wouldn't let him. He certainly doesn't have to pack any economic modelling on the impact of his policies. We've been working through the reasons why he might not want to release his modelling of his policy, but I must say we hadn't thought that one of those options might be it hasn't been done yet. So he is packing light for Glasgow. But in all the melodrama, all the crisis meetings on Sundays, all the chaos of the last week, all we've seen is one substantive announcement: a pay rise for the Minister for Resources. That's it. The man who vetoed government support for 250 jobs in North Queensland because they're associated with renewable energy looked out for his own job, not theirs. Because with the National Party and the Liberal Party, it's always about them. They've introduced a positions trading scheme, trading positions for policy. I've seen some pretty cynical low-rent actions in my time in this House, but this one takes the cake. Trading a pay rise for a policy concession. So all we see is slideshows and slogans. A steaming pile of nothingness is all we've gotten from the government this week. A lot of spin. But in all that spin, there's two things which have been particularly insulting to Australians, I think. There's two elements of this government's approach which have been a particularly insulting method of operation for Australians. And the first is for this Prime Minister and this government to have the temerity to call their policy the Australian way. How dare you invoke the name of our country to justify your delay? How dare you invoke the name of our great nation to justify your lack of action? The Australian way is innovation, not indolence. The Australian way is to lead, not to follow in the wake of other countries. The Australian way is to seize opportunities. Climate change is the world's biggest crisis, but it's Australia's biggest economic opportunity, and the Australian way is to seize it. How dare you invoke the name of our country to justify your steaming pile of nothingness as a policy? What the Prime Minister's done is confuse the Australian way with Morrison's way. There's a difference, because the Australian way is to innovate, not to be indolent. The Australian way is to embrace the future, not scare people about it. The Australian way is to get on with the job, not talk about it. The Morrison way is to spend $13 million of taxpayers' money to talk about a policy they don't have. The Morrison way is to spend $13 million of taxpayers' money to boast about policies they opposed. The Australian way is to come together to deal with crises and challenges, to unite as one people. That's the Australian way. When people in rural and regional Australia are going through drought, which is more and more the case thanks to climate change, people in metropolitan Australia come together to support them, unite. The Morrison way is to divide Australians, to talk about how climate change is apparently the obsession of people in inner-city wine bars. That's the Morrison way. The Australian people come together at times of crisis, like bushfires, and support each other, not get on a plane to Hawaii and not bother to tell the Australian people they're going. That's the Morrison way. That's not the Australian way. The Australian way is to embrace technology, to embrace the future, to embrace science. That's not the Morrison way. And that's the other egregious part of the government's spin over the last week, to talk about technology, to have the gall, to have the chutzpah to come into this chamber and say they're on the side of technology, to say they're on the side of science. This nation, thanks to the Australian scientists, have engineered the modern solar panel. Professor Martin Green at the University of New South Wales, of whom the member for Kingston Smith is so proud, he has basically, with his colleagues, invented the modern, efficient solar panel. The Morrison way is to undermine and undercut ARENA and CFC, who have been so important to that innovation. The Morrison way is to undercut science. This is the Liberal national way, and we see it time and time again. We can look at recent examples. We can look at examples across this government. Even recently. Now, we know there's been plenty of mistakes at the Treasurer's hands about JobKeeper. He's made plenty of errors. He just hasn't understood it. But there's been some things he's done deliberately, like excluding universities from JobKeeper, like seeing 7,000 university researchers lose their job in the last 18 months on his watch. That is no government that loves technology. And we know the Prime Minister's greatest hits, saying that electric vehicles would end the weekend, saying that a battery is about as effective as a big prawn or a big banana, saying that a 50% renewable energy target is nuts. We also know this government's record on science funding and technology funding as well, undercutting not just ARENA and the CEFC, undercutting our great institutions like the CSIRO as well, and cutting university funding. And tonight, as the Prime Minister jets out, another man will be taking over, the acting Prime Minister of Australia, the man who's in charge while the Prime Minister's away. Let us never forget his track record either. When a great Australian scientist pioneered a new vaccine for cervical cancer, the man who will take over the government of this country this afternoon warned that it might make young women more promiscuous. How dare they lecture us about technology and science? How dare they pretend to the Australian people that they are on the side of modernity and innovation? They are stuck in the past and scared of the future. Their track record on climate change is appalling, and their track record on technology is even worse. And they dare to bring down a document for whom their big step forward, their big leap for the future, is to assume that new technologies will come forward. 15% of the advancement in action on climate change and emissions reduction, they say, will come from technologies for whom they have no framework to encourage, no policies to invest in, for whom they have undermined for 8 long years. That is what's particularly insulting to the Australian people of the last week. There's a disappointment that after 8 years of toxic politics, of division, of identity politics, of playing the climate wars, this government is doing it yet again. There's a disappointment that after 8 long years, the best they can come up with is a slideshow and slogans and no real action. We tried to give the government a chance to say maybe, just maybe, they could come up with something we could give them bipartisan support for. They've failed miserably at every turn. This is a government that can't plan for the future because they don't understand the opportunities that science and technology and renewable energy provide for our country and provide for rural and regional Australia in particular. They don't understand that the regions that have powered Australia for so long are the regions that will power us into the future, yes, because they've got the space for renewable energy, yes, because they've got the access to the electricity grid, yes, because they've got the ports, but more than anything else because they have the skills to make energy. That their greatest attribute, their greatest resource is their human skill that has created energy for so long. And with the right government, with the right framework of investment, a government that gets the opportunities, they can make energy and export energy well into the future. That's what this government will never understand, and this week has shown it more than ever. This government's seen some real lowlights on climate over the last 8 years. There have been some really dark and sad moments for this country over the last 8 years. But I think this last week has been about the darkest and the saddest. The Australian people deserve so much more than this government, which has tried to abolish the renewable energy target at every opportunity, which even before they came to office indicated that they would abolish ARENA and CEFC, and the Leader of the Opposition, the then Leader of the Opposition, wrote to the boards of ARENA and CEFC and warned them, if we come to office, we're going to abolish you, so don't spend any more money on science and technology. And now we have his successor, the current Prime Minister, boasting about technology, daring to wave around this chamber a mobile phone and saying he's the friend of technology. Well, Australia does deserve better, and there's one way they can get it, to change the government. Throw out the climate change deniers, the party that embraces the likes of Senator Rennick and Senator Canavan and the member for Dawson, but also throw out the fellow travellers, the pretenders, the fake modern Liberals, the member for Goldstein. Throw him out. Throw out the member for Higgins, who allows this to happen. Throw out the member for Kooyong. Throw out the member for Reid, who do not represent their community when it comes to action on climate change. Throw out these people who engage in the scare campaign with alacrity, just like their climate change-denying comrades. They deserve to go because Australia deserves so much better. Australia deserves better than the member for Goldstein and all his pretend fake Liberal colleagues. They deserve a new government that gets the future.
Time has expired, and I call the Assistant Minister.
Ooh, Nelly. Deputy Speaker, that was one performance. But do you know, Deputy Speaker, I listened to the whole matter of public importance speech, the opening batting from the member from McMahon about what he thought the Australian way was for cutting Australia's greenhouse gas emissions. And do you know what he didn't mention? In the entire 10 minutes, I accept that if it was a 90-second, he would have struggled, but in the entire 10 minutes, he didn't mention one thing. One critical thing that's been at the heart of the Labor Party's policy position all week, which apparently is now the cataclysmic difference between whether you take climate change seriously or not, as we do on this side of the chamber, and it was to legislate a target. He didn't mention it once in a 10-minute diatribe. So clearly Labor have already abandoned their push for a legislated target. Clearly they've got the research back, and it backs this side of the chamber and what Australians think about a legislated target, because they know exactly, as the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction said in question time only moments ago, that when you legislate a target, what you actually do is see the power drift out of the hands of the parliament and directly into the hands of the courts, as we've seen in Germany, as we've seen in France, as we've seen in the United Kingdom. And what happens when you undermine this parliament isn't just that the members here don't get a chance to stand up and express their voice on behalf of the Australian community and the communities they represent, but you disempower the very Australians that elect us and their capacity to be able to decide the future of this great nation. And Australians know at the heart of the Labor Party plan for climate change is they have no respect for democracy. They have no respect for the will of the people, because we saw that from the former Prime Minister Julia Gillard before the 2010 election. And yes, I know you shake your head, Member McMahon. I know it's something you want to forget, like so many of the other failures in your policy space when you were a minister too, including those people who drowned under your watch.
The Assistant Minister will direct his comments through the chair.
But the reality is, Deputy Speaker, as you know, and I know, before the 2010 federal election, the former Prime Minister of Australia, Julia Gillard, said there will be no carbon tax under a government I lead. And then they went out. Oh, that's right, the Assistant Minister is right. Sorry, the Minister, my apologies. Congratulations on your elevation, mind you. But there was. The Minister's 100% right. What actually happened was, after they made a commitment to the Australian people, they got their vote, and then they turned around and they tore the agreement up. They turned around and they spent $55 million trying to sell their spin and try and cover over their deception to the Australian people, because they said one thing before the election and something different thereafter. And we all know that this is the history and the track record of the Labor Party, and now they're seeking to repeat it. You compare that to this side of the chamber. We went to an election with a target. We went to an election making it crystal clear what our policy throughout this term of government would be. And, of course, we take the Australian people with us in prosecuting that critical argument, and they endorsed it every step of the way. And one of the best things about what this government has been achieving in the climate change policy space isn't just that we set out a 26 to 28% target by 2030, though we did. We got it endorsed by the Australian people, and we did. We then went on not just to meet, not just to beat, but to smash our targets. We're already 21% down on 2005 levels of emissions. And here's a reality. It's a very difficult one for the opposition and others who are critics outside of this chamber to accept. The OECD average of emissions reduction is but 7% off 2005 levels. And we are hitting 20.8%, 21%, 3 times the OECD average as the Prime Minister gets on a plane and goes off to Glasgow. And not only is he going to be able to report back that we're going to meet, beat and smash our targets in 2030, but he's going to be proudly able to put in a commitment from Australia, a statement very clearly from Australia that was outlined in our substantial plan this week to cut greenhouse gas emissions of an upwards revision of our projection, where we will hit up to 35% emissions reduction by 2030. That's the fundamental difference between this side of the chamber and the Labor Party, and, frankly, increasingly the independents who are working with them. Oh, and I'm definitely going to give the members— I haven't even got to them yet, don't worry, member for McMahon— where they are working directly with the Labor Party to subvert this our democracy. And you saw this in the bill from the member for Warringah in the earlier last year. We saw it exactly where it was. The member for Warringah introduced a bill that would have included the power for commissioners that the crossbench appointed, that these commissioners would be able to recommend to not allow the recommendation of the change of any emissions targets. What they wanted to do was empower commissioners to veto this parliament. And if there was any doubt about the intent or the objective of the member for Warringah, you just need to go and look at her speech only yesterday, Deputy Speaker, when she moved a motion to have a discussion about her failed bill, thrice rejected, where she spoke openly about the fact that Australian climate policy needs to be taken out of the hands of democratically elected representatives. Now, when you think about that, that is nothing short of disgraceful. For you to come into this parliament and then appoint commissioners who can veto the rights of the Australian people to be able to decide their own destiny. And now Labor are trying to support it every step of the way. Because despite the fact that the member for McMahon already, only 3 days after they started their narrative around legislating a target, despite the fact that he now seems to have abandoned it and walked away from a policy position so quickly, he says it's necessary to take the issue seriously. Well, I can tell you that must be a wake-up call to the state governments of Queensland and Western Australia that have Labor governments but no legislated target. It must be a spectacular wake-up call to the 185-odd countries in the world that have a target but it is not legislated. Because those countries, and frankly even state Labor governments, understand the consequences of Labor's policy. They know and they understand that when you follow the Labor approach, you're empowering bureaucrats and not citizens and communities. And I can tell you that is not what we on this side of the chamber see. I know that's not just what we see in this chamber. It's what we see in communities as well. I see it every election when I go to the polling booth. Every election. There's this bloke, I won't mention his name, let's just call him David R. And he stands there with his green hat of vote cards and he tells people to vote Green and for all of their policy ambition. And then as soon as the election is over, he comes storming into my office and demands that the Liberal Party adopt the positions that have just been defeated at the election. He does it every time, Minister, every time. But don't worry, Minister, he's independent now. He's not a Green, he's an independent now. And his track record, see, they're all tricky. They say one thing and do the other. The good thing is, in the community, everybody knows who these people are, Member McMahon. Everybody knows that these puppet masters who want to make puppets of the independence of members of parliament, and we're not going to let them, because I can tell you, the member for McMahon, we know exactly who you are. We know exactly that you have no respect for democracy, and we know that the member for Warringah has tried to appoint bureaucrats to have veto rights over the Australian Parliament, and now the Labor Party wants to do the same with the courts. So make no mistake, we see the tricky agenda. They may not up here in Canberra, but the people in our community know exactly the tricky behaviour you've got up to. And you compare that to this side of the chamber. Straightforward. Take an election policy, deliver it after winning an election, then go on and develop a substantial plan. First, comprehensive economy-wide plan to cut greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. 130 pages going through the different role of technology and the contribution that they can make. And not just one that focuses on what we as a government can do, but one that focuses on what communities can do, different levels of government, and empowers industry to be part of the solution. Because the only approach the Labor Party has is a tax. They won't reveal it yet. The member for Warringah won't reveal her plan for one yet either. But what they're secretly hoping is to get into minority government on the back of the Greens and Independents so they can pull the strings of a failed Labor government.
Member's time has expired. And I call the member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, the government claims they've come up with a plan to reach net zero emissions by 2050, and they claim they're going to do it the Australian way, the Aussie way. Really? This is a plan that's not a plan. And as we learned today, it's a plan that's based on no modelling. There's no modelling, no legislation and no increase from Tony Abbott's medium-term target. The government thinks this so-called plan is what's best for people in rural and regional Australia, like the community I represent, on the central coast of New South Wales. But they're wrong. We deserve more than slideshows and slogans. We're lucky to live on one of the most beautiful stretches of coastline on the Central Coast, one of the best parts of the world.
Second best electorate in New South Wales.
And we want to protect it now and into the future. That's the Australian way. That's what Australians do. But not according to this government. After 8 long years of sitting on its hands when it comes to climate policy, this government has finally come up with a so-called plan to meet net zero by 2050. Except there's no new policy in this announcement. The government hasn't provided any modelling for their plan or legislation. It's just a plan to promote the Minister for Resources back to Cabinet. And just last week in Parliament, they voted against legislating net zero emissions by 2050. People in my community, people across Australia, need action from this government. That's the Australian way. Action, not more empty promises. Deputy Speaker, the government claims it wants to reduce emissions the Australian way. At the same time, they're refusing to put a stop to risky projects like PEP 11. This is a project that would devastate our local environment, our marine life, our local economy. It would put thousands of local jobs at risk, jobs that rely on our pristine coastline. And this isn't the Australian way. The Prime Minister says in the community, he says it in the Hunter, that he's opposed to PEP 11. But at the same time, the Resources Minister that he's recently elevated to Cabinet is yet to make a decision. This is the same minister who said, "Find me a solar panel that works in the dark." The Resources Minister was supposed to make a decision, a final decision, back in February on PEP 11, and yet he's still delaying. He says he's still considering it. He says he's taking advice. He's refusing to make a decision 8 months after his original deadline. That's not the Aussie way. This is the same minister that says investment in renewable energy delivered little more than a warm and fuzzy feeling. If this government can't rule out dangerous projects like PEP 11, they can't be trusted with Australia's National Climate Plan, and they can't be trusted to create and protect Australian jobs. People in regional communities like the Central Coast want to see real action on climate. The Prime Minister says the Australian way is respecting people's choice. Well, Prime Minister, listen to the voice of the people in my community and hear what they have to say, like Matthew from Nora Head. He told me, "I want a world for my children to grow up in. Increasingly, there are severe natural disasters, extinction, dying ecosystems. Our government needs to do something before it is truly too late." Or Kay from Lisarow. Kay told me, and I quote, "The science tells us we must act now and act decisively to avoid catastrophic conditions for humans and our world's flora and fauna." Or Michael from the entrance. This is what Michael told me. "The Morrison government are setting up the Australian people for profound disappointment and abysmal failure in meeting and beating their so-called carbon emission reduction targets by gambling on future unknown technology that has not been thought of, let alone developed." Michael calls it pie in the sky and policy on the run. Well, Michael's hit the nail on the head. How can we rely on this government to show leadership on climate change when the basis of their policy doesn't even exist yet? Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister says he will tackle climate change the Australian way. He says the Australian way involves respecting people's choices. Well, Prime Minister, respect the choices of the people of my community and of people all up and down the east coast of New South Wales who have said loudly and clearly no to PEP 11. But clearly, this government doesn't respect the choice of those people, doesn't respect the choice of those thousands of people up and down the east coast of my community. They don't want it. This government who don't want PEP 11. This government is refusing to act. That's not the Australian way. The Prime Minister can't, in the Hunter, say he's opposed to PEP 11 and in this parliament allow PEP 11 to go ahead. That's not the Australian way. That's not fair dinkum. That's not what Aussies in my community want. They don't want the Prime Minister of Australia to say one thing when he's in their community and not act when he's in the parliament. That's un-Australian. That's not the Australian way. The Aussies in my community deserve better than this Prime Minister.
I give the call to the member for Barara.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's wonderful to participate in this matter of public importance today. What have we heard from those opposite? We've heard what we always hear from those opposite. Lots of finger-wagging, lots of sanctimony, lots of finger-wagging, lots of sanctimony, but no target, no policies and a lot of confusion, Deputy Speaker. Labor's been all over the place on the target. We had a 45% target that they took to the last election for 2030, which was rejected. This week they voted for the member for Warringa's 60% target. What is Labor's target here? They've announced no target. They always bang on about how we need to take action on climate change, but they've got no target and no plan to get there. By the middle of May next year, Australia will have made a choice between our government that wants to take action on climate change, that wants to deliver net zero emissions by 2050 with a clear plan to get there. That's what our announcements have been about all of this week. And the Labor Party that has no clarity on this issue and no plan to get there. What do we know about the Labor Party on this issue? We know they had the idea of the legislated target. It's another thought bubble like the paper-vax target, which was Labor's idea to get people to vaccinate themselves, and now we have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. And Labor has a history on this. As I say, they voted for the 60% target. They've been all over the place. Remember when they were in government? They had the carbon tax, they had the mining tax, they had the CPRS, they had the Citizens' Assembly. Kevin Rudd told us that this issue was the great moral challenge of our time. Well, if Kevin Rudd's party was serious about that, they would have a plan. Well, we know they have a secret plan, Deputy Speaker, based on everything that they've done in the past and based on the fact that they have my friend the member for McMahon as their shadow minister. The member for McMahon was the shadow treasurer in the last parliament that brought forward the policy of $387 billion of new taxes on the Australian people. He loves tax, and his way to achieve reductions in emissions will be a tax-based policy. We are tech-focused, Labor is tax-focused, and they always have been. They don't like technology, Deputy Speaker. Both the member for McMahon and the member for Dobell came and gave us a lecture on the importance of technology. If they like technology, why did they vote 7 times in recent days against technology-led emissions reductions programs like carbon capture and storage, like hydrogen? If they're going to have the 60% target that they voted for with the member for Warringa, when are they going to tell us how many jobs it will cost, which industries will close, what it will do to electricity prices and what it will do to the regions? Labor loves to point the finger. Labor loves to play the gesture politics, but Labor has no plan here. And the fact that they have no plan will shine through to the Australian people at the next election. So by contrast, Deputy Speaker, what is our plan? Our plan, because we are serious about climate change, because it is a real and serious issue for our planet and for our country, is to have a target of net zero by 2050, and to achieve that through technology, not taxes. And, Deputy Speaker, you just need to look at our record here. We've beaten our 2020 targets. We're beating our 2030 targets. In fact, we're on track to beat them and to have emissions reductions of around 35%. And while emissions have fallen to 21%, at the same time we've grown our economy by 45%. This is what happens when you have a technology-focused approach. We are reducing emissions in this country faster than Japan, faster than Canada, faster than the US and faster than New Zealand. We've done this 3 times more quickly than the OECD average. If you want results, Deputy Speaker, look to the work of the Morrison government. Our plan is about technology, not taxes. It's expanding choices, not mandates. It's driving down the cost of new technologies, like has happened with solar. It's about keeping power prices down. And it's about being accountable for the targets we set. That's why the announcements that were made this week in relation to the Productivity Commission's role here, the transparency of the Productivity Commission, not only looking at the effect on emissions, but the effect on the economy more broadly, because this is a great economic opportunity, Deputy Speaker. The $20 billion of investment in technology that will unlock up to $100 billion in private sector investment will help transform our country and transform our regions and reduce emissions through technologies like soil carbons, like energy storage, like carbon capture and storage, like hydrogen and like low-emissions aluminium and low-emissions steel. Our plan is technology-focused, our plan is for net zero by 2050, and our plan is credible.
I call the member for Moreton.
Speaker, so this week we saw the Prime Minister announce his plan for net zero emissions. And, Deputy Speaker, as a teacher, I had a good look at it, and it did look very much like a high school PowerPoint presentation, but I had to give it a D. Deputy Speaker, there was no new work, some secret, very perhaps fanciful modelling, basically slack slideshows and slick slogans, which isn't easy to say, Deputy Speaker. But what do we know so far about it? We know that the Prime Minister said the word plan at least 80 times during his slide presentation. We know it includes zero new policy, and we know it includes zero actual modelling that hasn't even been written yet. We know that this is a desperate attempt by the Prime Minister to cobble together an announcement before he jets off to Glasgow tonight. We know that the Deputy Prime Minister and Leader of the Nationals, and the guy who will be the Prime Minister tonight, the member for New England, does not support a net zero target by 2050. We know that the Deputy Leader of the Nationals, Senator Bridget McKenzie, does not support net zero by 2050. And we know the Resources Minister, the guy that got the new pay upgrade, the Nationals member for Hinkler, does not support net zero target by 2050. As Nikki Sava says in her column today, the Prime Minister's PowerPoint show was a headline searching for a story. And around the world, analysts have been scathing of the Prime Minister's announcement. Major international media outlets have labelled it hollow and hard to believe. CNN headline read, Australia will be the rich world's weakest link at COP26 with hollow net zero and emissions pledges. CNN goes on to say, in reality, Morrison will go to COP26 reluctantly with the weakest climate plan among the G20's developed nations. The BBC tweeted that it was a big announcement with very little detail. The New York Times headline, Australia pledges net zero emissions by 2050. Its plan makes that hard to believe. The New York Times goes on to say the country's last-minute commitment before next week's climate summit is built on hope for new technology and little else. The Washington Post joined the international choir of despair at the Morrison announcement. They quoted climate experts who said the government was, I quote, kicking the can down the road and that the plan would do little to change the international perception of Australia as a climate laggard. How could this nation, our nation, the nation of Doc Evatt and the United Nations and Bob Hawke and the Antarctic Treaty and Keating and APEC, be an international laggard? Deputy Speaker, I can't remember Australia being criticised so harshly in the international press before. What's at stake here? You know, apart from the very existence of our planet, environmental threats to Australia that will increase, and then economic threats like green trade tariffs. Our international reputation is on the line. I am a proud Australian. Australia has a proud history on the international stage. As I said, Doc Evatt, the President of the UN General Assembly from 1948 to 49, a guy that actually helped draft the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Bob Hawke and Paul Keating, even John Howard's gun control laws, Kevin Rudd's apology, all those wonderful achievements on the international stage. Now we're being known internationally as a pariah when it comes to climate change. The Prime Minister claims his commitment to net zero by 2050 is the Australian way, but it is actually the Morrison government way, to divide, to fearmonger, to take credit for the work of states and then pretend that it's actually somebody else's job if it's hard. So many slogans, so little substance. The Australian way that I believe in is actually to punch above our weight, to have integrity, to be ambitious about what we can achieve, like Australian leaders of all parties have done repeatedly before this Prime Minister came along and started occupying the Lodge. Australians should refuse to be dragged down by the Liberal and National parties. Australia deserves a government who actually believes in a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. An Albanese government has policies that will make such climate commitments a reality, not just crossing our fingers and praying. A government that understands the world's climate emergency is actually Australia's jobs opportunity. What we have right now is a Prime Minister who said electric vehicles will end the weekend. He compared the battery storage in South Australia to the big banana and the big prawn. We've got a Deputy Prime Minister who doesn't even want to commit to net zero emissions by 2050, and he'll be in charge tonight. Australia can be a superpower when it comes to renewable energy. Australia has the most solar coverage of any continent on Earth. We've got a long coastline, abundance of wind to harness for energy generation. Australia needs an Albanese government that will harness Australia's natural renewable energy resources to create jobs and cut power bills here in Australia.
I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia needs an Albanese government like it needs another hole in the head. That's how bad that idea is. I mean, the fact of the matter remains that I can only conclude, having to listen to this detritus of a debate, that those opposite hate Australians and hate Australia. I mean, where we stand today, I mean, you'd think, oh, they love Canada. What's happened to Canada's emissions? Oh, that's right, they went up. They went up by 1%. What happened to Australia's emissions? It's gone down by 20%. They love New Zealand over there. Their emissions went down by, that's right, Deputy Speaker, 1%. In Australia, they've gone down by 20%. Those opposite say they don't just want to hear slogans, they want action. Well, we've done it. We've done something they could never, ever do. When Kevin Rudd was Prime Minister, he called this the great moral challenge of our time. You may remember that, Deputy Speaker. And of course, what did he do after that? Oh, he said, oh, it's too hard. It's too hard. I'll see you later. I mean, that's the Labor way. The minute it gets hard, they disappear. They disappear because they never want to be held accountable. They want to be in government, but they don't want any of the responsibility. I listened carefully to the member for Robertson, who continues to complain about PEP 11. Well, let me tell you, member for Robertson, I didn't hear you complaining in 1999 when the Labor state government under Bob Carr gave them the licence.
The member will direct his comments through the chair.
Dobell. Oh, Dobell. Thank you. Thank you. The member for Berowra is onto it. The member for Dobell, when the member for Dobell complains about PEP 11, she fails to mention that she didn't complain about it when Bob Carr gave them the licence in 1999. She didn't complain when the member for Watson, who still sits in this House, yes, I know you don't want to hear this. We're well aware. You don't want to hear any facts. You don't want to hear about voter fraud. You don't want to hear about, how our emissions have gone down. You don't want to hear about how this government has done something you never could, which is announce net zero by 2050. If you take a point of order of me,
is the member for Fremantle seeking the call or not?
Well, I think it's my entitlement.
Is it a point of order?
It is a point of order. I think I'm entitled to, notwithstanding what the member for North Sydney. He should be directing his comments through the chair, Deputy Speaker.
I've been listening to what he made a comment which I pulled him up on. He's in order at the moment, but I'm keeping an eye on it.
Well, thank you. Someone needs to keep an eye on me, Deputy Speaker. The member for Fremantle can't be left to the task. It's too big a task for one person, Deputy Speaker. So thank you for you two working together. We appreciate it. Deputy Speaker, the fact is we've done something they never could. We have signed up and committed to net zero. They run away every time the task gets hard. And when it comes to PEP 11, they renewed it. They signed the permit. We will stop it. And that's what we'll be committed to. That's what we're judged on, action. So we've reduced emissions by 20%. We've come up with a plan to get to net zero by 2050. I know the member for McMahon went on to social media yesterday and said, oh, where were the modern Liberals? Where were the modern Liberals supporting the member for Warringah's bill that included a 60% reduction on emissions by 2030? Well, as I asked the member for Warringah, 60%? Why not 70%? Why not 80%? Hell, why not 150%? If we're just going to start throwing numbers out there, why not go to, 2,000 gazillion %? I mean, the fact is that whenever you ask the one question that matters, which is how do you get to 60% reduction by 2030? No one over there wants to talk about it. And we get to modelling. I'm glad. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for mentioning modelling. Because when it comes to modelling, they all say, oh, there's no model. There's no model. There is a model. There is a model. What was released in estimates today is they're writing the model up. But of course, the reason we won't release the model to you is you wouldn't understand it. Because models are numbers. They're not words. And I know you know this. I know the member for Fraser knows this. So the fact of the matter is that we have a situation where we've got those opposite who achieve nothing in government, who can only throw mud, who have no idea how they're going to achieve anything, who are astroturfing their way. They think the Australian people won't notice the fraud committed at the electoral box and the fact that they want to allow it to go on unfettered and unchallenged, and the fraud they want to perpetrate on the Australian people through their lack of detail, their lack of commitment and their lack of heart on climate policy.
I give the call to the member for Cowan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Always a pleasure to follow the member for Mackellar on an MPI. And it was interesting to watch the member for Mackellar, but I've got to say he did get one thing right, and that was that his government made an announcement. They made an announcement. So here we are again. Here we are again, Deputy Speaker. Yet again, standing up to speak about another announcement with very little substance behind it. It's a bit like Groundhog Day in this place, Deputy Speaker, when this government continues to make mealy-mouthed announcements with very little substance to show for it and very little progress to demonstrate. They say they have a plan, but this plan has no new policies and no legislation. So let's be very clear. Let's be very clear what this announcement is. This announcement is so that the Prime Minister of Grin and Spin, the Prime Minister, can save face in Glasgow by allowing him to wave a glossy brochure in one hand while he has his little stash of coal hidden in his jacket pocket so he can whisper to it, "Don't worry, my precious, I'm ambitious for you, I'm ambitious for you. It's okay, I'll look after you." That's what this announcement is all about. It's all about a deal with the Nationals to promote the Minister, and it's about the Prime Minister being able to go to Glasgow and save face. It is not about a real commitment. It is not about any new policies or any legislation or any real plans to get to net zero by 2050. But this time they've done something a little bit different, something just a tiny bit different. They've added a slogan, the Australian way. The Australian way. Well, I looked it up. I thought, okay, well, what do they mean by the Australian way? Give them a fair go. Let's see if they're fair dinkum about this. Apparently, the Australian way is through technology. That's the Australian way. Well, it's only taken them 8 years to figure that out. It's only taken them 8 years to figure out that the business community, that the resources sector are already way ahead in terms of technology. They're already forging ahead on moving towards a net zero by 2050, and this government has had to be kicking and screaming to the table. Now, Deputy Speaker, I've been listening to those opposites speak. I had the pleasure of listening to the member for Goldstein earlier, And one thing that I've noticed is they seem to have a string of speakers who consistently want to just point the finger over to Labor and say, well, what are you doing? What are you doing? Newsflash, newsflash, you're in government. You've been in government for 8 long years, right? And as much as, yeah, I don't know what it means to those members to be sitting on that side of the chamber, but sitting on that side of the chamber comes with certain responsibilities, you know. We'd like to be sitting on that side of the chamber. We'd like to take on those responsibilities, but they're there. And while they've been sitting there on that side of the chamber, pointing the finger at us and saying, well, what are you doing? What are you doing? Here's what we're doing. We're out there talking to the experts, and we're out there talking to the constituents, to the Australian people about what they want to see. That's the Australian way. People like Ross Clark from Morley, who has a letter in today's West Australian Deputy Prime Minister. And this is what Ross says. The letter is headlined, long on rhetoric, short on detail. And Ross writes to the West Australian, the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, has a plan. We know that because he told us 101 times in his climate change ramble. Well, I think since this letter was published, you can add another 80 times to that. Ross goes on, unfortunately, like all things Morrison, it's long on rhetoric and salesmanship and totally absent on detail. The one thing we do know is he was screwed by Barnaby Joyce and the Nationals, but we don't know what will cost the taxpayer and the environment. We are, after all, just the mug voters. That's the sentiment of the Australian people out there today, Deputy Speaker. That's what the people of Australia are saying. That's how they feel about this announcement and this sham plan. They feel like they're being treated like mugs by a government that won't release the modelling because, as the member for Mackellar said, oh, yeah, people just won't understand it. That's their version of the Australian way. Their version of the Australian way is to treat Australians like mugs. That's their version of the Australian way. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, Australians won't stand for it. They see right through it and they'll show it to them at the next election.
The member's time has expired and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a little sad to see the opposition's desire to maintain the climate wars. We've had inaction bred by division for nearly a decade and a half. It has cost leaders their jobs on both sides and led to a more disruptive political climate. For the first time in a long time, we now have city MPs like myself and the Assistant Minister agreeing with country MPs. Together we can get this done, but those opposite have sought to revisit a divisive past. It's time we came together so we can stop this constant and non-productive bickering and finally take some action. Australia will achieve net zero emissions by 2050. We all should celebrate. Perhaps more importantly, we're going to get there by empowering people, if you'll excuse the pun. Australia already has the highest rate of rooftop solar in the world, and if you could see the weather in Bennelong today, you would see why so many people are putting solar panels on their roofs, that energy companies are slashing the feed-in tariffs and working out ways to stop it flooding the system on hot days. This is a good problem. The Prime Minister talks about technologies our way through, and this could sound aspirational if it wasn't for our incredible track record in developing breakthrough technologies, especially in this area. The CSIRO in my electorate, just across the border, also in West Linfield, are home to some incredible advances in solar panel technology. These breakthroughs have led the world, and we look like to continue setting the pace in solar technology. Hyundai, in my electorate, was home to Australia's first public hydrogen filling station, and I believe there are plans to increase this capability rapidly. EVs and hydrogen vehicles are firmly rooted in the Australian market and are growing at an exponential rate. And we're also making wave breakthroughs in other fields, renewable energy. For the first few months, a large artificial blowhole has been sitting in the water off King Island, a prototype of a new type of wave power that, unlike wave powers in the past, data in demonstrates it actually works. Waveswell is an Australian startup and should soon be making these turbines for islands and coastal populations around the world. Many islands, King Island included, rely on diesel generators for electricity, so these turbines will turn island electricity green overnight. The waves roll day and night with incredible predictability, so it can operate as base load power.
The time for the discussion has concluded and I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to table the statements of voting intention for the member for Clark for the last sitting week and this sitting week.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. It being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, what a shambles we've seen from those opposite when it comes to climate policy. What a remarkable and quite disgusting attempt to pull the wool over the eyes of Australians. What a phenomenal scam they're perpetrating against this country with their announcement of a net zero 2050 so-called plan. It uses that term very loosely since it features no new policy, no new funding, nothing binding them to stick to it, and an excessive reliance on vague technological breakthroughs. So a so-called plan relying on technology that doesn't even exist yet. Now, the Emissions Reduction Minister said it himself, and I quote, "The plan is based on our existing policies. Nothing new." It's a joke, Deputy Speaker. Net zero modelling, net zero legislation, net zero increase from Tony Abbott's medium-term target set 7 long years ago. And Australians have yet to learn what this backroom wheeling and dealing between the Liberals and the Nationals over their children's future is actually going to cost them. And for weeks we've watched them gamble the future of our country, ending up with a deal that has so far netted just one regional Australian a new job. The Resources Minister, Keith Pitt, who gets to rejoin Cabinet. Well, congratulations. Never mind the fact that he doesn't believe in climate change. He becomes the first beneficiary of this dodgy deal. And this particularly stings because while they're promoting themselves, those opposite have been costing ordinary Australians their jobs. We know that under this government, 2,700 clean energy jobs have disappeared, at least. We know that the quarterly average of new clean energy capacity is down 70% since 2018, when the current Prime Minister became the so-called leader. It's a legacy of failure and rhetorical bluster. This government, those opposite, have been running scared from action on climate change for a decade. We've seen what wreckers they've been of good policy, and they've taken down leaders, including their own former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull. How fortunate then, Deputy Speaker, that someone in this place has a real plan for a real future, for real action on climate change. Labor has a policy to rewire the national electricity grid with renewables. Labor has a policy to introduce community batteries around the country for people who can't afford a household battery. Labor has a policy to cut taxes on electric vehicles, to make them more affordable. Labor has a policy to reduce emissions and cut power bills. We have a policy to train up apprentices in the new renewable jobs of the future. Labor knows that tackling climate change is the world's biggest challenge, and it's Australia's biggest opportunity. We have an absolute abundance of natural resources, Deputy Speaker. We have hydropower. We can harness wind power, significant wind resources. We get so much sunshine. Australia has the highest average solar radiation per square metre of any continent in the world. The Northern Territory alone gets more than 3,000 correction, 300 days of sunshine a year. We get far beyond our domestic demand and we can meet the increasing demands of the region. Harnessing solar is sustainable and would go a long way towards abating our national carbon emissions. So it's a win-win. Up in the Northern Territory, Sun Cable's Australia-ASEAN Power Link is a major national strategic interest and it's progressing well. Just this week, it was announced that Singapore will import up to 4 gigawatts of electricity by 2035. Singapore has a major demand for net zero electricity and we can give it to them. This is a golden opportunity for Australia, for our nation. Those opposite will do well to develop an actual plan to make the most of our significant opportunities. It is in the national interest to do so.
I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. When I'm in Canberra, I have a habit in the morning of turning on my telephone, my mobile, to coming into the live streaming of 639 ABC, which is North and West and South Australia, and talks about the issues that are going on back in my electorate. I was very pleased to hear this morning the State Transport Minister, Corey Wingard, waxing lyrical, I must say, about the sealing of the Strzelecki track. The first 50 kilometres have been completed. This was actually funded directly by the state government, $10 million. And since that time, we've had a further $205 million invested in the sealing of the Strez, $164 million of that coming from the federal government. And I thank the Minister for Transport for that generous support of this very important arterial road in my electorate. It stretches from Lyndhurst, which is somewhere near Lee Creek, and goes right through to Inaminka and through the Queensland border. It is the life supply line for the Moomba gas fields, which will be there for many, many years to come with the advent of modern drilling and fracking. It will be one of the great tourist routes of inland Australia. The road, to give you some idea, has been taking something like 13 to 16 hours for a semi-trailer to get from Lyndhurst 370 kilometres up the track to Inaminka. So it's a very rough and ordinary road, but it's going to be bitumenised and it will provide a great livestock route, particularly for those growers, producers in South East Queensland that are in a brucellosis-free area and will be able to bring their livestock to a brucellosis-free sale yards in South Australia. So there's going to be a lot of benefits coming out of this road, but it is just a part of the amount of infrastructure spend that we have going on in the electorate of Grey, and I don't mind talking long and hard about these achievements, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've never seen this kind of support coming in for the electorate of Grey in my lifetime. Perhaps before that, I don't know in real terms, but $160 million from the federal government. All of these figures that I note have been topped up by another 20% from the state government. So for the Joy-Baluke Bridge in Port Augusta, which is now well under construction, I think in front of construction time schedules, and it looks fantastic as I go through the town now, that development that is going on. $80 million for the Port Wakefield overpass, and those works I think they're scheduled for opening up around about Easter next year, but we hope to have some increased traffic flows going through Port Wakefield, perhaps even by Christmas. $100 million for the upgrading of the Air Highway, $50 million for the Barrier Highway, that's from Adelaide to Broken Hill, and $44 million for the Horrocks Highway, which goes north of Roseworthy right through to Wilmington, and in fact, and there's already been significant work done on this road, with widening in particular, great works going on around Gladstone where we have a level crossing, but it's already an increased or a much better driving experience to being on the Horrocks Highway, and there are more works to be done. There is $5 million for the Adventure Way, which is the top end of the Strzelecki track from Inaminka to the Queensland border. There's $113 million being spent on a new road on the APY lands, an access road. Parts of it are sealed, parts are not, but it's an all-weather road. There is $130 million for upgrades on the Augusta Highway, and I talked about the overpass at Port Wakefield, and already we've pegged the new roadway through to Nantawarra with what will be the dual highway, which eventually stretch all the way to Port Augusta, 200 kilometres away. This is a route that is picking up increasing traffic on the back of the resources boom and the continued expansion of northern and western South Australia, the economic zone, and it's a boon to all of us. $114 million committed on a number of other highways recently around the electorate. There was $8.8 million down at Dublin for a turn-off to the SA stock trading yards, and I called in there the other day and just had a bit of a look how works were going. It's all open now, and the number of semi-trailers, road trains that go around there each week to this very important trading amount. So it's been a great time for the electorate of Grey. It's been a good time to be the member. Obviously, these are good announcements to make back in one's election, but it is, I think, so important to see this rebuilding of the roads. It's a generational rebuild, if you like, and it will give lifeblood back and support the economy of South Australia and Australia for the next 40, 50 years.
I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have a fake Prime Minister with a fake plan for climate change, and now he's seeking to legislate a fake democracy for Australia. The voter suppression laws that the government plans to vote for and push onto the Australian people before the next election are morally wrong. Right. He wants to make it harder for people to vote so it's easier for him and his MPs to hang on to office. In their 9th year in government, this is their priority? In response to a COVID pandemic, this is the legislation that the government decides it must pass before an election? We proudly had the Australian ballot, and now the member for Tangney is giving us the American ballot, an idea stolen from the dark heart of Donald Trump, inserted onto the floor of the Parliament of Australia. People queuing for hours and hours to be able to vote. Marginalised voters turned away. The democracy sausage becomes a suppression sanger. Talk about ending the weekend. The weekend will mean that you spend your entire time waiting to have your voice heard in an election. Democracy is a fundamental Australian value. We make people commit to democratic values when they become citizens. We don't make them show ID when they rock up to their citizenship ceremony. You don't need ID to come onto the floor of the Parliament. And even our treasured democratic institution, the Australian Electoral Commission, have said that voter ID would, quote, involve significant start-up and ongoing costs. We do not know the costs of this proposal. The Australian Electoral Commission have said that this will cause voter inconvenience. The Australian Electoral Commission have said that it will lead to possible disenfranchisement of a number of voters. The Australian Electoral Commission have said that this will result in possible delays in the delivery of election results because of an increase in the level of declaration voting. So we'll have to wait even longer to hear the voice of the Australian people. That's what the independent umpire says. This government's record on democracy is terrible. We still have, not in their 9th year, no federal anti-corruption and integrity commission. They refuse to change the donation disclosure laws. They let the member for Pearce take secret money out of a trust fund and then vote to clap him along in doing so. They happily do preference deals with One Nation. And the democratic attack extends to an attack on our states and territories too. Last month we saw the Deputy Prime Minister compare Western Australia to North Korea. Well, I'll give them this. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea claim to be a democracy, but they don't like people voting either. So we've got a government stealing ideas from North Korea, Donald Trump and Pauline Hanson claiming the credit. What could possibly go wrong? The same government-controlled committee that is recommending these voter suppression laws also recommended optional preferential voting and scrapping by-elections. They wanted to scrap by-elections. If that doesn't tell you that they don't believe in democracy, that they don't want to suppress the will of the Australian people, what does? And then what comes after this? Does the member for Tangney want to draw his own electoral boundaries? Are we going to start seeing Liberal mates appointed to the Electoral Commission in highly paid jobs? Are we going to move elections to a Tuesday like they have in the United States? There are serious democratic deficits in Australia, Mr Speaker. Indigenous enrolment in Western Australia is the equal worst of the states and territories. The Electoral Commission estimates that only 69.7% of all Indigenous eligible voters are actually on the roll. 20,954 people, Indigenous Australians, are assumed to be unenrolled in Western Australia. This should be the priority of this government, making sure that every Australian can have their say, that every Australian is enrolled to vote, that they can rock up and have their say at election time, rather than arrive, queue for hours, only to be told, oh, sorry, you don't have the correct paperwork, go home, you don't get to vote at this election, come back in 3 years' time. Labor believes in democracy. We believe in Australia. We believe the Australian people deserve to have their voice heard. And unlike this government, we trust the Australian people. We will fight these laws. We will oppose their voter suppression agenda. We will oppose them bringing the worst of Trump's America here to Australia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to speak this afternoon about the decision taken last month as part of the AUKUS agreement for Australia to acquire nuclear-powered submarines, which I think is an exceptionally important decision for our long-term strategic and defence interests. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're spending some $270 billion in upgrading our defence capabilities over the next decade, acquiring new platforms and new weapon systems, and a key part of that is the acquisition of a new class of submarines. Part of it as well has been the acquisition of 72 fifth-generation fighter aircraft, the Joint Strike Fighter, at a cost of some $20 billion. But the submarine project, which under the old system, when we were going to acquire the attack-class submarines, was going to cost at least $100 billion. So the sums of money are quite eye-watering, and the submarine capability will be the most expensive part of this defence upgrade. There has been a long discussion within Australia about what is the best submarine for our strategic circumstances, and to my mind, I think it's important that we have now put nuclear-powered submarines in the mix, because the main reason that we've always struggled with conventionally powered submarines is our unique strategic circumstances. Generally speaking, we haven't been able to acquire conventionally powered submarines off the shelf because we've needed a longer range. Our strategic circumstances demand it, which means we require bigger fuel tanks, and we have other limitations as a result. The stated requirements of our submarine force in defence planning and strategic documents are that it be regionally superior, and that as part of our overall defence force it be able to deter actions against Australia's interests and respond with credible military force when required. Now, it's no secret, Mr. Speaker, that conventionally powered submarines have significant limitations when compared to nuclear submarines. They are slower to transit, they cannot sustain high speeds, they need to surface more often, their range is more limited, and they are less able to loiter undetected. And this is simply the result of physics, the differing properties and the characteristics of the two propulsion systems. And this means that, as opposed to nuclear submarines, conventional submarines are less effective at anti-submarine warfare, less effective at anti-surface warfare, less effective in intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance roles. Now, this comes especially to mind for a geography such as ours, in which submarines are likely to be called on to serve a long way from their home port. The defence strategic documents assess that by 2035 around half of the world's submarines will be operating in the Indo-Pacific region, and Australia, as everyone here would know, has one of the largest maritime domains in the world, and we need the capacity to defend and further our interests from the Pacific to the Indian Oceans and from the areas to our north all the way to the Southern Ocean. Now, there's a number of countries who already build and operate nuclear submarines: the United States, Russia, China, the United Kingdom and France amongst them. They're considered so superior, in fact, in terms of capability, that the United States, the United Kingdom and France do not operate conventionally powered submarines. India, Brazil and Korea are all considering or in the process of acquiring nuclear submarines. And I think that's why Australia is right not to have ruled this out, and in fact is right to have gone down this path, because in all elements of our defence force, or other elements of our defence force, be it the Army, the Air Force or the Navy, we do not shy away from embracing the best technology. And indeed we know that our qualitative military edge and our ability to sustain a regionally superior military, notwithstanding our relatively small standing defence force, depends upon doing exactly this. Some have argued and will argue that we lack the necessary expertise to sustain such a submarine, but I would point out that Australia does in fact have much nuclear scientific and engineering expertise in ANSTO and its predecessor, the Australian Atomic Energy Commission, dating back now over 70 years. ANSTO currently has some 1,200 staff, including over 200 engineers with nuclear experience. And during the life of ANSTO and the AAEC, we've designed, procured, built and operated a series of world-class nuclear facilities, including 3 small reactors. Our current research reactor, the Opal reactor, has very many common elements to a modern small nuclear reactor, such as that which would be used for naval propulsion. It's clear to me, Mr Speaker, that Australia's regional strategic environment is becoming more contested, that Australia will need to be increasingly self-reliant when it comes to defeating and deterring attacks on our sovereignty, and that if our submarines are to play a significant role in deterrence and response, and they must, then we need to be open to the best technology available, and that, Mr Speaker, is nuclear-powered submarines.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Scullin.
Thank you, Speaker. Today there are 46 people detained at the Park Hotel in Carlton, refugees and people who've sought asylum. 46 more than there should be. 21 of these vulnerable people have COVID. 21 more than should have. This is awful, and it simply should not have happened, because places like the Park Hotel aren't safe for them to be, especially during this pandemic. And this is hardly a secret. It's something that I raised with then Minister Tudge in March last year. That's March last year. Let's remember too that the human beings in the Park Hotel are there because they were unwell. At least 14 people in the Park Hotel are immunocompromised and at a heightened risk. Our duty of care to them was to keep them safe and to get them better, and we have failed profoundly. Failed these men and failed a wider test too. Australians are better than this, and I don't just think this, I know it. Every day during the pandemic we have seen demonstrations of our concern and care for those around us, informed by a sense of decency, a responsibility, a recognition that COVID hones in on vulnerability, but not from the Morrison-Joyce government. Where is the policy rationale for this cruelty? How is it that some have been released from APOD detention, but not others, when we've known so long of the inherent dangers of these arrangements? And how can it be that vaccination rates amongst detainees are so low, given their vulnerabilities? Only 64% of people in the immigration detention network have received their first dose of the vaccine, almost 30% lower than the general Victorian population, which raises the question, what has been done to work with these men and their trusted advisors to encourage vaccination? Because keeping people who are in our care safe is, or should be, non-negotiable. Speaker, this can't continue. These men, these people have been through so much, and now they must be so scared. For no reason, save for a series of unacceptable failures by this government, who still, as I stand here now, with 21 people with COVID, won't accept their responsibility for what they've done and for what they've failed to do, provide decent care to human beings in need. As a refugee in the Park Hotel has said, we're not just speaking about a visa, we are speaking about our lives. Their lives, our responsibility. I want to touch on another matter, Speaker, which also goes to our responsibility, our obligations to people asking us to help. It's my view that we owe the people of Afghanistan a moral obligation. I can't see how an argument can be made against this, given our shared recent history. And I've been deeply affected by the voices of Afghan Australians. They need to be listened to and they need to be responded to. To bear witness to their concerns and to their fears is something that I found deeply affecting. But how this affects me is beside the point. The point is to act where we can. There's so much we can do. Minister Hawke promised that no Afghan visa holder currently in Australia will be asked to return to Afghanistan while the security situation there remains dire. Yet this government's temporary protection visa scheme denies thousands of people with a recognised need for protection the opportunity for permanent protection and the chance to build their lives here. Since mid-August too, we've received more than 26,000 applications for humanitarian visas from Afghan nationals, covering an estimated 100,000 people seeking our protection. But many weeks after Mr Morrison said that a proposed intake of 3,000 refugees was a floor, not a ceiling, we are no closer to appreciating where that ceiling might be. Again, this isn't good enough. We can and we must do better. We must offer people certainty. My colleague Senator Keneally and I will be writing to Minister Hawke very shortly, but we shouldn't need to. The Morrison-Joyce government should simply be letting Australians know what they are doing in the face of this crisis, and they should be doing what needs to be done.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As we all know, this Sunday is Halloween, but even scarier for Queenslanders is the anniversary of the re-election of the state Labor government. Just like many Halloween activities, Mr Speaker, my community under Labor are in the dark, particularly when it comes to local road upgrades. In 2019, at the election, I committed to fixing the Kenmore roundabout with a federal government contribution of $12.5 million. Took some arm twisting, but finally the state Labor government matched that funding at the state election. But what have we heard since then, Mr Speaker? Have we had shovels in the ground? We had workmen on site? We had machinery? None of the above. We've seen nothing. I know what Minister Bailey is going to go as for Halloween. He doesn't even need a costume. He is a ghost. He's completely ghosted the western suburbs of Brisbane. It's been more than 190 days since public consultation was conducted for the Kenmore Roundabout upgrade project. 190 days since it concluded, and the community has heard absolutely nothing since. It's an unacceptable delay, and each and every day locals continue to sit in traffic on this dangerous bottleneck with near misses happening on site. And do the Labor state government care? Well, frankly, no, they don't. Christian Rowan, the local member for Moggill, and myself meet with countless residents who are fed up and waiting for action. That's why the federal government promised the money in the first place. But we're sick of excuses from the state Labor government that simply don't add up. Excuses about why they can't move faster, when the reality is that they can, that this project could have been underway right now. Because at the same time as the federal government made the commitment to fix the Kenmore roundabout, I committed to fix another pinch point along the notorious Moggill Road, the Indooroopilly roundabout. Funding was committed at exactly the same time, made available by the federal government, but with this project, the Indooroopilly one, there was a very big difference. We were partnering with the Brisbane City Council instead of the state Labor government. When LNP governments work together at different levels, we get things done, we get them done on time and efficiently. Straight after the 2019 election, we got together to work on this. Public consultation happened swiftly, and the community were able to choose from two options. They chose an overpass as the preferred option, as it dealt with the traffic better on this busy corridor. Now, in July this year, we saw fencing go up and the job was underway. We had machines on site and the existing structures on the Indooroopilly roundabout have now been demolished. One of the busiest intersections in Brisbane, the upgrade at one of the busiest intersections in Brisbane, the upgrade has now started because of the LNP governments at the council and the federal level working together. We will not only soon be able to get residents home safer and sooner, it will create 584 local jobs in its construction phase, which is going to be brilliant for the Brisbane economy as we come out of the COVID period. We're not just upgrading the roundabout, where we've seen the option to improve the project and to take on more, we have. We've now expanded the project to include the whole Moggill Road corridor, all the way down from Coon Street. The expanded project will now include measures like indented bus stops, bus priority measures, road widening, cycling safety improvements and turning restrictions. It's going to be a game changer for local residents. Just today, together with Mayor Schreiner, we announced the contract has been awarded for the first stage of that project, and construction on the new overpass will begin next month. The successful tenderer, the Giorgio Group, I want to congratulate them. They were responsible for the recent Indooroopilly River Walk project, another fantastic community-enhancing project. And the community has already seen how great their work is, and we're excited to get them started on the Indooroopilly roundabout project. These are transformative projects that we're delivering right here in the western suburbs. It's not just in Indooroopilly that we're working with the LNP Council, but also for residents of the Gap. The Gresham Street Bridge was built in 1931. It's been maintained and worked on over the years, but the time has come for a complete replacement. That work is underway, thanks in part due to funding from the Schrinner LNP Council and also the federal government. Connection is currently used by over 2,850 vehicles a day, so it's important that access was maintained, and residents are enjoying seeing the work go on with the temporary bridge and now the new bridge in place. The difference could not be more stark when good LNP governments work together, as opposed from the delay and mismanagement we've seen from the state Labor government on the Kenmore roundabout project. They need to get on with it for the residents of the western suburbs.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Monday, 22 November 2021 at 10 a.m.